Again this morning, so a few minutes we'll be accommodating the late and people that are stuck in the traffic. Good morning then, everybody. Chi tala kusi tuat wala meetana tamukstam muskrium high tapka. Say thank you for coming back and thank you to Muskrium for opening the door for us. For have another session, the second day of the session. Just a bit of housekeeping that we have to contend with. This is recorded session via Zoom. If at any time that doesn't, if there's people that are worried about the recordings or information, please talk to the desk, registration desk, and we'll deal with concerns. Siyam nasiyaya ni taskwat ni chatit ni shwaka ayhat jikwam shmich shwimatal with stay with siyam.
Aishka Shakwelam Siyam Tisiyayat Ziyatalatin Taswalap Shri Namat Shri Ti Tanid Khmaskwe Mama Tanawayal Nanamat Muktemo Kusasait Slachelig Komakas Stahim Isait Skolawans Memelas Itishwalis Kriti Tana Whale High Tape with them Sailak Gunesquik Itanitin Quasquium Dlaxas Joannes Kipalano Iholtimolto Cos Helixtok the Huinas Netzomo Cosque Iti Tesal Tamakat Kumaskim. Is the Akonas Jovenel Satism Tamni Teswala, Ihilokstala, Itiatala. And I Tenishkalavan Consequence Nava Teswala Kunet I Simat Siam Squalavan, Chiasto Sweet Tanawell. I Tapel Siam. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for having me here to do the land acknowledgement, and it's my pleasure to do this on behalf of Muskrium. I am a descendant of Kriopalano, the warrior that was here to greet the first ships, the first boat people to arrive on our shores. The Spanish under Captain Narvaez and the English under Captain George Vancouver. And as our ancestors had done in the past, I do this morning and raise my hand and welcome to all of you that are here today. And I want to say thank you to all of you that are here. Kunet I Simash Kwalaman, the strong mind, to discuss the issues that are on the table regarding children in care, children that are lost, along with the families, the forced orphaned families by the colonial system, where the families lose all their children that are forced into Indian residential school. I was listening yesterday morning at lunchtime with those two youth that spoke about the downtown east side. I didn't go to boarding school, but I lived here at Strathcona, Chinatown. I went to school, the Strathcona School, Lord Strathcona School, the oldest elementary school in the city. At that time, that was a bustling working man's neighborhood, the center of immigration. All of the transportation carrying the immigrants would end up here in the Port of Vancouver. So Strathcona Chinatown was the heart of the immigrant people that were here. And it was the bylaws of the city of Vancouver that forced poverty on the Strathcona neighborhood. They forced all the street people, all the prostitutes, all the beggars east of Granville Street and forced them into the downtown east side, creating the nastiness that is there today. And it really moved me to listen to those young ladies talking about the hardships of being in the downtown east side. That is where Canada and the province, with the mining and exploration, has forced the migration of First Peoples into the city of Vancouver and forcing them to live in the downtown east side. And with them, they carry all of the teachings, the Snuaeus of the Christian people that took care of them in the boarding school. The physical violence, the family violence, the mental violence, sexual violence, the systemic racism that was carried on there and taught to our people. And this is all done through assimilation and the forced legislated acts of denial, the denial of self, the denial of self-worth, denial of family, culture, community, language, spirituality, all created by the systemic racist policies that were spawned by the guidelines of the doctrine of discovery, that papal bull created by the Christian leaders of 1540 guides all of our policies. And I know that if policy is not changed, the status quo is maintained with a facade of change to the people. That is a very, very, very honest fact. If policy is not changed, nothing changes. It will gradually revert back to the status quo. So I was listening to the two women that were speaking, and no one mentioned a changing, a reconfiguring the systemic racist policies that guide the Ministry of Family and Children and all of the other systemic racist policies that develop for the institutions. And I know that that was really, really moving yesterday. I could have stood on a table and talked to reflect TRC and reconciliation. The status quo will be gradually moved back into. So, siya nasiya kalet konti tiatola, hilakstala, tiatola haitap elsiam nasiya haitap haitap.
Let's hear it for Larry. Tayatlak. Haishkasiem. I always like to hear the bits of history. Keeps us informed. Thank you so much. I do want to say thank you to, we should all say thank you. There's an immense amount of work to put something on like this, and it was quite, it's not, the planning time wasn't that long, so let's give a hand to the staff and for this effort to put on this conference and children and families issue that are top of mind for all of us. I also wanted to put out a word of caution. I've been reminded a couple of times that some of the subjects are very heavy. And if you get a feeling that you need to talk to somebody, there's a few people here that would be available for you to talk to. I see cultural people here also. So in this time that triggers may happen, please look for help and ask for guidance. It's just a worry that we all have for each other. So this it's great to be here again with everybody, and I know that the photo, or what do you call that, storm, but caught an earlier ferry to make sure they make it home today. So I wish them safe travels. We have a busy time this morning, and we have a couple of panels. First off, we're going to hear from our BC Regional Chief, Terry Teegee.
Yeah, I got one fan, the slow clapper. Deneza, Tsekuza, Skyza. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam people, the Coast Salish people, and thank you, Larry Grant, for the welcoming and prayer. So this morning we had to adjust the agenda to allow Minister to come in this afternoon. I was just going to give an update of some of the goings on at the Assembly of First Nations, in particular as a result of the Calgary Special Chiefs Assembly on Child and Welfare, in particular the Final Settlement Agreement. As you well know, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal substantiated a discrimination claim filed by the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society and the Assembly of First Nations back in 2007. An agreement in principle on long-term reform was signed in December of 2022, setting out major terms of settlement and establishing a process for a final settlement agreement. Earlier this year, the parties provided Canada with a proposed long-term reform and funding commitments. In July of 2024 of this year, a draft final settlement agreement and a long-term reform on the First Nations Child and Family Services, which is FNCFS, program was presented to the AFN Chiefs in Assembly at the Montreal meeting that we had with the AFN AGM. The chiefs from BC, BCAFN, and the First Nations Leadership Council has identified several concerns with the draft agreement. In particular, the agreement fails to properly recognize First Nations as governments and inherent rights holders, instead categorizing them as service providers, which is a massive shortcoming of the FSA. The proposed governance structures do not ensure adequate regional representation on high-level tables like the National Secretariat and Reform Implementation Committee. There are concerns about the discontinuation of the at-cost funding for capital projects, which would end on April 1st of 2025, without a clear reformed process to take its place. The agreement lacks transparency in how funding amounts were determined and will be allocated regionally. The proposed dispute resolution tribunal raises concerns about appointment processes and First Nations input in terms of the actual of how decisions are going to be made. And also there are questions about the accountability mechanisms if Canada fails to provide funding as outlined in the agreement. So can they really prove that discrimination will end? So I'll provide an update of how we're going to move forward. The final settlement agreement, as you will know, was rejected in Calgary, Special Chiefs Assembly in October. 2 resolutions were passed. The Chiefs call for a new path forward. Resolution 60-2024, addressing long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program in Jordan's Principle, and Resolution 61-2024, meaningful consultation on long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services. So these were the 2 resolutions that were passed. These complementary resolutions, rejection of the current agreement. Both resolutions reject the final settlement agreement dated July 11th, 2024, and the proposed amendments from October 7th, 2024. And we are calling for new negotiations. In terms of governance and oversight, establishing a National Chiefs Commission with representation from all regions. My office has released an EOI, an expression of interest, for candidates, and copies will be made available to delegates. Please send the EOI to my office, to Maureen Buchan at the back. She will be accepting any nominations in terms of to be placed on the Children's Chiefs Commission. The Children's Chiefs Commission is really, I think what are they going to do is to provide strategic direction, oversee negotiations, report to First Nations in Assembly, work transparently and openly, submit terms of reference by December of this year. Negotiation requirements, including the Child Caring Society negotiations, unconditionally, must be transparent and accountable to our First Nations, incorporate expertise from First Nations service providers, Jordan's Principle experts, elders, youth, and regional experts. And Canada must obtain a new negotiation mandate. So far, that hasn't happened. Review and voting process, a minimum of a 90-day review period for all First Nations. Enable virtual, in-person, or alternate voting methods. Include non-AFN members to the consultation process. Agreement must be available in both official languages of English and French. Specific requirements for new agreements, strengthen regional modifications provisions, ensure needs-based funding structure, include prevention funding allocation to First Nations, maintain the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal jurisdiction over implementation, protect First Nations rights and treaty rights, ensure proper liability coverage and statutory immunity, establish region-specific independent First Nations-led technical secretariat. Implementation and oversight, preserve expert advisory committees' independence, maintain oversight by National Advisory Committee, strengthen the Dispute Resolution Tribunal, ensure transparent governance accountable to First Nations chiefs, and also further to this, funding requirements, implement predictable, stable, sustainable needs-based funding, provide funding through unconditional grants, ensure funding aligns with substantive equality and culturally continuity principles, and also further to this, protection of existing orders. AFN and Canada cannot seek to set aside existing Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders without proper approval from First Nations Chiefs and Assembly. So, currently the federal government does not have a new mandate. National Chief will be continuing to advocate for this. Myself as well have been outreaching to Minister Hajdu, but currently I haven't heard anything. On October 29th, the National Chief sent a letter to Minister Hajdu seeking a revised mandate, new governance structure, new negotiation process, and funding principles to be embedded in the process to reach a new agreement. A copy of the letter is available to all delegates, and certainly I believe the National Chief has sent that out. To date, there has been very little advancement of Resolutions 60 and 61 as it relates to the new process of the Child's Chiefs Committee at the AFN. As a result, we can expect an update from the AFN on this upcoming Special Chiefs Assembly in December in Ottawa. Our office, the BCAFN office, has issued an expression of interest, and I encourage you to reach out to my office to have the questions regarding the appointment of the Children's Chiefs Commission. We continue to advocate that any final settlement relating to the long-term reform of the FNCFS and Jordan's Principle must be done with free, prior, and informed consent of First Nations here in British Columbia. I've recently approved and signed a letter among a number of regions, including R.C. Bernard from New Brunswick. And this is a letter that you'll find on your table from the Assembly of First Nations, Quebec and Labrador. Also Yukon, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations from Saskatchewan, Dene Nation from the Northwest Territories, as well as the Southern Chiefs Organization. Grand Chief Jerry Daniels, also from Manitoba, signed on to this letter. Basically, the main purpose of this letter is to affirm and enforce resolutions number 60 and 61 and support the rejection of AFN resolution number 1-2024. The key demands of that letter is to include a call for a new, transparent, inclusive negotiation process, a request to establish the Children's Chiefs Commission and new negotiations team, insist on including the Caring Society in negotiations, and ensure all First Nations are included equitably. In addition, it requests that funding go directly to First Nations, not through provincial or territorial governments. The letter also seeks the terms of reference and negotiations protocol by December of 2024 for the Children's Chiefs Commission, a minimum of a 90-day review period for all First Nations to examine any future agreement. Critical concerns expressed in the letter include current draft agreement doesn't effectively end discrimination for all First Nations children. Governance and dispute resolution process need alignment with children's best interests, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and also UNDRIP. Strong non-derogation clauses needed to protect our rights is also needed. As a proper title and rights holders, we have an opportunity to further discuss this and direct the AFN on these matters at the upcoming SCA in December 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in Ottawa. We encourage all chiefs and leadership to attend and to ensure input and direction is considered in the new negotiation process, and new mandates that are developed with respect to the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. In terms of Jordan's Principle compensation, there is a call out for liaison officers. So if you recall, there was a settlement of children that were in care, and that was to the tune of $23.34 billion. And each region are looking to allocate two First Nation liaison officers through Deloitte. The settlement is a $23.3 billion compensation agreement for discriminatory underfunding of First Nations Child and Family Services and Jordan's Principle, and addresses the claims from 1991 to 2022, December 2022. So those that were in this class were removed children's class, removed child class, I should say. That was approximately across this country about 115,000 children. Jordan's Principle class is anywhere between 58,000 to 70,000. The chart class is about 104,000 children. Essential Services class, we don't have the estimate of the population there. KITH child class, we don't have the number for that class as of yet. And caregiving parents and grandparents of the above classes. So all told, it's well over almost 200,000, over 200,000 children that were in care between 1991 and 2022. The estimate for that, of that population was, that came from British Columbia, is about 10%. So certainly that is a lot of children that were in care that will be seeking compensation. So I don't know if 2 liaison officers would be enough. I did put in a request for more. So the actual structure was to have either working through Deloitte or be contracted through Deloitte. And really the claims, it's in a claims administered administrative position. So administering claims process, provide culturally sensitive and trauma-informed support, monitoring and reporting outcomes. Support model includes First Nations community liaisons, regional representatives, claims helpers, 160 positions to 100 communities, 30 urban, 30 virtual, and service coordinators. So key requirements of claimants: have a valid government-issued ID, an active bank account, supporting documentation for family class claims, and no lawyer is needed to submit these claims. Free legal advice available through the class council. So the recruitment status: 10 to 13 planned liaisons recruited. Some regions have chosen to directly appoint. Other regions have provided a list of potential appointments for Deloitte to determine themselves. Liaison officers will be under contract with Deloitte for at least 1 year, possibly longer. So BCFN, we're seeking feedback from chiefs and leaders as to who and how the 2 appointments should be made. Background documents are available and are included in the meeting kit. So currently there's an opportunity there to provide some help and assistance in terms of the class action claimants for 2 positions, but also looking forward to even providing more support for those children that are seeking compensation to the $23.34 billion settlement. So that is where we're at in terms of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and also the final settlement agreement. I believe we do have Cindy Blackstock on at noon, who could provide more information. But at this point, we certainly hope that there's interest on the 2 positions with Deloitte, but also the other position on the Chief's Commission for the long-term reform negotiations on the final settlement agreements. And that's about it. Ray, pass it back to you.
Maybe it says Q&A.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. We do have time for a few questions for the regional chief. Please state your name.
Asiam Nasiya Antapak Halawatsat, Tanit Likes and Heidsapka Siam Heidsapka, Masquim Mistimoch and Heidsapka Salhuayan for acknowledging us in the prayer this morning. Thank you, Regional Chief. Just a quick question about the December Chiefs meeting. I'm not traveling east, but I will be participating via Zoom. Is there going to be an opportunity for the BC caucus to prepare? Because I anticipate that there may be a desire to try to revisit resolutions that have already been passed and decisions that have already been made. And if that is that happening, is there an opportunity for BC caucus for those of us who aren't going to be there in person to be able to zoom in to the BC caucus discussions as well to prep for the discussion on the floor?
Yeah, I think that's our usual practice. And are you just talking about these resolutions or just any resolutions in general? Because usually what our practice is to identify the resolutions that will affect BC in a bad way or that need support and go through those resolutions in the morning caucus and the afternoon caucus to try to address those issues. So right now, I'm not sure how many resolutions are 40. I can't read lips. There's 40 resolutions. I'm looking at Maureen. I think there's 40 resolutions. So I think those have been released. So you could go through those. We could identify them and we could bring those up. So I encourage you to look at the list of resolutions.
Thank you very much then. Thanks. Let's say thank you to the Regional Chief.
Thank you.
And of course, he's here with us for the duration. So if you have any chances or any questions that come to you as the time goes on, please visit the Regional Chief. I want to say it's good to see Grand Chief Stewart's here also this morning. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Union of BC Indian Chiefs President. Thank you, everybody. We're going to come to a panel. We're going to turn to facilitator Katisha. Please come forward, and we'll call the panelists to come forward also. I think there's one on the way. We got a message that is still coming. Robert Morales, Alan Cummings, Anna Charlie, Nick Smith. Please come forward for the panel, and it's moving beyond the colonial care system. Woo. Experiences of transition to jurisdiction. So I'm going to turn this over to Katisha now to facilitate this panel. Thank you very much. Here's a thing. A something.
Uitsquail, Kakwalap Inshnuknukwa, Quite. Good morning. It's good to see you all today. Anthopades up Yapple with a cook sauce, Tanishan Utzart Lip Stallium, Swinamish Silk, Nielsen Leilani Riley, Nielsen Men Yahoylipton, Heitzap, Got Homashquim, Heitzap, Get Homoch Mistimuch, Dichom Eichnoikel Eichsquallow and Natsamot Mistimuch. Timothy. Kakwalap Inshnuknukwa, cook sauce and squatchy chat, Litwa Ulscan, Dirt Lip Can. Na Nkukwa Eleanor Wells, Indian Chiefs Youth Representative, and it is an honor to be here. I thank Musqueam for having us on their beautiful lands, the people of the Rivergrass, Chomashquim, Mistimuch. I am so honored to be here today to speak with you all about moving beyond colonial care systems, experiences of the transition to jurisdiction. This panel is going to be about sharing experiences of nations in transitioning from provincial jurisdiction to First Nations jurisdiction over the care of their children, in order to inform and support other nations as they undertake their journey of resuming jurisdiction. We do have a panelist that is going to be on their way, so they will be joining us once they beat some of that traffic and rain. Their name is Michael Christian, and they are currently serving as Cookbee of the Splatsin people and previously served from 1990, I believe it was 1999 to 2001, a term that left a lasting impact on the community. Michael's vision is one of progress, unity, and empowerment. He is committed to upholding Splatsin law and policies, ensuring that the Splatsin people do not only thrive, but also flourish in a future that is shaped by their values, culture, and ambitions. With his proven leadership and extensive experience, the steadfast dedication to his people, he works to guide Splatsin into a new era of opportunity, growth, and success. Our next panelist is Toltec Robert Morales, who is the legal counsel for the negotiator of Cowichan Tribes. He is a lead for Cowichan Tribes Child and Family Wellness Legislation Project. On June 24th, 2024, Cowichan Tribes signed a coordination agreement with Canada and BC regarding Cowichan jurisdiction and service delivery under the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth, and families. Cowichan Tribe is now in the midst of implementing the laws of the Cowichan people for families and children. Our next panelist is Alan Cummings, who is the jurisdiction consultant. Alan is of Cree ancestry and was adopted by the Tsayu clan Beaver of the Wet'suwet'en Nation on August 3rd, 2014. Alan previously worked for 8 years as the Regional Manager for Aboriginal Services with the Ministry of Children and Family Development in the North Region, Ministerial Assistant to Grand Chief Edward John when he was Cabinet Minister for MCFD, and has been the jurisdiction consultant since November 2022. Alan has been a lead developer and negotiator for 4 historic agreements, including the Wet'suwet'en Jurisdiction Services Agreement, Section 92.1 Agreement, SIMC Urban Prevention Services Agreement, and the Section 92.1 Agreement, which is the first legally binding agreement in the North Region. Alan has over 20 years of experience working in a variety of positions in the field of Indigenous child and welfare, and on occasion fills in as the community designate for a Beach family involved in the child and welfare services systems. Finally, on behalf of Sta'alis, we have Executive Director Anna Charlie, along with Legal Counsel Nick Smith. Anna's career began as a family support worker and the designated band representative. In these roles, she became a strong advocate for change within a system that struggled to believe in the cultural ways and the healing powers it had with families, children, and youth. In her new role as executive director, Anna misses the frontline work but knows that she can support the workers, family, youth, children with her experience, knowledge of families, and how we are all connected. Nick is a lawyer at Miller Titler Law Corporation, specializing in Indigenous business. He is of Plains Cree and European descent, and his family is from the Urban-Skin Cree Nation at Treaty 6 Nation. Nick works primarily with First Nations and First Nations-owned businesses and not-for-profit societies. Nick supports First Nations through government-to-government negotiations and negotiations with industry proponents, as well as the ongoing implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in BC and Canada. Whew. Let's give them all a great big round of applause at joining them. Thank you. We're going to be moving into a section now. Each of our panelists are going to have approximately 6 minutes to describe further in an introduction on the amazing work that they are doing. I will be beginning with Cookbeat Mike. Oh, apologies. We'll move over to Alan.
To me? Okay, so do you have the PowerPoint? Or the slides, or just, I can just use them off of here? Okay.
I'm looking to AV. Do we have their... Okay. Just waiting to see for you, Alan.
Okay, well, I can start. Denise Sakaze Skyze, male, female hereditary chiefs, sons and daughters of chiefs. It's a great honor to be here presenting to you today on behalf of Binche Witan, which is the newest recognized First Nation in not just British Columbia, but in Canada, having been recognized officially as independent in 2019. I just want to thank the Musqueam people for allowing me to be on your territory to do this important business. It's a huge honor and privilege to be here today with all of you about a field that I'm so passionate about, and I know that everyone else is. And I really want to thank my esteemed colleagues and our facilitator as well. Just in terms, I'll give a bit of background. Binche is located, they're a Dacath community located by Fort St. James, British Columbia, about 35 minutes up Stewart Lake from the village of Fort St. James. And they're one of 6 First Nation communities in that area. And that doesn't depict it, but that little red, that indicates Binche. And it's a beautiful community, beautiful location. Binche, so we started this process exactly 2 years ago. I got contacted in September of 2022, and I agreed to commence working with Binche as a jurisdiction consultant. So this is exactly almost 2 years to the day that we started on this jurisdiction pathway. We submitted a jurisdiction capacity building funding application to Indigenous Services Canada, and we held our first member engagement in Prince George, where we had 47 members attend in our inaugural kickoff. Our population is growing exponentially. In 2019, we had 119 members. As of today, we have 229. A vicarious, really wonderful happening that happens at our member engagements. Our IT person also happens to be Binche's membership clerk. So we've signed up 7 people who have transferred during our member engagements. So he brings his camera and all the forms, the requisite forms. And Binche being as new as we are, in 2019, my colleague Jessica Erickson likes to say, there was no money when they had de-amalgamated and became independent. And for the first year, if you looked around our office, we had Barton Insurance pens and Barton Insurance calendars. Like, that's how little funding that we had. So we progressed hugely. So there's been a 92% population growth over 5 years, with a significant population off reserve, as is pretty common with everyone. In terms of our member engagements, our Chief and Council have mandated a comprehensive member engagement process. So we hold member engagements inviting all members or people who are eligible to be members. We've had Fred, Tom, and Nakazi come to some of our meetings. We've held 14 member engagements in Binche, Fort St. James, Vancouver, and Prince George. And we also hold one in the interior, so we've gone to Kamloops and Kelowna. So 5 locations we hold engagements every 6 months. And so far to date, we've had 450 participants come and be part of our engagement process. So as we're going to, we're seizing on interim measure initiatives like that, make it so that we can have the optimal involvement in planning and decision making in the lives of all Binche members, wherever they reside across British Columbia. So we initially, when I started, we submitted notice to the province of BC, to Ministry, to Denise Devney of MCFD, to get recognized as the Indigenous governing body per Section 12, subsection 1 of the Federal Act for notice of significant measures. And that really marked a turning point, and it's a simple process. It's just a band council resolution and a cover letter. And if anybody hasn't attained that status, see me later and I'll give you a copy of that BCR, because it really makes a difference in terms of your involvement involvement with your families. Because essentially, before a director, a social worker takes any decision, they have to contact you and involve you in planning and decision making. Now, it's a really good first interim measure, but we also seized on, previously I would work for the Simp First Nation, and we negotiated the first Section 92.1 agreement in the province's history back in August 12th of 2022. And that's not a protocol, it's not an MOU, it's a legally binding agreement. So every social worker must adhere to the provisions and terms that we negotiated in that agreement. And short of jurisdiction, it's the optimal agreement for your involvement. And as well, we've found now that it's actually going to follow us into jurisdiction, which I'll explain shortly. But so we concluded the Section 92.1 agreement with the province. We just signed on September 15th. And one of the beautiful things about that too was we had revitalized traditional trade between Binche and the Simp First Nation. So Simp had signed the first agreement. We traded, and we have this really elaborate, sophisticated unit of measurement. We traded huckleberries and Ledemascheck, which is muskeg tea, to Binche or to Simp for a copy of their Section 92.1 agreement. And our sophisticated method of measurement was 35 ice cream pails of huckleberries. So I'm trying to trade with Robert right now too, with Binche's agreement for a learning day visit with Robert, and I'm hoping that he'll have some good news later today.
Huckleberries.
Huckleberries, okay. You don't want our agreement, you want huckleberries, okay. As well, from that, we share families. We have families with ties to both Binche and Simp. So, one of the things that we had done is we really studied the Federal Act. And we're just, the conflict stronger ties, Section 24, subsection 1 provision that has a weighting towards habitual residents. We didn't like that. So we've actually proactively gone out, and with other nations that we share families with, we're entering into protocols. So on September 15th, we didn't just sign our Section 92.1 agreement, we also signed an inter-nation protocol with the Simp First Nation that sets out how we will work together, with best interests at the forefront, including an issues resolution model that we've created, so that we can deal with each other as nations on a nation-to-nation level without the government involved. And one of the really cool things, you heard our lawyer, Crystal Reeves, yesterday talk about in our Section 92.1 agreement, just like everything we do, it is based on real learning, real life situations. We negotiated the first prenatal support service agreement into a Section 92 legally binding agreement. The province didn't like that. We had challenges with that because the province's legislation doesn't kick in until a baby is born, but we're not going to sit out when there's an expectant mother that's struggling. In this case, it was a real life situation. We had a mother pregnant who was homeless, who was struggling with addictions, and we immediately mobilized and we started to wrap around. And so that was the reason that we also, it's in the Federal Act prenatal. We argued for its inclusion in our Section 92.1 agreement, and we wouldn't back down, and MCFD, to their credit, supported us in providing that. So we're really proud of that. Our jurisdiction implementation, which is the second to last thing I'll talk about, we're planning to go in a phased-in approach. So our first phase is we're going to do a significant expansion of prevention services, well beyond the $2,500 formula. There's discussion about how if MCFD provides funding around prevention services, the federal government, ISC, is going to claw back whatever amount. There's no worries about a clawback, Penny. Our prevention services funding is going to be based on our needs and how we design that in our service model. So it's going to be more than $2,500. We're also, culture is going to be a huge component of our initial phase. Voluntary protection. So right now the province and the stats, I think there's a lot of misconception about, when a child protection report comes in, that it leads to removal and it goes court proceedings. Well, in discussing with Francine Cormier of MCFD, their information management system, this was a couple of years ago, but she had said that 93% of all child protection reports received by MCFD go what's called the family development response. So there's risk identified, but then you create a safety plan to mitigate risk. We're going to assume that as part of our first phase of under our jurisdiction, as part of what we assume in terms of our legal authority, as well voluntary agreements. And that's a big difference between a Section 92.1 agreement and an IGB. IGBs, or the Indigenous Governing Body Status, Notice of Significant Measures, doesn't include involvement in all of the voluntary agreements. So youth agreements, special needs agreements, voluntary care agreements, agreements with young adults. In our Section 92.1, of course, those are part. But now, when we take over in Phase 1, we're going to have the legal authority and we're going to enter all those agreements ourselves. After 4 years, our plan is we'll have developed our own adjudicative body, because we're not going to use the BC provincial courts. We're going to work with our DACHEalth, our Denise, our Azatni, the hereditary chiefs, and we're going to work with our leadership and our members in designing our own adjudicative body that's independent, and we're going to take over the involuntary, or what's also known as child protection. And my last thing is a doozy. Binche, again, is the first nation to have signed a Section 92.1 agreement in the North Region. We are delivering notice right now of Section 20, subsection 2, to enter into the coordination agreement table, the big table where the millions of dollars are at stake. We're delivering that right now as of this moment. So Penny, and I don't see Catherine, but we'll be handing these to you very shortly. Thank you.
Hi, Chika. Thank you. And I will be moving it on now to Robert Morales from the Cowichan Tribes.
Haichka, Haitsquail, Sia, Siam Salhuan, Siam Palmoch, Antha Thalthit, Tanitsana Cowichan. Good morning, everyone. Morning, chiefs, councillors, elders, those that are working for your communities. It's good to be with you this morning. Start by thanking Musqueam for hosting us. Thank our elder, Larry Grant, for welcoming us to the territory and sharing some of that history with us this morning. I also want to start by recognizing Cowichan's leadership. Since I'll maybe move this forward one if I can. Where do I point?
It's the green button.
There we go. Somebody did it. Yeah, starting in 1976, Cowichan's determination to assume jurisdiction over children and families has been one of the significant mandates by our council. In 76, we hired a single social worker. In the 80s, I was a social work student and worked with Faye in the work that she was doing. Went away and did a law degree and came back and helped to negotiate Cowichan's first delegation agreement with the province in '96. Since then, it has been a priority for Cowichan's leadership and membership to assume jurisdiction over our children and families. So I'm not going to go through this entire timeline with you. You'll find it at page 44 of your kit. We were pushing for jurisdiction before the federal legislation was passed. So, our history with this issue goes back a long ways. And we had entered into negotiations with the province initially. The federal government would not come to the table. Eventually, the federal government passed their legislation, which really opened up the way for us to move forward in an expedited fashion. In 2020, we gave notice to the federal government and the province of our intention to assume jurisdiction and our intention to enter into a coordination agreement and start a negotiation for to establish a coordination table to start the negotiations. We drafted our law, Snowayas de Kautsin Mestimuth, the Tushwalakwa Ismanam. And during this time period, my daughter Sarah, who is a law prof at the University of Victoria, and I worked on drafting the law for Cowichan tribes dealing with our children and families. Sarah had been working with elders in terms of Quetzal law, in terms of Coast Salish law, and how our traditional practices with regard to our families operated. So our law is constructed in a way that has right up front cultural values, cultural teachings, cultural laws. And so our position is that those are actual laws that all individuals who are involved in the delivery of child and family services must comply with. Social workers, judges, lawyers, all individuals who are administering our law have to, first of all, learn and understand the cultural underpinnings for it. So our law was ratified by Chief and Council in 2023. And, well, rather, I'll go back one step. It was ratified by our community. All during this time, we were holding community meetings to inform community as to what we were doing. We had many working groups composed of members of Chief and Council, composed of community members, composed of elders. We held meetings with community on many occasions to keep community informed as to what we were doing and how the law was being developed. With the feedback from all of those individuals, we drafted the law. The law was ratified, I think, by about 90% of those who cast a vote. So it was a very significant mandate from community to move forward. In 2024, our Chief and Council enacted the law, and the law went to effect on August 1st of this year. We were at the same time negotiating our coordination agreement. I think that the coordination agreement negotiations went fairly smoothly. I mean, there were times when we had disagreements, but by and large, I think we're able to come away from that with a fairly strong agreement. We were able to achieve, I think, a fairly good resolution on the financial side. I think the one area that we were had a shortfall was on post-majority care. And the rationale was, well, the AFN is negotiating this agreement. We want to wait until we see what the outcomes of that agreement are before we can fully engage on post-majority care. Not sure where we stand with that now. That agreement has been rejected. I think we have enough funding to keep us going on post-majority care, but it certainly isn't what we were asking for.
Would you mind just wrapping up your last?
Pardon me?
Would you mind wrapping up your final thoughts?
Yeah, I got just a couple more points to make, Madam Chair. So we enacted the law. We signed our coordination agreement in 2024. We established a Child and Family Service Authority that will administer the law with a board of directors, and we are now in the process of transitioning to a nation-led authority and a nation-led agency. Now, later on, I'll get into the specifics of some of the work that has to happen, because negotiating, drafting your law, negotiating your coordination agreement is a major undertaking, but implementing that is an even greater undertaking, and I'll get into that when I have my next opportunity to speak. Thank you. Aichka.
Aichka, Sam, thank you. And I just want to take note and mention, hi, Cookbeat Michael, it's really good to see you. We are doing our first round of introductions, so we'll have roughly 6 minutes, and we'll pass the mic over to you.
Cooks Jam. White Kawaidip, Squastes, Mike Christian. I am Cook B for Splachin Te Shahut Maguluk. Cook B loosely translates into the word they use to label us as chief. So it's working on this. This is my second term as Cook B. I was elected back in 1999, 2001. That was the last term I did, and with this, with that title comes along the chair, like I said, as chair for our Stamamalt services. Stamamalt is children, like so it kind of just translates into that. So we as Cook B and Kamipolas, like we are the more or less the board or the ones that make decisions as it relates to the children and the families and how we try to keep them together, and the primary responsibility with that is the children themselves, and then also the program. So, probably a lot of people are familiar with my brother Wayne Winnickstein Christian. So back then, back in 1980, I think probably 1979, more like it. It's like when we began to establish our own law. We have a bylaw. We leveraged the Indian Act to establish that law. It's been in existence for 44 years now. The law came from our elders and our community, so it was established by them for the children and the families. So we actually have a law, and it's been challenged. Like in the past, if you go onto our website, splatchin.ca, there is actually a webinar on there that actually goes in a lot more detail than I'm able to give you in 6 minutes. But it actually goes in depth in relation to how the jurisdiction came about and how we challenged the province, we challenged the federal government, and like to back up, like in order for us to get support to implement the law. And it really has not much to do with provincial jurisdiction. It's more of a federal kind of level jurisdiction. It doesn't, or to be honest, it's our jurisdiction. It's not, like it's something that was formulated kind of leveraging those other jurisdictions. So it's a lot of the work that we do is interjurisdictional work. Like we don't really expect that that the other jurisdictions kind of have say in a lot of what we do with our program. One of the most recent things is like we have a coordination agreement. We signed that just recently, and so we're already at this stage where we're having to amend portions of that, because an example is like we have a couple kids in care and it cost $1 million a year for their care for two of them, well, each, right? So like that's $2 million. So we are amending our coordination agreement to ensure that that care continues regardless of like when we take over that jurisdiction, that funding is going to be still available for those children, right? So that's part of the I guess the kind of cooperation with the province that we're doing. So because I've been involved with the program again after 24 years, like that was the last time I really had anything to do with the program. Back then it was getting challenged more and more by the province. Like we were in court a few times, and like a couple of the reasons why is because the community themselves, like membership themselves, challenged that jurisdiction. And so we had to respond to it in provincial court. And like the only time that we really faltered, because at that time, back 24 years or so, there wasn't a proper appeal process within the law, like within the operational aspect of our STEM services. And like back then we were called Spell and Machine, so the law is named after that, like bylaw for the children. And so that was the only time that the program really faltered, is because of that, not having that appeal process available. So that got changed. And then the second time it was challenged by the province. It was through a member, and it was around the right of us to. It's ultimately like basically down to the right of taking those children out of the dangerous or unhealthy situation. And it's kind of interesting because we were actually at the time we were kind of coordinating and working with the province, so we were well prepared for the case. All I had to do was attend the court case, and it was interesting. The lawyer, the defense lawyer, the lawyer was kind of literally dancing around in the courtroom because he thought he was going to win, and they didn't agree with us having the authority that we have. And so the judge, pretty much all he did was asked if there was representation from Split Gene or Spell Machine at the time, and I stood up and I introduced myself as Chief Michael Christian, and that was it. Case dismissed, because we had everything prepared going into the case from our legal perspective, from our jurisdictional perspective. So it does work, and in most cases, like the transitional aspect of the so I got one more minute.
You're past.
Oh, did I? Okay, I'll just wrap this up. Like since we signed the coordination agreement and all that stuff, so we're just going to kind of increase the capacity as it relates to how we are caring for those children everywhere. Like, and when you talk about jurisdictional things, like we go everywhere. Like if you, I strongly recommend you go have a look at that webinar, because it explains a little bit more as to how it was done, piece by piece, because it was quite complex at the beginning as to how it began. But now that we have it, we're going to strengthen that jurisdiction, because we actually do care for children pretty much everywhere, all across Turtle Island, anywhere, even down in the like anywhere. So, so if there's a child that is a member of our community, then we step in and take, kind of exercise our jurisdiction and things like that. And the other, just one last note, is like we're actually doing this throughout the Secwepemc Nation, like because we're establishing the program across the nation. So all 17 communities are going to be pursuing this level of jurisdiction already. So kind of leveraging what we have as well. So Cook's Jam for that. Sorry I was late, but got kind of a bit of confusion as to how and where things were happening. So, okay, thanks.
Cook beat. I will be moving on to our A-list representatives, Anna Charlie and Nick Smith.
Eastwell, just like to say good morning to everybody, and I really appreciate being here and being in the room with all of you. And I'm just going to start off with talking a bit about the history of where Chehalis was at. My name's Anna Charlie. I'm from Chehalis, and we have a program up home right now called Snowy to Emeth. And, you know, Chehalis is, we're an independent band, and we've been on quite a journey in and around child protection. I guess some of the history with where we're at, we started a contract with MCFD in 1974. So back then it was under prevention, and they called it a family support contract. So even way back then, this contract was, I don't know, it was always like fighting up against the system, you know, like with the one contract, one worker. And it was way back then when we really tried to make culture the forefront of who we are as Chehalis. So we've been on a long journey to where we're at today, and it's pretty exciting, you know, like the shifts and the changes that we've seen, like around caring for our children. We've had the ministry co-located into our community about, I'd say about 15 years ago. So I think then is when we really started shifting to wanting to do something different. I remember going on my first apprehension. I started working here in mid-90s, saying, holy man, there's got to be a different way. And so I'm glad that we're here where we're at today. You know, we're really trying to do our different ways in our communities. So with the contract that we had back with the ministry, you know, we were signing contracts, you know, 3 months, 6 months, and even at one point they're trying to take the culture out. We try to write culture into our contracts with the ministry, and then they say, no, we can't do that, no, we can't do that. And but as time went on, you know, like it was fully into the cultural aspect of doing cultural programs in our community. So I think with the MCFD being co-located up in Chehalis, we worked pretty closely with our families. So we did have a huge say, like when it came to looking after our children. And I think that's all I have.
Thanks, Anna. Good morning, everyone. I get the pleasure of sitting up here with Anna, who has far more years of experience in child and family services than I do, and I'm sure you could handle without me. But I've been invited because of my involvement with the negotiation of the coordination agreement and the development of the Stateless Child and Family Services Law, Snawaya to Mimet to Stateless. I think what's interesting about Stateless's journey towards jurisdiction is your relationship that you had with the ministry leading up to coordination agreement negotiations, and the fact that you did have that co-located office, and you know, to a certain degree you were involved in decisions relating to the children and families of Stateless, but of course that wasn't good enough. And with the federal act being passed and the opportunity presented to Stateless to work towards reaching a coordination agreement, I think your community really saw this as an opportunity to get very involved in the decision making around your children and families, and to go a step further and to reassert your own Indigenous laws and to take back responsibility for your children and families. So just to go through the timeline a little bit, Stateless gave their notice in October of 2020 to Canada and BC that they would be pursuing jurisdiction over Child and Family Services and looking to enter into a coordination agreement. At the time, we thought, well, maybe a year is a reasonable amount of time to reach an agreement. That proved to be wrong, as it took us almost 4 years after that point to reach a coordination agreement. During that time, there were certain key milestones that we were able to reach, one of which being the enactment of the law, which occurred back in February of 2022. At that time, the law was enacted. There was no coordination agreement in place, no agreement with BC on how services would be coordinated throughout the province. And so the Stateless law wasn't operationalized at that point. It was enacted, but it wasn't brought into force yet. So a target for the community, for the parties at the table, was to have a coordination agreement by April of 2023. Again, we didn't meet that target, but Stateless knew that it was important that they take their position in decision-making, and really at that point in time made the difficult decision to bring their law into force within the community at a point in time where they didn't have a coordination agreement in place. And really what that meant was there wasn't the significant funding commitment from Canada at that point in time. And so April of 2023, Stateless brings their law into force within the community, starts transition planning with the ministry to bring home those who are involved with the ministry directors, work that continues to this day, and Anna's team's very much involved in the transition process. Moving forward to April 1st of 2024, Stateless brought the law into force throughout all of BC. So really what this meant was for all new situations where there was a child in need, they had a significant connection to Stateless. Stateless had the responsibility of stepping up and providing the services for them. Following that, we were able to sign the coordination agreement in September of this year, an important moment and one that we had wished had come a year or two earlier so that it would line up with the phased implementation of Stateless's law. That wasn't the case, and we were able to make it work. And now, I think Robert put it well, we're really at the start line here towards implementation. And yeah, I think this panel has a lot of history, a lot of experience with the coordination agreement process, with other processes as well, and I don't think an hour and a half does it justice. So hopefully we can set up a longer day session to share everything that we have to share.
Hi, Tsepka. Thank you too so much. And thank you to the rest of the panelists for your introductions. I just want to remind you that yes, we are on a time constraint here. I do not depict the timing for our panel, and our time together means that we honor each other's time speaking as well. So for everybody to get their voices in, it's good that we work together. Team with it means do your best. Haichka. Moving on to our question answer period, we're going to be going on. I have a question here stating, how is the jurisdiction transition from provincial jurisdiction to First Nations jurisdiction carried out, and what are your key takeaways from the transition process? I will start with Cookbeat Mike. Cookshtamkach.
Yeah, our jurisdiction, you know, like there's been a lot of trials and tribulations, like in association with the program, the jurisdiction side of things. There's always been challenges as it relates to that. That really is not a problem nowadays, because we've been asserting our jurisdiction for 44 some odd years, and we're very serious about it. And it's fortunately that we've had, you know, the strength, the leadership strength, and we've had support from, you know, organizations like UBCIC AFN and some of those other organizations, advocacy groups that are out there, supporting and pushing the issues as it relates to our jurisdiction. The coordination agreement that was signed just recently is a definite plus, and then plus that recent decision on C92 was awesome for us. It just strengthened our existence and our jurisdiction as it relates to how we interact with other jurisdictions. So as far as like our jurisdiction, like Spell Machine or Split Gene jurisdiction goes, is it's very strong. Like it's like whenever we involve ourselves in any of our children, it is now well known, because we've been out there for quite a while. It's well known that we have that authority to ensure that the children that are being affected by whatever issue, that we can step in. And it may involve like removing that child from the situation, or just supporting that child financially from wherever. And then what tends to happen is we send our workers to wherever it is. For example, the last situation was in Ontario, so we sent our workers and one of the Kamipala over there to have a discussion with that jurisdiction over there, and just kind of explain how we do things, and it kind of resulted in a more or less of a welcoming home for those children, because we brought them back to Split Gene, had a ceremony, had all of their family invited so that they would get to know who their family was, and there's a ceremony, and the workers from Ontario came over and participated in that, and just to be witnesses to that. And so like that's sort of the things that we do, like, and we kind of assert our jurisdiction from that perspective, from a cultural knowledge perspective, a Split Gene cultural knowledge perspective. And so that in turn kind of gives those children that perspective as to how their culture kind of works as it relates to how we take care of the children. And they were pretty happy. Like it's kind of interesting, because like everybody stood up, like the family stood up in line, and they introduced themselves and how they were related to those children, right? And like I happen to be a distant cousin too, so like it's we're all related. That's why we use Quetzalten. Quetzalten means family in our language, and so we use that when we take into consideration the newest kind of thing that we're doing as well is we have Secwepemc laws. Like the laws are available for us to infuse into our infuse into our program. So one of the latest things was dealing with conflict of interest, because conflict of interest is not really a concept in our cultural knowledge. It was dealt with by our own Secwepemc law. And then when you infuse like Quetzalten, like the meaning of family, into that process, it's an entirely different definition as it relates to conflict of interest that the colonial construct has kind of pushed on us, kind of thing. Because you see conflict of interest in almost everything that you deal with nowadays, and so as far as our family services go, it's a different story. Because like I sit at the table when we make decisions about things as chair, and I participate as far as providing my perspective or my input on that child's care, and like how they're properly taken care of. And so we take it very seriously. Like when we talk about certain individuals or certain families. Like it's looked at from a family perspective, not just by the child's perspective, but the child's care is like paramount as it relates to how, like if they're put into care, we want to make sure that they get a good experience in life. Like, so when they come out of care, because we've extended our age out to 21. So, but like a lot of these children, because they have special needs, like they'll be in care for the rest of their life, right? But we want to make sure that when they transition out of care, they're ready to face the world, so to speak. Because like a lot of times, because like I was a 60 scoop kid, and I didn't really have a very good experience in the family, the foster family that I lived in. So I kind of take a lot of that experience that I've had from there, and kind of counter it when we deal with our own children. So as far as jurisdiction goes, like we own it. It's like we're not going backwards. We're not interested in provincial jurisdiction or anyone else's jurisdiction. We have our jurisdiction. So I'll just leave it at that. Cookstown.
Cookstown Cookbeat. I really enjoyed what you had to say about our culture and our languages being able to tell us how to work together, and reminding us that our culture is derived from that land, and when we are wanting to protect our children, we have to be strong in who we are. So thank you so much for that reminder. I will be moving on now to Alan for your comments.
Well, we have our law. It's approximately 75% completed, and really our conduit or our interface with the ministry is through our Section 92.1 agreement, and it has meant a tremendous benefit in terms of our involvement in planning and decision making. That agreement, we made sure, like we've got a tremendous group of Dakelh language speakers. Fred Tom over there is one from Nikosi. We bring the language speakers in. We call meetings probably once a month, and we go through like every provision and terms and phrases, and we had them actually fully integrate the Dakelh language into our agreement. With the agreement, wherever there's a protection report anywhere in the province, we are notified. It's similar to an operational schedule in the coordination agreement. We're to be notified promptly or within 24 hours, and then our community designates the ministry resources and pays for. It was probably the hardest thing that we had to negotiate in the SIMP agreement, but the province, good on them that they recognize the value of our community designates being in person, all planning decision making, wherever there's a case involving, like in that case it was SIMP, but now Binche members. So we travel both to best understand the circumstances of the case, to show that the families that the nation cares and is there to support them. And as part of our service model, it took us 1 month to create our service model for our phase 1 implementation. That is all culture, prevention, voluntary protection, voluntary agreements. Those services, we will then, utilize those services to wrap around and support our members. But our involvement now with our families is huge. Like, it's significant. And we've had cases where the ministry didn't adhere to the provisions and didn't contact us within the 24 hours. And I've gone into court and explained to the judge, that we have an issue. We weren't involved in the proper way within the timelines. And it's removable on a Friday. We get notice of a presentation hearing on a Monday at 3 o'clock, and we have to be in court on Tuesday for the presentation hearing. So that has happened on occasion, but the strength of our agreement, the judges have adjourned cases and given us the proper time to interface and as well contribute to the court plan of care and to be involved in a super significant way. Prior to the Section 92.1 agreement, there was no legal obligation on the ministry to engage us, especially, in cases involving, like away from home members, where often if a parent said, I don't want our community involved, that would prevail. But to now, there's no option for social workers across the province. So we're involved in every case, in every voluntary agreement, and our intent is, as we transition into our voluntary protection, if parents become unwilling or unable to adhere to the safety plan that we develop and the supports and the customary care or whatever supports we wrap around them, then it'll shift over to a protection case involving a ministry or a C6 delegated agency worker. We will stay seamlessly involved because we're going to negotiate our key components of the Section 921 agreement into our operational schedule. So we'll stay seamlessly involved in all cases. So, and that's just, you know, our precursor to jurisdiction. So in 4 years, our intent is that we will assume all involuntary care within our own service model, under our own jurisdiction, with our own adjudicative body as well. So.
Thank you so much for those comments. I'm going to be moving on over to Anna.
Okay. You know, there's a lot of moving parts to where we're at, like within our jurisdiction in the community. Sta'elis has worked on a service delivery model for a few years so that that the service standards meet the way we do our work in the community and the different approach. So it was a lot of minds together to design the service delivery model for Sta'elis. There's a few areas that that really contribute to the service delivery model. We started a group, and we call it our Latzamat team. So our Latzamat team, like we have our health service providers, we have our Sta'elis school, our housing, you know, to meet the needs of our overcrowded housing, social assistance, and us as the Child and Family Services. So, you know, our thoughts are, you know, our community members always go to somewhere and somebody that they trust to get support and services. So we find that our Latzamat coordinated group is working out pretty good. Another area that we're working on is we're having a ceremony for our caregivers. You know, we really think that we need to go back and rebuild our caregivers because, you know, the past processes of the system have really did a lot of damage to our caregivers. And we really want to acknowledge some of our ancestors that did the customary care for our kids. You know, that they didn't have to have the financial means and all of these laws around them to care for our kids. They just loved our kids. And I was really surprised at how many people did that when we started listing all our caregivers. So that's part of the reason we want to acknowledge that and really talk about our new process that we want to do for our caregivers. We don't want to be following some of the ways that you have to become a caregiver. We want to use our own way to be approved as a caregiver. You know, and really know who we are as Sta'elis and really put that into our caregivers that they can pass that on to our children, because we think that that's one of the most important things, building that foundation for them. Probably another big area that there's so many big areas, you know, like in our transition to jurisdiction. This one was a hard one, you know, like when we were trying to get numbers of children that are in care, how many off reserve and how many on reserve, and our numbers were so off. And this really surprised me because I've been working in this field for so long. I had lists of names, and when we started looking into the ICM system with our local MCFD office, it was just crazy, like how many kids we weren't being informed about because their status number wasn't put in a little box or something in the ICM system. And it just totally got me off guard with how many kids we didn't know that were out there. So our numbers were way off, and we're still working on the numbers, trying to get an accurate count, and we're still not there yet. So I'm pretty proud to say that we actually transferred 2 files just to ALIS, and we know that's real groundbreaking, you know, like for us to transfer 2 files. They usually transfer social worker to social worker, but this was from the province to a nation. So it was quite the process to do that. In our transition of files from MCFD to ALIS, you know, we have to really prioritize like how we're going to take our files. So we either say we're going to take the easy ones first or we're going to take the hard ones first, you know, like which files are we going to take first to take over. So so that's where we're at, and I don't know if Nick has anything to add.
Yeah, I have a couple of things I'd like to add to that, Anna. Yeah, just to begin with, the question of how transition happens from one system to another, it's not a straight path. It's not something that's easily done. We're talking about a long history of ministry involvement with your children, and how we move to you reclaiming your jurisdiction responsibility. It's not an easy question, and it gets more and more complicated as we get closer to the ground, as we look at the service delivery implications. And I think the team at Stalis and the Snowiath department and the Letsamot team has always been really good on focusing the attention on the children, focusing our attention on the services that they need, and ensuring that what we're negotiating in terms of the coordination agreement, what we're developing in terms of the law is always going to be having that child center of mind and giving them the supports that they need to thrive. And so that's, of course, all of our goals, I think, and we've always been very aligned with Canada and BC in wanting the best for the children. But it becomes very difficult as you start to dismantle the provincial system and start to create space for communities like Stalis to implement their own laws. And so I guess a takeaway that I would like to leave with the group, it certainly felt for us intimidating at times to be moving fully forward with jurisdiction throughout the entire province, the implications that had with respect to responding to all cases throughout the province, and then picking up the big task of transitioning children from the ministry's involvement. And it's great that we're two individuals into it, and that's, of course, a lot of work has gone into making that happen, but there's also a large number of children that are still continuing to be involved in the ministry system that we need to work as hard as we can to bring over to Stalis. But it's hard work. Getting access to information can be difficult at times. Trying to build a profile and history around each child that you're looking to bring over requires time, it requires planning, and to do it the right way, the culturally appropriate way, is to really include everyone that has an impact and a role to play in the child's life. So we're moving in an exciting direction. What I would say to groups is don't feel like you need to jump to full jurisdiction. Incremental steps is okay. We see lots of nations taking a pragmatic approach just to ensure that you have more decision-making over your children. The 92.1 agreement is a great agreement. It ensures that you have a voice and involvement in the decisions of your children. And for some, that's a good approach to moving forward to the coordination agreement, and congrats on delivering your notice that you're going into that table today. In addition, the services that you provide, they don't need to be all of the services that the ministry currently provides. There's opportunities to be flexible and be creative. There are, of course, many things to consider and constraints to work through. So all that to say, it took us 4 years to get to a position where we are happy with the coordination agreement that we have in place. The law has always been solid. The service delivery practice has always been solid. And now we're looking forward to implementation. And implementation includes a number of things. Like we are just at the starting line here. And one thing that we're working towards is educating different ministries, different sectors on Stateless's authority here. So important to have access to health information, access to just generally education as well. And so when we think of the child and having those wraparound supports for them, we need to ensure that we're getting all of the information about the child that we need. And one of the things that we're working on right now is ensuring that there's education about Stateless's responsibility. I probably have countless other things I could talk to you about with respect to implementation, but I suggest that Robert steps in and lets you know what's going on with his community.
AV, could we get the slides? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Moving on to UCM.
I guess they're not going to put it up on the slide. It's page 45 of your kit. So I will try and go through this quickly as I can. I can't guarantee that I'll finish within the timeline, but let's try. So Cowichan has about 5,400 plus members. In our law, we assert jurisdiction throughout Canada. We are starting in British Columbia with a coordination agreement with BC. And our service delivery area will be Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands. So that sets the context for the jurisdiction. In our law, we took the path of not using a governmental society or corporation to set the foundation. So in our law, we have established a legal entity that has all the characteristics of a legal entity under our law. So we're not relying on external jurisdiction and external legislation to establish our jurisdiction. What are some of the issues that we're dealing with? So first of all, we're developing regulations to implement our governance model. So we have established an authority, Siesta Eot Dunsmanam is our authority. We have a board of directors. They are separate from chief and council. Community said they didn't want chief and council involved in the decision-making around child and family services. So no chief and council members are on our board. It's a separate board, independent board. The board sets the overall direction, overall responsibilities, along with the chief executive officer. The chief executive officer is the individual who will become the personal guardian if there are any children who have to go into care. So that's the construct. We established a service delivery agency, Siesta Tasmanam, which was formerly an ICFSA agency, Lalamatultsmanam, for those of you that know of that entity. And that's how we're transitioning to nation jurisdiction. So that's the overall sort of very high level governance approach. What are some of the issues that we are having to deal with in transition? So there are external institutions that we are needing to deal with. We have entered into an agreement with the public guardian and trustee. They currently have over 100 files that involve Cowichan children and those who have aged out. The public guardian trustee is responsible for all of their property interests. So the public guardian trustee, if you have a SMNAM, a child who has property interests, maybe they were involved in a car accident, there's an ICBC settlement, we have a tobacco tax distribution, there's going to be the water settlement distribution, so there's resources that children have that are currently being handled by the public guardian trustee. We're meeting with the public guardian trustee to say, how can they expand their services? We are using the public guardian trustee because we don't have the internal capacity to be able to deal with all of that. Investing those young people's financial resources, acting as a trustee, being able to manage all of that. So we're working with the public guardian trustee to say, well, if we are transitioning to a model where we do not have what is now called continuing custody orders, because what's one of the mandates that we receive from community is we will not sever parental rights. So we're exploring how can the public guardian and trustees office work with us in terms of children who are being dealt with in some other form, whether it's a voluntary agreement, whether it's a family situation, but we want to explore what can the public guardian trustee do with how can they work with us. One that we hadn't thought of was the CRA. It raises an interesting point. The CRA doesn't recognize our legal institution because we're not a registered society and we're not a registered corporation. So we're going to have to fix that. And, so the fact that we have a piece of legislation that is federal law, but is not being recognized by other governmental institutions. So we've got to work on that. We've got to make sure that all public institutions recognize that these are legitimate laws, that these are federal laws, and they have an obligation to comply. We're working with the police forces. I think we've met with about 6 police forces. We're developing a police guidance document. Enforcement of your law is going to be important. If your social workers are dealing with a situation where there's risk involved, they will need police assistance. If you have somebody who is a threat, a risk to a child, and you need some kind of protective intervention order, you need police assistance. So we're working with the police forces to develop a police guidance document. We chose to have the court continue their involvement until we can establish our own institutions. So we've got a 2-year timeline to develop our own institution in terms of dispute resolution. But in the meantime, we need to have someone that will work with us. So we've chosen the provincial court. We have been working with the Attorney General and court services to develop our own set of court rules. So there are now couch and court rules that will guide the court in how they process the work that they do. We have a Solwhene Harmony Restoring Advisory, which is a group of elders that will work with the provincial court judge. Whenever there's a Cowichan file that goes to court, those elders have to be present. They have to have input into whatever decision is being made. And so that's our methodology for bringing culture into that process. So it's important that we begin to insert ourselves into the legal system. I know that there are some who would say, well, we really don't want the court involved, and that's fine, but at least we are making sure that judges and lawyers understand and begin to understand Cowichan law, begin to understand Sno-Wyeth, begin to understand those legal principles, because they are legal principles, and implement those legal principles in their judgments. So this is a way to begin to insert Indigenous perspectives into the legal system in a very real way, and make sure that those judges are, taking the time to try and understand your laws if you choose to go the same route. The ministry, you heard already Alan speak to the 92.1 agreement. We are negotiating, we've pretty much finished a 92.1 agreement. This is for all of our SMNAM, all of our children who are outside of our service delivery area. We want to have a say in how those children are being dealt with, whether through another ICFSA or a ministry office. So they have to consult and to work with us in terms of how those files are dealt with. In terms of our internal governance, as I said, HR is a big issue. And, you know, as you transition from being an ICFSA with a delegation agreement with the province to an independent authority, there's lots of issues. Cowichan has a well-established agency, many years old, as I said earlier, with a full slate of employees, delegated social workers, and all kinds of staff, and all kinds of files that they're dealing with. You start to transition that out of being an ICFSA into a new authority, it creates a lot of interesting challenges. You know, we had our human resources department say, well, you have to terminate all those employees and you have to do severance with them, and then you have to rehire them. Well, you know, that's not true. So, you know, just understanding the implications of HR and how you have to maneuver your way through all of that. You know, new contracts. There's going to be many new positions because our funding has increased tremendously as an authority. So we have many positions to be filled. One of the challenges is to find individuals who have the, you know, ability to fill those positions. So yesterday there was a discussion about capacity building. We need more social workers. We need, you know, the universities, or however you're going to structure your individuals who are going to serve in those roles to be trained, so that you have some ability to manage risk. This, you know, I've you know, over the many years that I've been involved, you know, initially as a legal counsel and negotiator for the treaty work, you know, we heard from nations like Nisga'a who said, well, we're not drawing down that jurisdiction because the issue of liability. There's just too much liability. And so, you know, we need to really have that capacity in terms of, well, you know, individuals who you have good policies, you have good standards, and you have good employees. The relationship issue between the chief and council, the board of directors, the chief executive officer for the agency, the nation's administration. I mean, these are all pieces that we're trying to manage and deal with as we transition. On the service delivery side, there's policy development under new law, right? You can write a law, but now you got to implement the law. And so developing policies to help your workers implement. You have to have training to help them implement. So the cultural underpinnings of Cowichan law, Sno-Wyeth, and we've tried to set out some of the basic principles of Sno-Wyeth. How do we begin to unpack that so that social workers and administration understand and can use that in decision making? So, you know, there are many opportunities built into our law for intervention at the family level and before we ever get to removal. So we've built in a lot of checks and balances into the law. Court is the last resort, you know, and removal is the last resort. So, but sometimes that has to happen. You have no choice. You know, if the child is at significant risk, you can't leave the child in that situation. That's not cultural. So culturally, we have to protect our children. So it may mean that you have to remove that child out of that situation and put them into a different situation. We've complied with the federal requirements in terms of placement and built that into our own law. So that's there. In terms of, I'm going to keep going. In terms of transitioning from an ICFSA, you know, we have to maintain part of our agency as an ICFSA agency because we still have ministry files or files that, you know, are there and need to be transitioned. So that creates another level of issues that you have to deal with. So we have dual delegation. We have delegation from the province. We have delegation from our own nation. We have this expanded service delivery area. We have to go through a process to close MCFD files and open nation files. So there's another whole process that we're trying to learn and understand and implement. We have to still go through developing a process to wind down the ICFSA. Like we got to close that piece off. And we're not even sure, you know, sort of what are we going to have to do to close that down, to no longer have Lalamatalt Spanem as an ICFSA. Nation-to-nation relationships. If you have one parent from one community, a parent from another community, we've built into our law processes to deal with that. And it's complicated and it will be challenging. I think that will be one of the major challenges in terms of how do we deal with those situations. The law, the federal law and Cowichan law have certain guidance, and some I think it's kind of harsh, but you know, we have to have a process. So those are some of the transition issues that we're trying to deal with and manage. So transitioning is I would say just as complicated as writing your law and just as complicated as negotiating your coordination agreement. Aichka.
Aichka. Thank you so much. Haitzapgat Siamtsiaya Kukshtamush Kalap to our panelists. I'm so honored for the work that you continue to do, and looking out into our audience today full of our leadership and people who are working for our children, it was so clear that everybody was listening intently with their hearts and their minds because of that kwam swallowing that you have, the strong hearts and the strong minds that you have to carry on our chachat snawayeth, our sacred teachings, to make sure that we are keeping our children within our own leilim, within our own homes, because that's where they deserve to be. It is our children's inherent right to be taking care of our nations. And as was mentioned yesterday, it is our inherent right for the children to be taking care of the nations. So I thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, we do have time for one question. If I can get a question from the audience for a panelist, and I'll have one panelist to respond. Looking to the floor for questions, looking online, and we have one question in the center. Thank you.
Heichka, I appreciate that we've gone over time, but I think this is the reason why we're all here. So I indulge the co-chairs and ask them to extend the discussion on this issue. My question, just hearing from the panelists, and I asked this question yesterday, but I don't know that I asked it concisely. Just to acknowledge, I'm Chalawatsat, Shanna Thomas, Hereditary Chief of Laicson First Nation, and hearing about the implementation and what Robert stated at the end of his statement there about double delegated agency, delegated from the province and delegated from the First Nations law. I think that's really critical. One of the things that I'm observing in this dialogue is there seems to be a disconnect between the understanding that jurisdiction rests with the nation and service delivery rests with the agency. And they're somehow getting blurred together. And that might just be from how I'm hearing it. But my question is, how do we ensure that the member nations retain their jurisdiction? And I speak from my community's experience. We're in a rebuilding of our nationhood framework right now. And that may or may not change how service gets delivered in our community. We don't know the answer to that yet. And if we support lawmaking, we also need to support our community maintaining and holding that jurisdiction. So just a question on how can, any advice based on the experience on how we can ensure we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I turn it to the panelists. Go. Robert, thank you.
Yeah, I'll start trying to be brief because I know we're crunched for time. At Cowichan, the ICFSA continues on under a delegation from the province, but that delegation is to the social workers, not to the agency. So, you know, we're still at odds in terms of who are the employees of the ICFSA, Lalamatalt or employer rather. Is it Cowichan Tribes? Is it our new service delivery authority? So, but the governance piece sits with the council and the board of directors. Like that's where that sits. And they are the ones that lead that work. The service delivery folks are really just dealing, not just, they are the ones that are dealing with on the ground decision making around children and families. That's our approach.
Thank you. Turning over to you, Cookbeat, for a second question.
Yeah, I was really trying to figure out how to word this, actually. I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing in the jurisdiction piece. But I think one of the things that is being lost in translation here is how we're being moved into the colonial mentality of governance. We have hereditary chiefs in my community. We have matriarchs, and they're the ones that are developing our laws. As an elected chief, I look out for the whole community, which means from the newborn to the elder on and off reserve. I'm curious as to how this all works for off reserve community members. That's the first question. The second question is around the jurisdiction piece itself. It sounds like there's a lot of funding going towards your communities, but the rural and remote communities don't see enough funding to close the socioeconomic gaps for our children. You know, we have a shortage of housing in rural and remote communities. And these children that are living in black mold conditions or radon conditions, and ISK tends to drag their feet on providing us new builds. So there's a bit of a jurisdiction piece there. Like, where do you draw the line in your laws when it comes to these socioeconomic gaps between our children and our homes and the mental wellness of our communities? Just out of curiosity. Thank you.
Yes.
Cooks down for that. That's a really good point and a good question. I guess from a Splatcheen perspective and how we you know, kind of deal with our jurisdiction and along with others and stuff like that, we're actually reverting back to Secwepemc law. Like, we're infusing Secwepemc law into how we conduct ourselves as Splatcheen people. And this is actually coming from our tribal council, like this, because our tribal council is establishing their own STMAML services group, and we're helping along with that. So all the communities, whether they're remote or not, because we know that a lot of the communities out there are, you know, they don't have access to the resources that we do, because we're doing okay with sole source revenue and things like that. And so, you know, the response to that is that we don't have hereditary chiefs that I'm aware of anyways. Like, I know that there's been a little bit of a talk about it, but I know that's an important aspect of how we govern ourselves as well out there. Is we need to make sure that we recognize those hereditary chiefs and how they they're important in the overall governance. Same with the elders. Like the elders were the ones that established our bylaw. We have our bylaw in both Secwepemctsín and English, right? And that's the other aspect of how we're trying to decolonize the process. We started doing this back when I was Cookbee the first time, is like starting to use our language to identify ourselves. Like, so that's when we first started using Splatcheen, because we used to be identified as Spalamsheen back then, right? And then we're Splatcheen, and like it kind of changed over, so you kind of see that transition, because like we're like the word Indian is used quite a lot in our bylaw, because like that's how, at that time, that's how we were identified, as Indians, right? So like now we're Indians, we're First Nations, we're Indigenous, we're this, we're that, right? But we are Secwepemctsín, we are Splatcheen te Secwepemcúl'uc. Like that's our identity within the nation, and that's how we're applying our Secwepemc laws, and we will ultimately infuse this. When we take on the responsibility of care for our children, we become the legal guardian for those children. Like if there's a removal, or if for some reason there's a custom care thing, then we take the legal guardian role of that, so that process is it's ensured to be moved ahead. So as far as so it's quite a significant responsibility as it relates to who we are, like because you kind of take that parental role. Like even when you're elected as Cookbee in our community, like you're considered the father of the community, right? So you kind of take care of everyone. And like our focus is on the family, keeping the family together. It doesn't matter where the family exists, then we step in and we help. It doesn't matter if it's on or off reserve. I really freaking hate that concept of on and off reserve. I know it creates a lot of not conflict, but there's a lot of, and I just wish we would get away from that. And like that's my take on things, is like I don't care where our members exist, if they're within the nation or wherever, then we need to take care of them. So as far as the ownership of this responsibility, it's actually clearly from a Secwepemctsín perspective. Like we're really decolonizing the process and getting away from that colonial construct, how we do things. And if you look at our bylaw, it states 5 principles, and like one of them actually is attached to the land, how we are on Temuk, like how we are on land. And it includes everything, not just the STMAML services. And we are leveraging this jurisdiction in other areas as well. Like we've had this jurisdiction for a long time, and me, like as a Cookbee, I'm out there utilizing that jurisdiction elsewhere, like because we can do that, like that we have jurisdiction. Like jurisdiction doesn't just mean for the STMAML, for the Child and Family Services. Like it's all over. Like we have jurisdiction for everything. So that's how we're applying it, and we're slowly getting into, like I mentioned earlier, when we're infusing the Secwepemc laws into the actual operational side of things in the bylaw, and so it kind of changes. It changes the meaning of how we do things as it relates to the colonial construct side of things. So, so I think that's something that, and I recognize everything that everybody's doing, because we're doing the same thing as it relates to how we take care of our children and the families too. Because it doesn't matter where the family exists. If for some reason we have to engage in them and we have to take that legal guardian responsibility. There is services for the family to get well, like to help them get well as well. So it doesn't matter where they exist anywhere, because we want those families to come back together, like as quick as possible. Like, but it, you know, like it's, you know, because we're dealing with addiction issues and this and that, we have to. It takes a little bit longer, right? But I think. Yeah, like I mentioned, like the jurisdiction is ours, and we're actually labeling it more, like ripping that colonial label off, and underneath is our label, right? So like that's how we're doing things with everything, not just the STEM services. So Cook's Jam.
Thank you so much. I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay, so Cook B. Robbins, just quick on the hereditary question. In my Wet'suwet'en Nation that I was adopted into, we have 5 clans, 13 house groups. Our 5 clans, they determined, and the hereditary chiefs determined that they wanted to establish a matriarchs group as the decision-making body. So all 5 of our clans have met and appointed a matriarch as the head spokesperson and the decision maker for the clan. And so whenever there's a child protection issue that happens, they're involved and they ultimately have decision-making authority. So with Binche, who I work with, we have a hereditary system as well. It's a little more complicated because the hereditary system, the Azutne don't follow, like they don't match up with the Indian Act system. So that's something that we have to grapple with and figure out. But very likely they're going to form part of our decision-making body as well in some way, shape, or form. So we're definitely integrating that hereditary system. It's foundational.
Hi, Chukat, thank you. If this were a longhouse, we'd be here all night. I have just one more question left from online. Cookbeat Spahan.
Why, Hansla, election 1-1 in Java and Squash Lee Spahan, Cookbeat of Insulatco. Hello and good morning, everyone. Lee Spahan, Chief Co-Order Band in the Cupton Nation. I'd like to thank Elder Larry Grant for the opening prayer this morning and thank the Musqueam for allowing all the important work to be done in their territory. My question to the panel is, you know, with the agreements that are put in place that the bands have done, have any of them included a contingency plan in the funding that they've received? And if so, then how did that come about? Because you look at the funding that is put forward and how that contingency plan works, because, you know, the province has one and they have a lot of money. So is that included in coordination agreements to these bands that are sitting on the panel? And greatly appreciate that you're looking online for questions as well too. Cookstem, thank you.
Cookstem Cookbeat, looking to our panel for one reply.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. We included in our coordination agreement provisions that deal with what is referred to as exceptional circumstances. So the funding aspects of the agreement can be revisited if there are exceptional circumstances that will result in the nation not being able to carry out the obligations and responsibilities that they have under the agreement. There are also escalators built into our coordination agreement, escalators for population growth and for what is commonly referred to as inflation. So each year there will be a revisiting of the total amount that the nation receives, taking into account those escalators. And I'm sure that if there are situations that arise that could result in the nation having challenges implementing, I spoke with some of my colleagues, other legal counsels. We don't believe that the province or the federal government would leave us in a position where our our work would fail. So I think there are always contingencies that we can negotiate and try and work out if we get to that situation. Haishka.
Haishka. Haitsapkat CMCI, thank you all so much to our panelists. Could we all give them a great big round of applause? I would just like to remind everybody that if you do have any further questions, that you are able to ask them directly. Their information is shared. And then for those of you online, thank you for joining us as well. I will be handing it over to our co-chairs. Haitsapkat CMCI.
Hi, Chkasiem. It's a wonderful panel. Let's hear it for that panel. And Shana, you're right. It should be have more time, but unfortunately, the whole 2 days is dedicated to the subject. So we're trying to cover, with the help of the great staff, to cover every issue that's possible we can. We're going to have to make some adjustments in the agenda, a revised agenda. We're going to ask the Rising to the Challenge panel to come forward. Please have your coffee breaks and your breaks as we go through this. We're not going to stop for a coffee break or a health break, but we'll go directly to this. Rising to the Challenge in accord for reconciliation in First Nations and family well-being between First Nations LC and the Ministry of Children and Family Development. Presenting today, Chief Don Tom from the UBCIC Vice President and a member of the First Nations Council, Leadership Council. Following Chief Don Tom, we will hear from the Minister of Child and Family Development, Grace Lohr, sworn in yesterday. Let's hear this. After which we will open the floor for a few questions. We would like to have some time for questions. I do have to announce that we're going to thank Dawn for putting her presentation off till later today. We do have a hard stop at 11:45, so just for your information. So we'll go to Chief Don Poltitston, CM.
Hey, CM. Thank you, Mr. Chair. CM de Soljuan, CM de Ciella, Haitsapka, my dear elders, family who are here today, thank you for the work. Chief Don Tom, First Nation, Vice President of the Union of East Indian Chiefs, First Nations Leadership Council, here today to talk about the Rising to the Challenge Accord. Firstly, a little bit remiss, I'd like to thank Elder Larry Grant for starting us off this morning again and recognizing BCFN Youth Rep Crystal Starr Lewis yesterday for the inspiring and moving keynote. Crystal's a powerful example of resilience in what we're capable of. Her story is a reminder, her story is a reminder of why we are gathered here. And I'd just like to raise my hands and thank Crystal again for your keynote. I'd like to firstly congratulate Minister Grace Lohr on her appointment, reappointment back. We are pleased to continue building on the good work that we started with Minister Lohr before the recent election. And congratulations, Minister, on your successful election. We commend her for changing of the tone in our relationship. And as we are all aware of, as we pursue jurisdiction and how that interacts with the province, I'm happy that we have someone like Grace who has shown tremendous leadership in bringing the ministry along. And we have a great amount of work to do with one another. And as you're aware in your nations, as you negotiate coordination agreements or you pursue that the difficulties that appear in some of these negotiations. And you're well aware of our interim measures, but that we are still continuing to work on the code development. And that is the work that we are set out to do. And I'm happy that we have Grace here today. We are confident that Minister Laura will continue to lead with the interests and well-being of our First Nations children at heart. Encouraged by the words from the Indigenous Child Welfare Director, Jeremy, yesterday, particularly someone who has that humor goes a long way. So thank you, Jeremy, yesterday for that. The Leadership Council will nonetheless keep MCFD in check, and we count on you, leadership, to keep them in check as well and raise any concerns that as they arise. Wanting to speak a bit about the Accord and the background. The Accord was signed September 18th, 2024, right before the interregnum. That word interregnum always reminds me of like Transformers, like Autobots or something like that. Clearly, Jeremy was funnier yesterday. The idea behind the Accord was to restate the parties' commitment to work together to support the well-being and the safety of First Nations children, youth, and families. The landscape of children and family services has evolved significantly. And since the Tsawwassen Accord in 2002, we wanted to reflect this evolution in a refreshed commitment to provide a framework. The Accord does not replace or displace any previous agreements or commitments. It builds on them and points us in a clear direction. The Accord does not create any new funding commitments between the province and the FNLC, and it does not create a new table. Rather, the Accord provides framing for the existing relationship to continue to move forward. The Minister of MCFD and the FNLC have quarterly political meetings on a bilateral level and are part of the tripartite working group on children and families along with ISK. I want to highlight a few of the key highlights, pardon me. The Accord recognizes that First Nations have the inherent right to self-determination, which includes jurisdiction over children and families. It acknowledges the continuing legacy of colonialism on children, youth, families' well-being. The parties will collectively reimagine a new approach to children and family well-being where the provincial system takes on an all-of-government approach to respond to and serve the needs of children and families while also supporting the gradual and seamless transition to the resumption of jurisdiction in relation to children and families services by First Nations. The parties commit to taking the lead from First Nations, taking specifically concrete actions, including building accurate data, achieving meaningful law reform, establishing progressive policy and programs, and designing a new fiscal model that supports government-to-government relations and First Nations exercise to self-determination. The parties recognize it's vital that they hold themselves accountable to the desired outcomes for First Nations, youth, and families. And when we speak of jurisdiction, and I think particularly to Chief Thomas's comments and questions earlier, are where does jurisdiction arise from? And who holds that jurisdiction? It arises from our inherent rights. It arises from our creation stories. It arises from the Creator himself. And no one else gets to speak to that except us. And that is for us to speak. That is for our children. And that is, how does that interact with the negotiations, and how does that interact with what we want to do to establish jurisdiction? And what we want to do and ensure is that we don't want to see another Jordan's principle where it's watered down. because your inherent rights, your jurisdiction are yours and yours alone, and nobody gets to have a vote on that except you. And whether it be the federal government or the province, they have to come in good faith in not only recognizing the jurisdiction that you have, but also coming with the resources that we so desperately require in order to advance this in a way that we don't get ahead of ourselves, advance this in a way that we don't have to go back and take a few steps back. So the work that we are doing here, and I just want to say that the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act has raised the ceiling in terms of the aspirations and how we want the government to work with us. And we, oftentimes what we see when we do, our experience has told us that when we see the ceiling being raised, it's sometimes difficult because we need the floor to be raised at the same time. And that's what we're looking to accomplish with this accord, is setting a standard, setting some a baseline and framework that we can all work from, so that we're not having to get in the line and negotiate what another nation might have. Or so I think the work that this accord will bring will be from you on your behalf, and it is to recognize that jurisdiction belongs to you. The right to make decisions for your children and families belong to you. And we want to ensure that the province, the federal government comes to the table recognizing that you have that jurisdiction already, and that is not something we need to negotiate. And so ensuring that the resources are there, the support is there, but also setting a different tone as to when the government sits down with you. And I believe that Minister Lohr and her team are willing to do the difficult work. We recognize that prior to the interregnum that, we've had many difficult discussions. How do we achieve this? And how do we have these negotiations with the province? And with the accord, we had just wanted to renew that relationship because it requires the best of the province and to come in good faith in the honor of the Crown. And that's where we're working towards, and that's the good work that we are undertaking. Recognizing that we have a hard stop, I will turn it over to Minister Lohr.
Thank you very much, Chief, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I'm grateful to be here on Musqueam territory and thank the Musqueam for hosting us. I came over this morning from Lekwungen territory, which is where I live and raise my family. And as Chief Tom mentioned, I was just resworn in yesterday, and it feels appropriate and apt to be here within less than 24 hours. This is the work to do. This is how we do this work. And I have to say, as I had to do, setting down the work of MCFD in September to do the election was extremely challenging. The whole point of this work is to be connecting, to be working together, and I am incredibly grateful to be back at it. After I was re-elected, I did meet with the Premier and did ask to return to this work with all of you. I can't think of anything more important to be doing with the opportunity and the time I have in politics as a minister, as an MLA, than to be doing this work together. I'm also grateful to have the chance this morning to see some familiar faces and friends, both in the Leadership Council, Grand Chief, as well as many of you that I've met along the way since January, whether that's through Section 92.1 signings or coordination agreements, or the work to get us there together. And I do just want to say out the start that both here today with you, but also in this role, I come very, very humbly to this work. I know what this ministry has meant to your communities and families over the decades, what that's meant for the intergenerational impacts, what it continues to mean in many cases. I know what this role of minister represents, and I also know in this room, and I see it in this room, the shoulders that this work stands on. I'm 9 months into it, the decades and decades of this work that is here. I'm grateful to have listened to the last panel. Robert, the complexities of moving beyond the colonial system, still within a colonial system, whether that's police and courts and how we make that work. Thank you for the chance to listen to you. Alan, to hear about the incorporation of language into the section 92.1, how important that is. I heard from Anna about, you know, the big important picture of lifting up caregivers, of doing that with culture and ceremony, but also the nitty-gritty of the data. We have a lot of work to do at every one of these steps. Chief outlined much that I was looking to say around the Accord, but just a few pieces. I really like the framing of DRIPA lifting the ceiling of what we're working to, what we're working towards, what we're called to, and the importance of raising that floor. I think that's a really important metaphor to this. The Accord sets out the principles, and it does so by recommitting to a shared understanding of the context in which this work is happening. Both the historical context, I know nowhere has more harm been done through colonialism than the impact on children and families. It also means the most opportunities for the work together to make a new path forward, what it means for lifting up kids, families, communities. It also makes clear our commitment to the broader context as well, the wisdom, the sacred work that's gone before where we are now on this path. So the calls to justice, the declaration on the rights of, on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, on the calls to justice. It sets out these pieces. We are not operating in a vacuum. The establishment of a new minister in January or starting new negotiations on a coordination agreement exists both in the historical and ongoing impacts, but also must be on the shoulders of that other sacred work that has been done and the recommendations. I want to speak perhaps briefly, but I think it's really important. I'm grateful to see the representative for children and youth here, and in addition to the work that we've been finding together, the coming together with the Leadership Council of setting a new tone of how we're going to work together and really being committed to that in an ongoing way. The representative and I have worked on that as well. We need not, as Jennifer said, to return to our corners, but how we can be independent. We can all have our roles, and I heard Chief say it as well, hold us to account. We can have that and not retreat to our corners to do this work. The Accord comes out of where we all are and where we're looking to go, but the report that the representative released in July is also some of what calls us to courage, to getting it right, to doing that work together. And for me, the reminder of what happens when we do not get it right for those who most need us to get it right. This little boy and his community and his family who we failed over and over is one core example of this. And out of that, coming together to commit to that cross-government work, to making sure that we're developing a child and youth action plan across government, that we're shifting to thinking about well-being, strengthening information sharing, that we're viewing government policy through this lens. Critically to me, this work is also about the cross-government work addressing the causes and ongoing impacts of family and gender-based violence for Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit people, and children, and the impacts on families. I just want to share briefly that even though I needed to set this work down as we turn to the election, there was homework left for our public service. Starting to get some of our ducks in a row, make sure we're communicating across ministries, make sure that other ministries have an understanding of their role as part of our work and the work that we are doing together. And so that work was happening over interregnum, just so that we could get ourselves straight so that we can do this work together. And that is what I am looking forward to getting back up to speed on so that we can pick up, not waste a moment, make sure that we're continuing to get to this work. Because the call to move forward together is clear, to chart that path. And as the chief said, we have much work to do together. And I'm just incredibly grateful to be back at it with you and here this morning.
Thank you. I believe we have a few minutes for some questions. Oh. Ooh.
I will also just say I'm staying throughout the day, so please feel free to come to me.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. It's good to hear, and it's really nice to see you back. And congratulations on your victory and your election. It's a victory for us. Just to let you know, that's how we feel. So thank you so very much. We do have time for a couple of questions. I'm going to go to Hugh Breaker on this side, and we'll work our way this way.
Thank you, and congratulations, Minister. I worked for 18 years with respect to children, a large part of my practice as a lawyer. Previously, some time ago, when an infant was in a car accident or when an adult was mentally incapable of taking care of themselves, the Indian's estate would be administered by Indian Affairs. And it was done so without cost to the person. Then there was a secret deal, and I say secret because there was no agreement from First Nations that those estates would be taken over by the Public Trustee of British Columbia. The parents did not know. They did not sign any consent. The children were not told. The First Nation did not sign any consent. They were not told. It was all just went to the public trustee. When I was in practice, a child who was injured in a car accident at the age of 16 got the principal back from the public trustee, but absolutely no interest whatsoever because the public trustee charged a fee and also charged additional monies to the student. And then another infant at the age of 8 was involved in a very bad car accident and again got far less money than they would have if the money was invested properly. I've retired from the practice of law, so I would have loved to have taken this case. I think it's a winner for the students who were ripped off, but I don't practice law anymore. I'm on the Leadership Council. But I do believe that this issue needs to be investigated, Mr. Chairman, by both the First Nations, I suggest Leadership Council, and the provincial government. Let me be clear, it was not an NDP government in power at the time. It was either a Liberal or a, what were they called, Bennett's dad? I forget what that party was called. Socreds. So it was one of them who were in power and did this secret deal with the feds without knowledge to the First Nations in BC and no consultation whatsoever to take this money away from these children who should have gotten, in my view, the full amount because they were not being charged when it was being done by DIA. So I call on you, Minister, to agree to look into this matter with the First Nations Leadership Council and see if in fact my beliefs that these children were ripped off is correct. There was no consultation with the First Nations and none with parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to ask the speakers to help us, we have 5 minutes and then we're going to stop for a bit and then we can come back to some of the questions. As you heard, the minister will be here with us. So we'll take the 3 questions and then we'll have a response. Chief?
Thank you, Hugh. I was going to mention that myself. But as a bit of a follow-up, Minister, I hope to have your support to put a stop to the racism and discrimination that's happening in schools. It's been going on for quite some time. I experienced it myself, and now as a leader, I hope to do something about it and to create better opportunities for educating First Nations youth. The stereotypical, you're not smart enough, it doesn't work anymore. The stereotypical mentality that First Nations are getting everything handed to them, it's a form of discrimination that's happening in our schools, and it needs to stop. I think there needs to be an investigation, and I had a resolution passed some time ago to start this investigation in School District 27. I look forward to your support in starting this so that we can start to develop a better education system for our children that are being discriminated against, not just those that are on reserve, but those that are in low-income families are being told, you're only here because breakfast's free. That's bullshit. We'll call it what it is, but I think it needs to stop, and I look forward to having your support moving forward. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chief. Salted, Jim.
Minister, congratulations on your reappointment. Yeah, as you know, Cowichan is in the midst of transitioning to jurisdiction, having concluded our coordination agreement. In terms of funding, we discussed yesterday the work that BC is doing. We've been participating in the BC funding model discussions. I guess a few points. When we negotiated our coordination agreement, the federal early adopters interim funding arrangement policy was the sort of the basis for our negotiations. British Columbia really didn't bring much to the table. In fact, they brought very little to the table. Comparison to the federal contributions, it's a very, very small percentage of what we ended up with. I guess, the beginning point was, well, whatever we were receiving prior is what we're going to receive post coordination agreement and jurisdiction. Hoping that changes, and I'm hoping it changes soon. There are gaps that I anticipate. I don't think the federal model completely deals with the issue of capacity building. We heard that yesterday. The BC funding model, I don't think, or the federal funding model, I don't think deals adequately with Cowichan children who are located further from home. So, the $2,500 for prevention per capita may be sufficient for families who are living close to Cowichan, but for those that are living further away, if there's a family in Prince George or a family in Kamloops or elsewhere, that $2,500 probably wouldn't do a lot in terms of actually trying to ensure that those young people have adequate cultural connection, adequate services, and so forth. So I'm hoping that you take a strong position that we don't want to see the federal government claw back whatever the province contributes, and we want to see the province really step up to the plate. In the size of the budget that we negotiated, the provincial contribution is so minuscule that it's should be quite embarrassing to the province. So I'm hoping that changes, and I'm hoping that we can see some movement on this fairly soon. Aichka. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to a response.
One online too.
We're going to go for a response.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I'll be quick here in my response, but know that the response I'll give here is not the entirety of the conversation we need to have on this. First, Hugh, thank you so much for the question. I am learning so much. The amount I know is far exceeded by the amount I do not know. So I am unfamiliar with this entirely, but working with you over the last 10 months has given me lots of opportunity to fill up both my heart and mind in this work. So just my commitment to take this away and to see what I can learn and try to understand it, and a piece that we can continue to turn over at our bilaterals. So thank you for that. The question around racism, Chief, thank you. I think we saw it during the, it's so present in schools. We saw it during the election too, that anti-Indigenous racism, we have more than ever need to make sure that we are standing up, not giving an inch and pushing the other direction. We have a new Minister of Education. I'm really looking forward to connecting with all my new colleagues to make sure that they understand the ties of our work. This is something that I will bring to her, something that I will continue to share. I've had the opportunity to connect with Finesk over in this role, just in a small way, but look forward to that continuing as well. And just my commitment, again, not to lose sight of what you have raised in the context of schools and kids and what that means for them in this moment, but for them and community in a longer term and the ripples out. So thank you. Thank you for my commitment to that work. And on the funding model, I'm really sorry to have missed the conversation yesterday. I was not yet sworn in. But I hear you, and the amount of work that we need to do. I think this is pretty core to when both myself and Chief raised the work that we need to do together. This is very central to that work. The interim approach has been what's there as the process of co-development, but these questions about clawback and the impact on communities and the geographic spread and how we think about this, these are all really important questions, and I really look forward to making sure that we're working together on it and pushing forward on it. I know this is a key component to the work. Thank you.
I know that we
Is this mic on?
have a hard stop, but I think if we can hear from Mary.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and congratulations, Grace. I'm so happy that you're back in this role. I just wanted to commend the work around getting the Rising to the Challenge document signed. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that really, although it's not explicit in there, is the notion or the principle of substantive equality. I referenced this yesterday, 2008, BC had signed on and supported Jordan's Principle. We still haven't seen anything concrete. So I want to ensure that one of the things I've always said is that, we've always had the jurisdiction to have our own laws. What we haven't had are the resources to breathe life into our own laws. And so we could talk about policy change, we could talk about anything. The number one priority here has to be that we get a concrete commitment to ensure that there isn't discriminatory funding between on and off reserve, and that's what we're facing in British Columbia. And once we get that concrete commitment, then we could move forward together truly as true partners. I agree with the all of government approach, which is great. But one thing that I know right now, there is a notice of civil claim against the province of BC because of the discriminatory funding off reserve. Until we get that rectified, we're going to be in the same situation next year, 5 years, 10 years. So I think that has to be number one priority. We also have to ensure that Jordan's Principle is fully implemented, and really the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders are implemented in BC. Otherwise, we're going to have that discriminatory funding. So when we're looking at a BC funding approach, that has to be the main principles that we look at, is that substantive equality and non-discriminatory funding. So I would like to hear at some point soon a concrete commitment that Premier Eby has stated that he didn't want to go to court against First Nations people. So we're at that point when it comes to the funding. So if we could get commitment that there would be a negotiation to start, instead of having to go to court, that would be an ideal situation for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Chief's online, Chief's plan.
Antla, in Jawa and Squash, Lease behind Cook Vince Letku in the Cup Nation. Thank you, Lease behind Chief Quarter Band. Question each for both Chief Don and the Minister. Congratulations, Minister, on your new role and taking the time to be here to present and answer questions. My question to you, Minister, is, you know, with funding that the province gets, in the past, the province never indicated how much money was there for our off-reserve children and how much money was that and where did it go? Moving forward, and I want to point this question to Chief Don in regards to the Accord. I'm just wondering, because I know there was questions about this at one of our last meetings on the signing of the Accord with the First Nations Leadership Council. With the First Nations Leadership Council, did you get your mandate from Resolution 2024-47 at the Chiefs meeting for the mandate to sign this Accord? Because I understand that the Accord was signed on September 18th. So I just wanted some clarity around that, because, you know, you talked about policy change in your opening remarks and what the First Nations Leadership Council will be speaking with the province and with the First Nations around the jurisdiction part. So that's my question to you. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. The last two questions, there will find a time to answer them. We're going to cut Zoom off. We're going to go in camera for this part here. As you know, as you all know, that Musqueam, the nation of Musqueam, has done a lot of work in relationship building for all of us. It's benefited all of us in the leadership they have taken in lots of these roles. So it's in this spirit that we have a guest. The Chief
So nice to see you all recovered from the surprise of seeing Prince Harry. Just kidding. I don't know why we couldn't all just get a picture with him. We'll ask the chief. Anyway, people, asking you to bring your food to your table, to quiet your conversation, because we have a special keynote speaker who will be joining us online. So if I could ask for quiet in the room. If you need to have a conversation, if you wouldn't mind taking it outside, because we really want to hear what our presenter has to say. Could I ask people in the food line to hush, hush, hush? Thank you, thank you. Chief Maureen Chapman said you need to chill. Please join me in giving a great warm welcome to our dear friend, she's just amazing. We'd like to welcome Dr. Cindy Blackstock of the Caring Society to provide
To begin with full transparency to leadership and experts, the Caring Society is a co-complainant along with AFN with the human rights case that was filed on your mandate in 2007. We do have a right to make legal representations before the tribunal in that stead. I should also say that we do have a right to kind of be a part of any kind of long-term reform mechanisms. And by long-term reform, what I'm really talking about is ending Canada's discrimination towards our kids and families. We respect the other parties who chose to go the final settlement agreement route, but we have, and you saw it in Calgary, some different views on some of those matters. As always, we recommend you get a hold of your skilled technicians and legal people to get your own independent advice. So what we're going to talk about is a quick summary of just some of the structural flaws that were in the final settlement agreement, and with highlighting how we think those can be addressed. It's not enough to be a backseat driver. We really want to be proactive and providing some solutions. I'm going to do a quick summary of the AFN solutions resolutions. I know the movers and seconders are there, so they're going to take that on, I think, in a later panel and do a much better job. And then we're going to ask Stephanie for a technical update on what's been happening. Like, where are all these documents that leadership are expecting to see coming up at the December SCA? So just a quick reminder of what the case is about. Stop Canada's discrimination now and forever in child and family and Jordan's principle. That is what the case is about. That's the legal mandate of the tribunal. That is the minimum standard to be achieved in anything that we're doing here. And of course, it's also in line with the direction of the survivors in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. And also, I want to recognize the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report calls for the same thing. take just a quick moment to pause and pay my respects to Murray Sinclair, the late Murray Sinclair, who is such a guide for us throughout this many years of this hearing, but in particular through the TRC really prioritize this work. And so we really want to, it gives us extra incentive to honor his legacy. So there's the three pathways. We've gone through those before, but I think it's useful reminding. We keep on thinking there's one way of dealing with it sometimes, and that's negotiation. But this is a legal proceeding, so there can be a combination of litigation and negotiation. That's what we found to be the most effective. That's how we got to the place of compensation, for example. You might remember that Canada did not want to pay the estates of children and families who suffered the worst consequences of Canada's discrimination. Well, we had to get that through litigation and then did a bit of the compensation through negotiation. So that's where I see things going in the longer run. So what do you need to know? That agreement that was tabled only has 9 years left. So had it gone through, it would have been a 9-year agreement and there would have been nothing after that. This case is now 17 and a half years old, actually a little older than that. On February 23rd, it's going to have its 18th birthday. So we always got to remember the collective effort of everyone before us, but what it took us to get to this moment. The legal orders that are safeguarding roughly 45 billion plus actuals, those remain in place until they're replaced by other legal orders. Also just want to flag for you, I see there's a distinguished panel coming forward on Jordan's Principle. Prior to the meeting in Calgary, the intention of AFN, the Chiefs of Ontario, Nishnawbe-Aski Nation, and Canada was to negotiate and complete another final settlement agreement on Jordan's Principle. I think that that's very important to know because we actually don't know what the status is of that. Had those negotiations started? And that would be a question I would ask the Assembly of First Nations. So even though the Chiefs directed that the National Advisory Committee, the national technical body, be reconvened, it has not been reconvened. And the Expert Advisory Committee that's supposed to reform the department has not been informed that Canada has accepted its independent terms of reference. So there's been, outside of a group of volunteers that we call the Technical Working Group that Stephanie will introduce you to, we've not seen any real material work being done on actually for drafting the documents for leadership's consideration to implement Resolution 60 and 61. So here are some of the shortcomings we saw. One of the paragraphs I really recommend everybody read. For me, the meat and potatoes of that now rejected agreement are later in the document. Really, paragraphs 379 to about 395. And in paragraph 383, it really said the money was subject to annual approvals processes, even ones that were undefined by Canada. So Canada could arbitrarily say, well, this is now required, and the money would all be subject to that. So it wasn't very secure. Again, it was only for 9 years, and there were several provisions, including in the regional piece, where Canada wasn't required to make more money. The tribunal orders safeguarding the current funding would all go away, and they'd be replaced by a, in our view, very weak ADR that does not have the authority to order Canada to spend more money or to deal with systemic issues. The governance was problematic for us because it took it away from the chiefs, and it was also very expensive. There was about $115 million north of that, maybe even higher. Stephanie knows the actual figure. Stephanie, what is the actual figure?
I believe it was 136 million or 137 million.
All right, that was on governance. And so we really would like to see that recalibrated to support regional participation and also national coordination of the upcoming Children's Chiefs Commission. And it was really unclear when we looked at the evidence that was being cited. It was parts of the evidence, but it wasn't really staying true to the substantive issues. Next slide. Next slide, please.
I believe it's your screen, Cindy.
Oh, it's my screen. That's right. All right. Other concerning provisions, and this is something I couldn't get to in the SCA because of time, and I want to be respectful of your time here. One is that the FSA actually provided for Canada to do training on First Nations cultures. We feel that's highly inappropriate, but it just kind of gets to some of the, when you look at the fine print of the agreement, some of these things that come out of the woodwork that, in my view, are not consistent with the progress that we've all made over these years, which is that we are the keepers of our own truths and our own cultures and our own stories, and the department shouldn't be leading that work at all. There is a trilateral agreement. My understanding is there's a meeting right now by the Chiefs of Ontario to talk about this and also propose perhaps a regional agreement for Ontario. We don't know what that decision-making looks like, but we suspect all of us will find out after they have their meeting today and I believe tomorrow. But this trilateral agreement is important because we've heard rumors that Canada is now saying no money for legal fees, or someone is saying no money for legal fees if you want to implement Resolution 60 and 61. Well, in this, this agreement provides for legal fees, it provides for technical support at a regional level, and it ought to be an example of what is provided to all regions in Canada, including in British Columbia. So, and there are also stronger mediation and arbitration and right of appeal proceedings than we see in the final settlement agreement. So if you haven't had your experts take a look at this document, it's well worth a look. But all this to say, really the highlight of this is that Canada is prepared to pay money. They have the 136 million, is it, Stephanie, and the FSA, that they were going to use to fund these 7 committees and legal costs and other things. All of that money, if it was real money, should be there and should be there to support the Chiefs' decision-making and fulfilling the Resolution 60 and 61. Next slide. So, what are we doing to fix things? Well, first of all, we want First Nations to be the ongoing decision makers about your kids. I mean, that to us is aligned with self-determination, but it's also aligned with best practices, because when people on the ground in the communities are making decisions for their kids, they tend to be far better decisions. The further out you go away from that, then the decisions start to lose water. We want the new final settlement agreement to hold Canada accountable for its discrimination. That's a primary purpose. Eliminate secrecy in decision-making. It should be open and transparent, include elders and knowledge keepers. And here's a key piece. We've always viewed it as a national master agreement with strong regional agreements that sit on top of that to reflect the distinct circumstances of communities and also for children and youth. We want to retain the tribunal's jurisdiction, especially if there's a change in government. When I read that paragraph 383 and Canada had that discretion to make all the money subject to whatever approval processes it required, that would be easily undone by a future government. The legal orders are less easy to undo. In fact, they're binding on a legal government, on a next successive government. So there's something I think we should have in place, even if we have a strong ADR, just as a backstop for protection. So here's my quick summary of these resolutions, and I'm just going to focus on one of them, and that is the Children's Chiefs Commission. The Chiefs decided that there needed to be a group of chiefs appointed for each region, as well as First Nations outside of AFN, that oversee the entire negotiation and reform process for Jordan's Principal and Child and Family. Keep in mind, the goal is not to end the case. The goal is to end Canada's discrimination now and forever. So that Chiefs Committee is absolutely essential. There's a technical body underneath there called the National Advisory Committee, but ensuring that that group is up and running and supported as much as possible is a real keystone, I think, of these resolutions. And we see in section 61, it also brings up the importance of honor of the Crown. Keep in mind, there is a big Supreme Court case that is testing the question of whether Canada's funding commitments are subject to honor of the Crown under reserve at the Supreme Court. We suspect that it will actually go the way of First Nations, so it's really important that we keep them their feet to the fire, and that we call on Canada to get a new negotiation mandate. And just leadership, it's also possible to go and get an order at the tribunal to order Canada to negotiate. That is a possibility. They do have that within their jurisdiction. So I would recommend, we don't wait too long on this one. If necessary, we take them back to the tribunal and we get them ordered to do it. It is something that's possible. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie to say what's been done about these resolutions since all of you did your important work in Calgary. Stephanie?
Thanks so much, Cindy. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are having a very delicious lunch. My name is Stephanie Wellman. I'm with the Caring Society. I'm just going to go over very quickly with you guys the Informal Technical Working Group and some of the work that we've been doing. The Informal Technical Working Group is a result of the National Advisory Committee, the NAC, not being called by the AFN since February. And so very quickly, the technicians identified a need to come together and do the work to support leadership as the final settlement agreement moved forward and eventually went to Chiefs and Assembly. So we started meeting in May, and again, it's informal. We're all volunteers. It's not funded. And it's a diverse group of people from technicians, frontline workers, there's some legal experts, some leadership joins us. It really is a diverse group, and it is a very open circle that we are hoping to continue to facilitate. So we meet virtually, sometimes in person, if there's a spare meeting room that we can use. And again, it's because we're volunteers and we don't have funding for this. Next slide, please, Cindy. So some of the work that we've been doing is primarily in response to Resolution 60 and 61, and some of the very specific action items for the resolution include the expert advisory terms of reference being finalized and complete. The EAC has finished that. The resolution also called for the approval of the National Advisory Committee's terms of reference to be approved in December. So the NAC has finished that, as well as what we're currently working on is a negotiation protocol or terms of reference, as well as the resolution calls for a new legal team. So some of the requirements in that. And then we also supported the drafting of a briefing note on appointments to the National Children's Chiefs Commission, because it's absolutely important that those appointments happen as soon as possible, and then the committee meet as soon as possible. So on next slide, please. There we go. So some of the resolution priorities and some things for you guys to be aware of in your region of the things that you can do is, of course, appoint a member to the Children's Chiefs Commission as soon as possible and advise the AFN executive of that and other regions. Encourage AFN to convene a meeting of the Children's Chiefs Commission before the SCA in December, and also to request an update from AFN on the implementation of Resolution 60 and 61. As we heard from Cindy a moment ago, we haven't heard any action from AFN on these two resolutions. And lastly, what you guys can be doing is to advocate to the Canadian government to accept, implement, and participate in Resolution 60 and 61. For the Caring Society, we did write to the minister and expressed our encouragement and asked her to respond and participate in the direction that leadership has provided. And then the last slide is just our contact information. Feel free to reach out if you ever want any information about the Informal Technical Working Group. We're very happy to share information. And just a little plug on the Caring Society website, we have a webpage directed solely to long-term reform and the long-term reform resources, and I encourage you guys to check that out. It has Caring Society's positions, technical documents, and everything in between. So that's a summary of the Informal Technical Working Group. Thanks so much, Cindy.
Hey, thank you, Stephanie. And just as a final point, leadership, we just want to highlight for you, we're still waiting for that decision on Jordan's principle, on the Caring Society's non-compliance order. We were, in fact, expecting it last week, but we were informed that due to unforeseen circumstances, it was not available last week, but is coming, in the words of the tribunal, as soon as possible. So please do watch for that. And the other thing to watch for on Jordan's principle is we're already hearing, because of Canada's non-compliance, that some First Nations have had to significantly reduce their ability to provide services under Jordan's principle because of late payments and those types of things. This offloading, instead of really setting people up for success, was a concern that we had definitely for Jordan's principle, but one we also share with CFS. We want to see First Nations and agencies and any other service model for kids and families set up for success, so that we don't see this very, very difficult and challenging situation that First Nations are facing on Jordan's principle. With that, I think Stephanie and I are open for questions, Chair, and we thank you for the privilege, and wish we were there for the special guest before. Hopefully you guys sorted out all the treaty matters since you had the crown in the room.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Dr. Cindy Blackstock and Stephanie. We actually didn't have a time spot for questions and answers, so we're just thanking you for joining us today, and we wish you would have been here too. I'm sure you would have been like Mary TG and got a selfie with the not His Royal Highness Prince Harry. So once again, let's have a round of applause. Thank you. I would also like to note, oh, never mind, I won't note that just yet. I would like to say that we had some questions that came right before our special guest came on stage that were not addressed by Minister Lohr. I would just like you to know that those questions were made note of, and Minister Lohr will answer when well, she's finished eating, and we're not going to resume until 1 o'clock. So I'm wondering if now would be a good opportunity. Have you had a chance with the questions? I'm sorry, I wasn't chairing that part, so I don't know what was asked. Yes, you can have a couple minutes right now. Or if you'd like to come up right before we resume at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we will resume at 12:50 so that we can give Minister Lohr a chance to look at the question and answer, and our regularly scheduled broadcasting will begin at 1 with Dawn Johnson, who was so gracious to give up her spot earlier. So we'll be back at 12:50. Thank you. That Richard and crew have done these last couple of days. And if I could have, is Chief Lee Spahan on?
Here, Madam Chair.
Okay, could you phone? I'm not taking any question right now. I just need to know what it is so I can get the minister to answer. So could you call Andrea Glickman and give her the question, or call Don Tom, he's right here. Thank you.
I have Andrea's number, not Dawn's.
Okay, call Andrea, and Don will walk over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Delegates, I'd like to call Minister Grace Lohr and Chief Don Tom back up here to the stage to answer a question that came on the Zoom right before we shut it down for Prince Harry. And we'll go first to Minister Lohr.
Okay.
Do you want to go first? Were you just joking or were you serious?
She can go first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to just pop back up and touch on those last two questions. I've never been cut short by a prince before, so that's kind of fun. Just to Chief Spahn, I think the question for me was really about the funding from BC for off reserve, questions about how much, where it's spent, what's left over, etc. I think this is a really important question. A couple dynamics here that are really important. It's the clarity, but also the transparency. And that's a very high priority for us. That work is happening now. We and you and us together need that information. And so the ministry's been working on clear funding and service mapping, information that we can share and can inform the work that you're doing and that we're doing together. And that is, the results of that is pretty imminent. So just a commitment to the clarity and transparency and know that that is happening and we're working to deliver that very soon. Mary's questions, of course, so important. I think it's been the substance of Mary and I's conversations since I became minister here. One of my very first visits was to Our Children Our Way conversation. So much of what is outlined in the question is the work for us to do, the work for us to do inside government, and to be able to bring together to the work we do. So I hope that was a early answer with follow-up coming on the second question regarding funding off reserve, and just my commitment to the answer to Mary's question, which is the work ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Spahn, for the question, and thank you for your patience with us. The accord itself does not include any new commitments from the province. It pulls together existing commitments the province has made over time to support UNDRIP in the Declaration Act and creates a new framework. There are a range of resolutions that support, that provide this mandate. For large part, we've been working with the province on alignment of laws, the whole of government approach, and upholding jurisdiction. And this is the work that we continue to do. The FNLC is not negotiating policy with BC. You may have heard, geez Louise, that's a tough one. A reference to it was the roast beast, it was really good, to the accord itself, which says FNLC and BC will take direction from the chiefs on the range of issues, including policy. And for us is, again, this is the work that we've undertaken. It's the work that the chiefs had set out in the Tsawwassen Accord. It's the work that we have set out under the Declaration Act. And this is BC's work. And what we're tasked with is to ensure that they are aligning their laws to uphold the jurisdiction, to ensure that First Nations are part of those discussions, that they are part of the decision-making process. And I think for large part is what we've heard from the chiefs is, the more resources that are needed for you at the tables that you're sitting at. And we Just want to ensure that there is a standard when the province sits with you at the table to ensure that you have the necessary resources, the data that we've been requesting, and these are some of the consistent things that we've heard from the chiefs that we're working towards. So it's for a large part, Chief Spahan, it's the work that we've already undertaken, and it is just updating the work that is already there. So I hope that answers your question. We are not doing new work by any means. It's within the mandates of helping the government align its laws to uphold jurisdiction and to ensure that you have the resources. It is not us sitting at the table actively negotiating with them. It's to ensure that there is a standard of when they sit with you that they uphold your jurisdiction.
Let's give a round of applause to Minister Lohr and Chief Don Tom for cutting their lunch short and coming up here to answer questions. We certainly appreciate your dedication to this good work. I am up here without my notes, but I'm going to wing this one. I would like to acknowledge our, well, she's my auntie, our own Joan Phillip, who is joining us today, and her official title is Parliamentary Secretary of Community Development and Nonprofits. So please help me give a round of applause. So we'd like to thank you, Auntie, for joining us and for doing the good work for all of our people and all of the people in BC, not just us. That's awesome. And now, without further ado, I would like to call forward our good friend Dawn Johnson, who was scheduled to go this morning, but she gave up her spot. Calling her up to the stage. I'm just looking for your official title for your I'll just leave it to you to give me the official. I don't have it, so I'll leave it with you. I'm very happy that you were able to accommodate our schedule, and we welcome you. Round of applause for our good friend Dawn. When she worked with us at first, she wasn't a lawyer. Now she is. Yay.
A little bit shorter. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and everyone for having me today. I'm Dawn Johnson. I am a lawyer with Mandel Pinder, here today to speak on the First Nations Leadership Council intervention in the Jordan's Principle non-compliance motion. I am a member of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation in Treaty 8 territory in Northern Alberta. And formerly, for those that don't know me, I worked for a few years with the Leadership Council. I was very lucky to be the policy analyst on children and families. So I'm really grateful to be now in this role and back still able to do this work with and for all of you. Do I control my own slides up here, or is somebody clicking them for me? Oh, way over there. So just a little bit of background, myself, and you met my colleague Crystal Reeves yesterday with Mandel Pinder. We acted as counsel for the First Nations Leadership Council in their application for interested party status. A little bit of background to this non-compliance motion. I know you had presentations yesterday from Dr. Helena Gaspard, and we also had the incredible Dr. Cindy Blackstock earlier. But just to lay it out a little bit, so in 2007 was the originating complaint filed by the Caring Society and AFN with regards to Jordan's Principle, and and the inequitable funding program through Canada with the First Nations Child and Family Services program. In 2009, the Chiefs of Ontario were granted full interested party status to the overarching complaint, so they became a party within the overarching complaint. In 2016 is when the tribunal found that Canada had been discriminating against First Nations children through their application of Jordan's Principle and their discriminatory funding program, and ordered that Canada immediately cease that discrimination. Shortly thereafter, Anishinaabe Aski Nation was also granted full interested party status. And so, as you'll know from the work that was occurring and the draft final settlement agreement with regards to the FNCFS program, they had a far more active role in those negotiations and in all of the negotiations. So this is just part of that background as to why. In 2021, then the Caring Society Canada, AFN, NAN, and COO reached an agreement in principle with regards to long-term reform for the FNCFS program, Jordan's Principle, and compensation piece. So in that time, I'll just note with regards to Canada, so Canada was ordered to immediately cease all that discrimination between 2016 and now. Over 28 non-compliance and procedural orders have come against Canada from the tribunal, some of those related to Jordan's Principle, some of those related to the FNCFS program. So there's been a history of non-compliance, as we know. In December of 2023, the Caring Society filed a new non-compliance motion before the tribunal with regards to Canada's application of Jordan's Principle. And as some of you will likely know, in order to do that, the Caring Society had to step away from that negotiating table to bring this complaint. And so they had to make that decision in order to bring this complaint. So they sought orders related to the definition of urgent requests, the timeliness and delays related to processing Jordan's Principle requests, and also reimbursement to requesters, so families, caregivers, who had approved requests and service providers who were providing those services on approved Jordan's Principle requests. And then also for the establishment of an accountability mechanism. In March of 2024, Canada filed a cross motion. One of the things that they asked was that the tribunal dismiss all of the orders that the Caring Society was seeking. And then they sought several of their own orders. Some of those were to extend the timelines for them to be able to process Jordan's Principle requests. They asked for an order from the tribunal that the parties co-develop a definition of urgency and the criteria for urgency, that it be able to refer requesters to existing approved group requests, and as I mentioned, that they dismiss the Caring Society's orders. So in June of 2024, the First Nations Leadership Council applied for interested party status on the motion and the cross motion, given the significant impacts of the issues and orders sought on First Nations children in BC. And so one of the things that came to the Leadership Council's attention at that time was that there were over 2,000 backlog requests in British Columbia for Jordan's Principle requests. And so that means requests that were in the queue that had not been opened as of yet and had not necessarily been assigned. And so one of those pieces was, unless they were somehow identified as urgent, even urgent requests may still be stuck in that queue. So these were people that had put in and asked for a necessary service or program or support and had been waiting months to even have their case assigned. The other piece was the Caring Society sought an expanded definition of urgency, and they wanted to see that go to children who had been impacted by declared states of emergency, and also those who had experienced the recent death of a parent or caregiver or close family member, or where such death was imminent. Given some of the very significant and substantial impacts of emergencies in BC related to climate emergencies and also to the opioid crisis that we're facing here, the Leadership Council wanted to be able to make submissions with regards to that. And there's also a number of First Nations and First Nations organizations here in BC that are administering aspects of Jordan's Principle. And I think you're going to have a panel on that later today. And the FNLC also sought to make submissions related to UNDRIP and the inherent rights of First Nations here in BC. So in August of 2024, the tribunal granted the FNLC limited interested party status. So that meant that FNLC was allowed to make written and oral submissions limited only to the motion and the cross motion. So the orders being sought by Canada and the Caring Society in this particular motion and cross motion. So the hearing took place September 10th to 12th, and submissions were made by the Caring Society, AFN, Canada, COO, NAN, and the Canadian Human Rights Commission, as well as the FNLC. It largely centered around the following key issues. So that definition of urgent requests, not only the expanded definition being sought by the Caring Society and supported by the FNLC, but as I'll talk about in a moment, the Canada and AFN really sought to limit the definition of urgency and what was considered an urgent request. The timeliness piece related to determining and processing Jordan's Principle requests, as well as the reimbursement for approved requests, and the establishment of an accountability mechanism. So on that point, currently, and I'll speak with this a little bit more, but there's no established complaints mechanism or accountability mechanism in the current Jordan's Principle process that is laid out and accessible for those that are requesting services. Another piece that was a large focus of the submissions and discussions was whether any orders should be permanent or interim in nature, and a lot of arguments and submissions with regards to the long-term reform of Jordan's Principle. So Canada and AFN primarily, and this was supported by COO and NAN for the most part, were saying that these orders should not be made by the tribunal, that it should be left to the long-term reform discussions and those negotiations. So as I mentioned, defining urgent requests, the Caring Society sought that expanded definition. Leadership Council supported that and made submissions as to the impacts on First Nations children and families here in BC as related to climate emergencies and the increase in climate emergencies over the last several years and the opioid crisis. Canada and AFN made some submissions on that point, that if we were to expand the definition that broadly, that it would essentially be this catch-all, that, you know, if a requester identified that, you know, somebody had been impacted by a wildfire, that they could make an urgent request for a bicycle to support their mental health. And so, you know, there were some quite broad submissions and arguments that were made. And so the Caring Society and the FNLC as well really spoke to the importance of ensuring that gaps are filled for First Nations children. And that in those times when there are these times of crisis, whether it's related to a declared state of emergency or the recent or imminent death of a caregiver or parent or close family member, that First Nations children and families need to be able to access those important services immediately. And there continues to be gaps that are being experienced here in BC. As I mentioned, Canada and AFN opposed this order, and then in addition to that, they asked the tribunal to limit the definition to situations where there's an immediate risk of harm, such as palliative care for a child or suicidal ideation. And they also made pretty expansive and extensive submissions that the mischaracterization of urgent requests was the primary cause of significant backlogs here in BC. And so Canada really highlighted, and AFN as well in their submissions, the number of products and services that have been approved since Jordan's Principle was implemented and through all of these changes since 2016. They put a lot of emphasis on the amount of money that is being spent on Jordan's Principle for approved products and services. But as I believe you heard from Dr. Helena Gaspard, those numbers are not actually telling us that these gaps are being filled and that the outcomes for First Nations children and families are improving. What it's telling us is that there's this increased need. And so, the submissions and arguments made that we can't just look at the numbers and the money being spent and say this is working. What we need to look at is this actually creating substantive equality for our First Nations children and families, and our First Nations children in BC and broadly getting the services and products and supports that they need, where they need them, when they need them. The Canadian Human Rights Commission made some submissions on this piece and suggested that the tribunal consider ordering the parties to negotiate a definition of urgency and provide some clarification around their previous parameters as to what was considered an urgent request. With regards to the delays in processing Jordan's Principle requests, Canada argued that there's been this significant increase since 2017, so it's impossible for them to meet those timelines that the tribunal set previously and to process requests within the ordered timelines from the tribunal, and said that the only way they were going to be able to address that was if they were to get an extension on the timelines. AFN agreed with Canada that there has been this significant increase, again highlighting that there's probably a whole bunch of mischaracterized urgent requests, but AFN did oppose an extension of timelines for urgent requests. They said they would be willing to negotiate on non-urgent requests, and FNLC, COO, and NAN all opposed any orders from Canada that would extend timelines to process requests, and highlighted that this would just create further gaps and exacerbate some of the existing disparities that First Nations children are facing. Related to delays in reimbursing Jordan's Principle requests, as I mentioned, there's also significant delays in requesters receiving reimbursement for services that have been approved. So for First Nations families or those that are caring for First Nations children have had an approved request, and Canada has said, go out and purchase that product or that service or buy this item or book this hotel and we'll reimburse you. And then they're waiting weeks and months to receive that reimbursement. And so the Caring Society asked that orders be made that would set a timeline for Canada to be reimbursing approved requests. There's also service providers who are providing services, whether that be related to mental health and wellness or the physical health of children, who are waiting significant periods of time to be reimbursed for the service that they've already provided, which has led to some service providers across the country not being willing to provide services without payment upfront because of these delays that are being created by Canada. So one thing that Canada did say was that this was out of the scope of the initial complaint, that how long it was taking for them to pay back products and services that had already been approved wasn't an issue that needed to be addressed by the tribunal because the product and service had already it had been approved, it was being provided, that this was a side issue. And so there were arguments made by the Caring Society and by the FNLC as well that this fell within the realm of the complaint and that this created further discrimination as well, particularly for requesters and those that are supporting First Nations children who are often living in situations where there isn't a lot of disposable income, and then they're waiting for additional reimbursements on these pieces. One of the things that Canada highlighted was that and made submissions around was that they've taken these steps to address these issues, that they have numerous contracts with First Nations and First Nations service providers to assist them in making the payments on approved requests and doing those reimbursement pieces. Excuse me, sorry. FNLC was aware for some service providers here in BC, First Nations and First Nations organizations who were administering those payments, that it was actually creating further challenges within their own capacity and their ability to do things in a timely way, because there was still red tape that needed to be gone through and approvals that needed to occur through Canada, and internal capacity in terms of staffing now having this added piece on their plate. With regards to an accountability mechanism, as I mentioned, there's currently no complaints mechanism for Jordan's principal requesters who do not have an approved or denied request. So those 2,000 backlogged requests that are in the queue, there's no complaints process, no formal complaints process for those individuals or requesters to try to have that sped up or find out what's going on or file a complaint against Canada for this delay. The Caring Society and AFN both provided numerous examples where they have taken on that role as an informal complaints body for some families and group requests. Canada argued that there is processes in place, that there didn't need to be any orders with regards to establishing a complaints mechanism or an accountability mechanism. That if there was a denied request, they could file an appeal process, or there was the judicial review process through the federal court. So FNLC made submissions, as did the Caring Society, with regards to this being a further access to justice issue, and that there continues to be this gap that exists for those that are waiting to have their requests approved and to receive those products and services. Okay, thanks. And then the other piece was that FNLC supported Caring Society on this, but made submissions that any permanent accountability mechanism needed to be developed with First Nations, and that First Nations needed to be involved in that process right from the beginning. So with regards to long-term reform, Canada and AFN argued that all the orders must be interim in nature. As I mentioned, that they should be left to discussions to the parties involved in long-term reform negotiations. Koo and Nan supported this. There was an emphasis that Canada only had a mandate to negotiate on a final settlement agreement on Jordan's Principle until March 31st, 2025, and that their intention at that time was to have a draft agreement by that date. As mentioned by Dr. Blackstock just earlier, we're not really sure what is happening with that. And Caring Society and FNLC took the position that the tribunal should retain jurisdiction until long-term reform is complete. So next steps, we're still waiting for a decision from the tribunal. We hope to have one last week. Hopefully we'll have one in the coming weeks. Parties are continuing to negotiate a final settlement agreement on long-term reform, potentially. We're not really sure what that looks like. And then it'll follow a similar process to what occurred with the FNCFS program and that final settlement agreement. That's it.
Thank you, Dawn. Now we have only 10 minutes, regrettably, to ask Dawn some questions. So if you have a question, please come up to the mic. And if you don't, well, let me check online. I see one online. Sorry, I can't see your name, so please say your name and organization for the record.
Hello, Squash Lee Spahan, Cook Bevan Select Cook. Hello, Lee Spahan, Chief Co-Water Band. Just a quick question on the Chiefs Commission. It's kind of hard to believe that one chief is going to represent one region. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that one region would be the province of British Columbia and the 204 bands. So is this correct that with the Chiefs Commission that moving forward, the mandate would be going out to one chief per province in regards to the mandate that that commission is going to get from the leadership, the chiefs across Canada?
Thank you for your question, Chief Spahan Cookby. That question actually doesn't pertain to this particular presentation. I'm wondering if Regional Chief has any words? And he'll come. Sorry?
So as a part of the implementation of the Resolution 6061 is the development of a chief's, I would say more of a committee than a commission in terms of finding and really advocating on behalf of British Columbia. And I think, you know, one of the things, we do have other committees at the AFN, such as First Nations, Chiefs Committee on Fishing, different other different committees at the AFN. It is always difficult to have exactly what you said, to have one chief to advocate on our behalf, but I think it's also necessary to make sure, like such meetings as this, that we get the proper information to that person. I think it's not the most efficient or best, but at this point in time, considering that I think we're under a bit of a time crunch here, that we need to have these types of meetings in the near future. And also to make sure that we have our information correct and right to really have a vision for what we see in the near future for this final settlement agreement on behalf of BC. I think ultimately it is some of the information that we're finding, not only in the presentations that we've seen here over the last couple of days. We do have a pretty good understanding of what we need, and that has to be reflected in the FSA. So moving forward, I think that's really the process that was set out in the resolution. And there's also, you know, my staff helps, as well as the FNLC, as well as Dawn is there at these meetings at the Child Family Services in regards to Child Family Services. And I would suspect there'd be probably upcoming meetings, more meetings in the near future into this matter. Supplement, I think.
I'd like a follow-up, Chairman.
If you can hear me, Chief, there, thank you. Thank you, Cookby. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Regional Chief, I heard you state that for upcoming meetings, and I just want to make a recommendation to the First Nations Leadership Council, because asking questions about who's all attendance in person and seeing how many is online, the conflict in meetings that the chiefs have currently, because right now there's an Interior Region Health Caucus happening in Penticton, and within the Inuktitut Nation we have chiefs that are sitting there that are missing out on this meeting. And I've said this in the past, and it seems like it's fallen on deaf ears to when meetings are set up to contact other agencies about conflict in meetings, because it seems like we're always missing out on these important meetings that we're having and trying to divide up to see who goes where, because is it's a priority on our list as chiefs to make sure that we attend. And I think it's very important, and even if it's a simple phone call to FNHA about a meeting, because the Interior Region Caucus is 3 days and this one is 2 days, you know, understanding that chiefs have to prioritize which one they're gonna go to, but I just want to make that recommendation of communication between the First Nations Leadership Council and the meetings that they host, as well as the meetings that FNHA do as well, because there's also forestry meetings that are happening as well too, and chiefs are probably at that one as seeing why the attendance isn't with all 204 bands. I just thought I'd mention that because I understand that I've been in touch with a few of the chiefs from the Inlikupin Nation that are in Penticton right now. So, Cookstam, thank you for giving me the time to ask my questions.
Thank you, Cookbee. I'd just like to note that the Leadership Council staff has asked the FNHA and FNHC to provide their dates over and over and have not been successful in hearing back. Perhaps that's a note for the chiefs in attendance, that you could let your FNHA representatives know that you would like those dates to be sent to the FNLC so that there won't be any conflicts such as we have today. We've asked them for the 2025 schedule to avoid similar contexts, and we haven't had any response. Our staff aren't able to call absolutely every organizations, but they do work hard. They do work hard to avoid conflicts. So thank you, Cookbee. Thank you, Regional Chief. And Cookbee, Fred?
Yes.
If you could be really quick.
I'll be really quick. I just want to kind of corral us back here. Thank you for your presentation, Dawn. What I heard you say was the federal government's not willing to listen to the Leadership Council, or is it the regional chiefs across Canada when it comes to Jordan's Principle and the lack of payments that are being issued? You know, I've had students that had been removed from their home and they had to go to school, so I had to rearrange a bus route just to pick them up to get them back to our school. They front load a bit of money, but they don't provide enough, where I've had, you know, one of the mothers actually call me saying, who's paying for my rent? And it was supposed to be Jordan's Principle. So she was evicted out of that place because of that. So while you're up there, Terry, I'm not putting you on the roasting block here, but I just want to make sure that as Leadership Council and as leadership that we continue to press hard so that Jordan's Principle dollars can flow in a timely manner. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Chief. And I would say that that really was one of the primary reasons that the Leadership Council felt that it was so important to intervene in this motion and the cross motion. As you saw, it was very short timelines to put together those submissions and to make the arguments, but felt that there was an extreme need, and there is a big gap here in BC when we're seeing 2,000 backlogged cases in the queue. And there have been, throughout the years, there's been issues with the administration of Jordan's Principle here in BC. So that piece was really just to make sure that that perspective, the BC perspective, was being brought forward. As we saw with the FNCFS program, it was very Ontario-centric because Koo and Nan have a seat at the table. Other regions don't. And so this was an opportunity for BC to, in this narrow motion, but to bring forward the issues that are happening here in BC. One of the other pieces that we've suggested is knowing how things went. Again, as I said, I don't know where things are going now in terms of negotiating the final settlement agreement on long-term reform of Jordan's Principle. But as we know how things went with the FNCFS program and AFN in Canada's release of that draft final settlement agreement, and everybody scrambling to try to understand what this means and what does this mean for my community. To be having these conversations here in BC now, quickly and early on, and gathering those stories, understanding fully and sharing what the issues are here in BC, and sharing that with the FNLC as well so that they can press hard and press forward. And I think the panel happening this afternoon with those that are doing this work in terms of delivering and administering Jordan's Principle in community is a good start to that. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly, Chief. We'll, as three organizations, the three organizations are driven by resolutions. So we do have resolutions from the three organizations to intervene, and the intervention is exactly part of our strategy because, as you can see with the final settlement agreement, we didn't have standing like Coux or Nan. So this is really important. This is why we hired Mandel Pinder and all of the other organizations that are part of the Jordan's Principle intervention. So that's, we wanted to make sure that BC had a say and we don't end up in the same place we're at right now with the FSA. So certainly we take that to heart, that will represent BC at the intervention on Jordan's Principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Dawn and RC, who impromptu came to answer questions, a round of applause. Thank you very much, Dawn. Thank you. Oh, Dawn, can you go that way, please? All right, now back on schedule we are. Our next panel is focused on long-term reforms of the FNCFS program and Jordan's Principle. I'd like to welcome to the stage Carl Salem, Mary Teegee, and Judy Wilson. All right, I don't see Carl Salem. There you are. I was expecting entourage or something. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Here I was watching for you too.
He snuck in on us. All right. So everyone is making accommodation because, well, Prince dropped in, so we had to shuffle everything around. So your time, Mary and Judy and Carl Salem, paying attention to Leah. Your time is cut down, Mary, Judy, thank you. Thank you. I just want that to be clear because everyone is going to get 10 minutes. I'm going to sit right here and keep track of you all because we want a half hour to be available to all of you and everyone online to ask questions. This is your assembly and we want to be able to hear from you. So allow me to introduce our panelists in the order in which they'll be speaking. I didn't pick these, just so you know. This is just the way it is. Let us welcome Carl Salem, who is a prominent Indigenous leader and current chairperson for the Squamish Nation Council. We've asked Carl Salem if he would speak to the AFN Resolution 60/2024, addressing the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle. And two, please welcome back Judy Wilson, Red Hummingbird, an advisory and knowledge holder with Our Children, Our Way, and also a member of Secwepemc Nation. Judy will be speaking to the AFN Resolution 61/2024, Meaningful Consultation on Long-Term Reform of First Nations Child and Family Services. And finally, let's again welcome back our own Mary Teegee, Chair at Our Children, Our Way, which is just one of the hats that she wears, besides being boss of Terry. Just kidding. So we've asked Mary if she would speak to the NAC's recommendations for long-term reforms, for NAC's BC Reps recommendations, and NAC's role in the reforms moving forward. With that, I will turn the floor over to Kausalem.
Thank you. And I think I was able to send in the slide deck.
Do we have a slide deck? Yes.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to try and summarize the main points as quickly as I can, because I imagine there'll be lots of questions. My hope is to provide sort of an update of where we're at. I know that the Special Chiefs Assembly was only a few weeks ago, but there is another one coming up in December, which will also be critically important. And as you recall, and was summarized just earlier, the FSA that was negotiated by AFN and its lawyers working with the other plaintiffs was rejected by the Chiefs in Assembly. It was a 65% opposition. They needed 60% in favor, so they only had 35% in favor of the agreement. The vast majority of First Nations chiefs and proxies were against the agreement. We anticipated that that might happen, and so we had crafted and drafted Resolution 60 and Resolution 61 to respond to the question of what happens if the FSA is not approved. Draft Resolution 60 and 61 was written by a number of voices. There was an interprovincial working group of staff and technicians from a number of the regions, including BC and Saskatchewan and Quebec and the Maritimes. And there was also chiefs from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes and the Yukon. I forgot to mention the Yukon. So there was over 40 chiefs that ultimately, 50 chiefs, that ultimately reviewed draft resolution 60 and 61 and provided input and comments to the final version that was then submitted and approved. And I do want it to clarify that that resolution was sent to the AFN Resolutions Committee. It was reviewed by the Resolutions Committee and it was approved for distribution by the AFN Resolutions Committee to the Chiefs in Assembly at that time. As a follow-up, a number of actions have taken place. So if we can move to the next slide. Oh, do I? Thank you. Green button, right? Oh, wrong green button. My apologies. Well, they work on that. I'll continue talking. So a number of actions have happened since then. One is a working group of technicians from across the country have been meeting and working on implementing the Resolution 60 and 61. That includes developing the terms of reference for the Children's Chiefs Committee, or Commission, sorry. And it was worded in the resolution as a commission, not a committee, and that was intentional. And it also calls for the appointment of representatives from the regions, including regions that may no longer be a part of the AFN, so that all regions are represented. My understanding is that a number of regions have started the process to fulfill those appointments, as the Children's Chiefs Commission is responsible for then selecting the new negotiation team and new legal advisors to help assist in and completing the negotiations with Canada on the next steps forward to resolving any of the gaps or deficiencies in the FSA. So my understanding is a number of regions are moving forward on their appointments to that commission, and BC will be asked to submit names as well. And there's a scope of work that has that is sort of already established in the sense that Resolution 61 that Judy will speak to, because they overlap, speaks to the broad topics or areas of focus that chiefs felt the FSA needed more work on. So our intention was to speak to a new process and then also speak to the content. So terms of reference are being drafted so that they can be brought back to the chiefs at the December SCA. We're hoping to fill as many appointments as quickly as possible so that the Children's Chiefs Commission can meet as quickly as possible and start conducting its work. That being said, and I know I'm running out of time, is the challenge that we have is my concern, to be blunt with everybody, My concern is that the AFN, the national AFN, will not support the implementation of Resolution 60 and 61. My concern is that they will try to delay or defer implementation and use legal arguments to try and undermine the intent of Resolution 60 and 61. And my concern is that Canada is relying largely on the National Chief's Office, not the Executive Committee as a whole, to provide direction on how things should move forward with regard to the renewed negotiation to correct and fix the FSA. So I think the challenge at the SCA, depending on what resolutions come up, and one of the issues that I think is going to have to be addressed is that they placed the topic of the long-term reform on the very last day of the SCA. This is supposed to be a top priority, but right now it's slated for the end of the day on the last day of the AFN, which we know often results in a low attendance or a lack of quorum. So our hope is to move the agenda, to amend it, to place it on a higher priority so we can resolve the issues immediately when most of the chiefs and proxies are in attendance. So my main message to you today is that despite the lack of support from the AFN to move forward on some of the critical pieces, like for example, calling a meeting of the National Advisory Committee or calling a meeting of the Expert Advisory Committee, which haven't happened in a number of months, which also is required under Resolution 60 and 61. Technicians from the regions that are trying to do our best in good faith to advance this, to correct and move forward in a good way, are happening. So a number of the regions are moving forward. But I should also share with the chiefs here at BC that my understanding is that the Chiefs of Ontario have a meeting coming up, or it might have happened already, I have to double check, but it's today, where a resolution is being put forward at the Chiefs of Ontario calling for the Chiefs of Ontario to pursue their own unilateral negotiations with Canada and to remove themselves from this negotiated process of the FSA cross-country so that they can move forward on the FSA that most chiefs voted down, and they want to try and remove themselves from the process. So there is a chance that that becomes a part of the discussion or news, I should say, in the coming weeks and months, depending on the outcome of that. We're not sure, I'm not sure what that means, as the CHRT still has to approve any settlement agreement that is put before it. And it remains to be seen what comes of that. If an agreement is put forward that allows Ontario to remove itself from the process where the rest of the regions have to negotiate on our own. So that is a factor that I'm not sure what it means, but I just wanted to provide that update as well to the Chiefs of BC. And I think I'm running out of time.
Thank you. Judy? Thank you, Castellan, for that. And thanks to Leah for moderating and chairing and keeping us on time. As many of the members that attended the Calgary meeting, we did have to change the agenda, and we did have to, put forward these resolutions. And as Castellan outlined, they were majority accepted, and now we're looking at the implementation of them. Castellan's resolution number 60 mostly talked about the processes, as he highlighted, and number 61, the resolution that was put forward by me, is mostly about the consultation, but as outlined, it was also setting out the general parameters of the renegotiation to hold Canada accountable. If you were able to read that document did not, the final settlement agreement did not hold Canada accountable in any shape, way, or form. So in reading it, it was shifted, the responsibility was shifted to the agencies, and the responsibility was shifted to the right holders. And why Canada was taken to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal was to be held accountable and to end discrimination. So that's why that had to change. And the resolution 61 would also call on the new negotiation mandate, but also what Cindy Blackstock outlined was that we can't wait too long for that. If Canada is, Minister Haiju, I know regional chiefs, probably texting her right now again, is that we need to have the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal order that if Canada delays any longer. So I thought that was really important what Cindy was highlighting in her presentation. So the new negotiation also needs to ensure sustainable needs-based funding, in that grant format. And also the biggest thing was having the right holders be the decision makers, and also a process that's inclusive and doesn't leave anybody behind, or a divisive process that said off reserve, on reserve, or ignored off reserve, or even pitted First Nations against agencies. That process had to stop. That's part of the discrimination that we were talking about. That has to end. So because we needed to shift back to the child-centered approach, and I believe these resolutions are doing that, and in an inclusive way, and also involving our experts. Our experts were sidelined. Our experts need to be part of this process. So they haven't, the NAC, the National Advisory Committee, hasn't met for some time. They're going to complete their review and complete the work that they were set out to do. And also the other part was having that CHRTC oversight, because any tribunal body, just if it was set up with the AFN, they had no legal backing to it. There was no way that anybody had to listen to that. So with CHRTC oversight, we would have holding Canada, their feet to the fire, so to speak, to ensure that we get that work done. And also, the other part was that we need to ensure that how we're looking at the jurisdiction is important, because that would be a little clearer in this process too. And also that, those 18 years we fought for the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders, we can't just let them go, and that's the whole reason why we took them to the tribunal. So they can't be just done away with. So we need to make sure they continue to ensure that there's alignment in the process there to truly end that discrimination. The other part of it is also that the chiefs in assembly the process would be brought back to them, so that it's not a process that's backwards in that they're getting the information then voting on it. No, they would have the information in a timely way, and they're putting input and information to the process. Then they would be able to have that full information. A lot of our communities didn't have time to even have this presented to the community level. So that's really important part of this inclusive process that's needed, right? And I just wanted to say one thing about with this process, it'll bring the true decision-making back to the chiefs in the assembly, and so that it's not lawyer-led, or not a process where it's just held within, the National Chief's Office. I think there's a lot of work that's needed to change that, and I think these resolutions speak to that. And it's in the kits. And in Cindy's handout on page 67, that's where she highlighted the resolutions 60 and 61. I think that's all I can say for them for now, but we're around if anybody wants to speak to us. But I'll just turn it over to Mary, because she's got to bring it all together. What does this really mean to us here in BC? Thank you.
Bringing it home, Mary.
All right, thank you. What did I say? Buckle up. I just really, first of all, I would really like to acknowledge both Kilsalem and Judy Wilson for their perseverance in ensuring that the resolutions, got passed. I also have to commend Chief Ira MacArthur and also Chief Carolyn Wahobin from Saskatchewan, who were seconders or movers on the two resolutions. One of the things that I said, and I will say it again, that decision in Calgary is probably the single most important decision that a chief would make in their lifetime. So of course we had to practice due diligence, and I really want to thank all the leadership and the chiefs, the technicians in British Columbia for coming up with the right decision and voting that flawed agreement down so that we could get a better agreement that would last the test of time to ensure that discrimination never happened even after 10 years of the agreement. I'm going to be specific to British Columbia. The resolutions, 60 really talked about establishing a National Chiefs Commission. It talks about governance structures within the long-term reform agreements to be transparent, open, and accountable. That wasn't there. We definitely need that open and transparent amendment process. One of the things that was missing in the agreement, first and foremost, which we take to heart and we really hold strongly, is FPIC, the Free Prior and Informed Consent. We have the the UNDRIP declaration at the federal level. We also have DRIPA in BC, and I did not see any of those principles reflected truly in that long-term agreement. So for us, in order for us to move ahead, there are very tight timelines within the resolution to develop, update the National Advisory Committee long-term reform terms of reference, the Expert Advisory Council terms of reference, to develop a criteria for the Chiefs Chalice Commission. All of this work, and I can tell you, as come on Friday, all of those documents will be ready for Chiefs review and will be presented, as we stated, at the next AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa in December. It's really important that we get this right, because we've been at this, as you know, since 2006, and in fact even earlier than that, and we're not going to drop the ball at the first yard line. BC Lions, learning about football here, but we're not going to drop the ball. And so we have to make sure that collectively we get the best agreement. And how do we do that? We need to know what's happening in the remote communities, in the small agencies, in the small nations. In British Columbia, we still don't know what the baseline is. So how could we negotiate something if we don't even know what really the true costs are in British Columbia? We haven't received prevention funding until about 2018, 2019. The rest of the country had received prevention funding, so they were able to build infrastructure, develop capacity. We did not have that same privilege in BC. So we're behind, we're very behind in some cases in BC. So this agreement did not allow for us to start building that capacity and to come to a firm, solid baseline. One of the things that we perhaps could look at is, developing something where we have actual costs. Right now, I've heard from leadership again and again across BC that $2,500 per capita does not meet the needs of the community. So we need to think about that. This is long-term reform. What is going to stand the test of time? BC needs the time to build the capacity to make sure that there isn't discrimination. One of the things the agreement as well really did not even reference was the on and off reserve. We know that in some of our nations, over 75–80% of our members are living off reserve. So when we move forward, that is a key consideration that we are going to be including in that. We have the process for amendments, and I think this is really important. How is it that we have an agreement? What is the best process? And we bring it back to you. We go back and forth. How do we get the mandate and how do we get the direction? The last negotiations table that we were at, there was not a clear process. There wasn't even a negotiations protocol in place. And I said this before, in BC, we know about negotiations. We've had treaty negotiations, land negotiations, specific claim negotiations, all these claim negotiations. One of the first things that you do is you set the parameters. You have a negotiations protocol. There wasn't even a negotiations protocol. Canada was going to accept, when we brought it to the table as a party, the Caring Society, Canada was going to accept that. The AFN Legal didn't accept the negotiation protocol. And so we needed to really look at what those structures were to ensure that there was accountability. We also need to ensure moving forward that there's transparency. What is being negotiated? What are we doing talking about children when our leadership aren't even being aware of that? You look at what happened with compensation. It's very important that we talk about compensation. Compensation will be rolling out in January. And you have to really be careful. We have to be very cognizant of that. What happened with that compensation, the reason that we went back to court and did not support the 20 million or the 20 billion, sorry, is because that 20 billion didn't cover all the classes. There was going to be people that would have been left out who would have otherwise been represented through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decision, minimum 40,000. So what we did is we said this agreement is not good enough for our children. Justice denied for one is justice denied for all. And so we fought back and we got more. We got 23.4 billion. This 47.8 billion is a first offer. If they gave us all the money and said, here's the money, we would have said, yep, okay, here it is, it's in the bank, we can build off the interest. It wasn't, it was a thought that they would have 47.8 billion in 10 years, which wasn't guaranteed. What is guaranteed right now, conservatively, 45 billion is protected under the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So there are certain reasons why we made these decisions, and so we knew what went wrong. So we also know what needs to happen and how we need to progress forward. And this is what Resolution 60 and 61 does. It upholds the right of our provinces to have a voice. Not one province will be dictating to the rest of the country. Not one province will have final say in any of these agreements. We all have a say, and especially BC. Not once have we ever have I ever seen at any AFN meeting in education, in anything that we've ever done, that BC would concede their decision-making power to any province, least of all Ontario. And that's what this agreement stated. And we would not allow that. So when we move forward in these resolutions, basically we're saying that we need transparency and accountability, not accountability between agencies and nations or whatever convoluted. It is accountability for Canada, because Canada was charged for discrimination, and Canada needs to change their ways, and that's what this agreement needs to reflect. I just really wanted to leave it there. I know you've all received the resolutions. I know you've been aware of that. We've provided much information through our caring society, the fnwitness.ca. To go back there, we're updating it all the time. And I just really wanted to assure you that we are really practicing our due diligence, that we do have technicians from across the country doing this work. We've been working on it since the very second day. The day that the resolutions were passed, we were working on the actual work plan the very next day. So a lot of work is being undertaken, and because we're committed to doing it right and getting it right. I know I've heard the concern like, oh my God, you're going to be stalling it, that it's in jeopardy. These are orders. Canada has to negotiate. Canada has to come to the table. It's an order. It's not a choice. So just to put that fear aside, that they are ordered. The other thing too is around the timelines. We have been at this for over 20 years, and so if it takes us, 6 months to a year, whatever it takes us in that short time, in the grand scheme of things, we're going to get it right, because I'm not going to be here forever. Cindy's not going to be here forever. Warner Adams is not going to be here forever. We're not going to be here forever. What happens when we're gone? We have to make sure this agreement really upholds the sanctity of our children, and that discrimination will never happen again. And so I think that's what we're trying to do with 60 and 61, is to get a real principled negotiations to ensure governance really reflects who we are as Indigenous people. I'll leave it there for some questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for your good presentations. I'd just like to note that the slide deck isn't in your package, but it will be made available. I'd also like to note that the First Nations Leadership Council extended invitations to Indigenous Services Canada, as well as the AFN National Chief Cindy Woodhouse, and both declined. Just letting you know that. And we're, Kelsey Allen?
I'll clarify. They both agreed to be on the panel and then withdrew last week.
Wow, thank you. That's interesting, isn't it? All right, do I have any questions on the Zoom? Any questions for the panel in the room? Cookby, Fred Robbins at the center mic.
I know we're looking at March 31st as a deadline. That gives us basically 3 months to look at a long-term goal. Do you see that with the chiefs in the room and the technicians that are in the room, do you see an opportunity to extend that, or are we going to be pursuing this as a province and taking the model that Ontario is using? And my second question is around the delegation, the delegated agencies that receive funding from the federal government, all the friendship centers. I've never seen a budget from any of these friendship centers, but I know that they do receive funding for First Nations that are off reserve. That was the biggest key for me in voting this down, was because it was mainly focused on reserve. When all of our membership needs to be taken care of, not just on reserve members. So I'm just curious as to where we're going to go with that.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, those are excellent questions. And I can't speak to the March 31st date, but I will add a one point that I forgot to mention in my slide is, so part of the work that's underway, I mentioned that the technical working group that's been assembled from across the regions across the country, including BC, Saskatchewan, et cetera, they're working on the terms of reference for the Chiefs Children's Committee, but they're also working on proposed amendments to the FSA that bring it in alignment with Resolution 61 that was passed by the Chiefs that describe the changes we would like to see. So we're trying to get ahead of the work, not wait for things to happen and then start. We're trying to move as quickly as possible. So the hope is that all of us can line up really quickly. So there is a chance that we theoretically could resolve things before March 31st. Like, that is possible in my opinion. But it depends on AFN and what steps they take next, and depends on Canada and what steps they take next. So I'll just leave it there for that. On the on-reserve, off-reserve, I did want to speak to this because I think it's a really good point, and I know that we have some friends in the room. We passed resolutions at the BCAFN, and I think the UBCIC, but I stand to be corrected, but I know we passed at BCAFN that I worked on with Mary and others, which said we called on the Leadership Council, or BCAFN to work with the Leadership Council, to take the lessons that we learned from the federal Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case and decisions and orders, and prepare legal action as BC First Nations against BC on the same principles that we won on federal court, to take BC to court for discriminating against our children on the exact same principles. So that was a resolution that we passed at BC, and I think that work is underway to develop that legal opinion and legal advice that will come back to Chiefs to stage that work. That is not to say that we will actually take legal action or go to the BC Human Rights Tribunal, but it creates leverage for us that if we need to go there, if BC does not negotiate in good faith with us, does not resolve the discrimination with us, and this is where I'm going to hold the BC NDP government accountable, because they need to come to the table and start negotiating an agreement to end the discrimination for off-reserve. And if they don't, we take them to the BC Human Rights Tribunal, and we get the exact same decisions that have already been set by the federal decision.
Thank you. We'd like to go to Cookby Helen, and then we'll go to the Zoom. Cookby?
Cooks Judgem, Cookby Helen Henderson, Wensquest. Hello, everyone. Chief Helen Henderson, Chukaskan First Nation. Cooks Judgem to the panel for the information and the continued critical conversations that we need to have here in British Columbia. My concern has always been, as Cookby, that Canada and this process itself has not met FPIC, and they seemingly have left the responsibility of meeting FPIC on the Gugukbi across Turtle Island. And, you know, reading correspondence, et cetera, after that historic vote, the onus, the whispers certainly are that, you know, Gugbeats haven't done their due diligence or met FPIC or brought this in front of their communities. And my argument against that is I was not involved in this process. I was not pulled in as an expert in this process. British Columbia themselves were left completely out of this process. It's not my responsibility to bring their message to my community, and they haven't been into my community. And until they come into my community, they're not going to meet that part of the agreement. I also question the process in and of itself, and leading up to this process, I pulled together lots of briefing notes that were made available, and there wasn't a seeming work plan or, you know, a very outlined process that we could follow leading up to that last Special Chiefs Assembly in Calgary. And I'll be honest with everyone in the room, I went over there confused as heck. I did lots and lots and lots of reading. I did my due diligence on all of the reading and the briefing notes and the concerns, etc. And I couldn't find unity. And that's concerning. And it's concerning when we head over again and we're guessing. So naturally, when that happens, I start to question what the governing processes are and what it appears to me that is happening is, you know, we have an organization that is so far disconnected from on-the-ground work that happens. Nobody else holds governing authority for Chukaskan First Nation. That's our title and rights. We don't hand that over to anybody. And we certainly don't give it over for somebody to go behind closed doors and negotiate on our behalf. And my constant message at any table, whether it's, you know, the treaty negotiation table or coordination table or any table with industry that feels they have a say in how you live your life, is that I find it very bizarre that we continue to come together and have forums. Certainly for us, it's a natural thing to do. But when they host forums on our children, it's just so bizarre to me because we can't reciprocate that. And when I sit across the table from these folks, I ask, do you even know where Chukaskan Uluk is? Have you ever stood on our territory? Do you know who our children are, our families? Do you know our laws, our customs? Because if you don't, your message does not fit or align with our Secwepemc value. And at the end of the day, this whole FSA process heading into Ottawa still does not align with our values, our Chukaskan values, in order to meet FPIC, in order to meet connecting and honoring and respecting our Chukaskan knowledge. We've done the heavy lifts in our community in pursuing our jurisdiction and what that means for Chukaskan. And when you put that parallel to what's happening, there's huge gaps and it doesn't make any sense. They seemingly have us chasing our tails in all these varying jurisdictional fields, not just in children and family. Somebody had mentioned that the Interior Region Caucus that's happening right now, that I had to send a proxy to. And this is the way I think, you know, if this wasn't scheduled for this week, the majority of leaders would be sitting at the Interior Region Caucus. We'd all be the same faces around the table, making decisions under that umbrella over there. And yet, I heard that they weren't directed to share dates. And that just really throws me off kilter because we're the same leadership that's mandating over here. So there's certainly some gaps in the process in and of itself. And I know that we're all working really hard at Unity and keeping us organized and informed along the way because we have to. And I'll say, I don't hold any of us responsible for that. It's the governments, always chasing our tails, chasing our resources, and having us divided in the meantime. So heading into Ottawa in a couple of weeks, I'm looking for unity within our Secwepemc Nation and within our what we deem as the province of British Columbia, because we are leaders in this area, we're trailblazers in this area, and I certainly hold my hands up to all of you. Cooksjum.
Thank you, Cookbee. Would anyone like to share any words? Or should we, Judy?
Thank you, Cookbee Helen. Those are really important points, and we have done so much work in our BC region, and we have to continue that work, especially since, like Mary was saying, there's 18, 20 years that we put into this regarding the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal long-term reform and Jordan's Principle. I know, Regional Chief, at our caucus there, you're speaking about, maybe we need to more look at what our BC position is, what is our BC strategies. So I know with the different meetings that are coming up and the work we'll be doing on the long-term reform and on the Jordan's Principle, naturally those would come together. But again, as our respective organizations work, we have resolutions that would come to our respective organizations to support that work and to continue that work. And I know there's lots of briefing notes to read, and I think presentations that we heard last few days, maybe we're going to need more all chiefs, children and family meetings, and maybe we have some joint panels like what Cookbee Helen was talking about, because children and family isn't just, a sector on its own, it's cross-sector, whole of government, all of those things. So I think having that, and then what Kusela was saying about, strategies like, having to use leverages like the BC Human Rights Tribunal, that would be one leverage. There may be other things we need to do to protect the rights of our children and end that discrimination, because our children should not be struggling off reserve. I think Cookbee Fred talked about that, where they're getting severely underfunded or no funds, and then they have to find creative ways how they're funded. And the other point is from yesterday was what Mary made is about the own source revenues. That should be clearly off the table for the province, and none of your funds should be spent on that, because as Mary pointed out, those funds are taken off from our territory and our lands and waters and resources already, and they come back in forms of programs and services to us, which are impoverished. So anyway, I just wanted to support any regional, any alternative approaches so that we're prepared and ready. Everybody's worked to the bone, and I see it, like we're so severely understaffed and people are working on the side of their desk, but they're doing it because of the best interests of the children and the families that they serve. And we know that discrimination is happening to our children each and every day, on the minute, on the hour. So that's why we need to do the work that we do. So thank you for those questions, Cookbee Helen and the other ones.
I'll just add quickly, because I know there's more questions to get through. So on that point around this process has been confusing, and I think I described it when I was in Calgary as very unfortunate, because it didn't have to be this way. The process could have included lots of check-ins with the chiefs. It could have included lots of opportunity for feedback and report back and feedback and report back until we got to that consensus. And that could have been happening throughout the process, but it didn't. So the only thing I would flag on that for chiefs in BC is we have to remember that as a part of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders, there was 3 parts to it. The first part was compensation. The second part was long-term reform, which is the FSA, which we're at now. The third part is a reform of the Jordan's Principle. And what the AFN has indicated is that they want to commence negotiations of the Jordan's Principle starting in March. So we're going to have to go through this all over again on a separate agreement to deal with Jordan's Principle. And that's where we included mandate in Resolution 61 that describes to the AFN that the process what we used last time cannot be the process that we use again, that we need a better process if we're going to negotiate on Jordan's principle. But fundamentally, what I will say that the challenge from my point of view, and this is just my own perspective, the fundamental challenge we have is that we have a structure at the AFN that includes, I think it's 13, correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, 13 regional chiefs? 12. 12 regional chiefs and the national chief, which makes 13 for the executive committee. They make decisions in between assemblies on how to implement the resolutions. But at that table, our regional chief, who represents 204 First Nations, is one of 13 votes. So if the executive committee has to make a decision, you need 50% plus one of the regional chiefs and a national chief to vote on that for it to move forward, which is 7. So you have regional chiefs on the executive committee who represent 2 First Nations with the same voting power as our regional chief who has 200 First Nations to represent. And so when Terry votes one way, he needs to get 6 other regional chiefs to support him on that in order for us to move forward. And that's fundamentally the challenge, is that at the executive committee, we are not represented to the way that we actually exist as First Nations within this country. And it's going to be a challenge moving forward because other regions can hold us back under that structure.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, I'll make a point. I just wanted just to remind everybody that in British Columbia, we actually have a pretty good process already. If you think about how the First Nations Health Authority, the First Nations Health Council, and their communication strategy and their process for input. And we had those regional sessions, if you recall, many regional sessions, and then it would report back to the broader provincial chiefs. I think that process would work here in this case, where we would have those regional sessions, talk about long-term reform, bring up all the issues, have the experts there to provide that information, roll that up, bring it forward, and then report back to those regions, and then go back and have a provincial process. I think we already have a pretty strong process in BC to ensure that there is that free, prior, informed consent, and I think that would address your concerns, Chief Helen.
Thank you. We have Cookbee Spahan on the Zoom, please.
Should have a schedule for it so that people.
Yeah. Handlage Wesley Span Cookbee Vince Letku. I'm just going back to the Chiefs Commission and how that's been appointed. What I don't understand is, I know that I see in the document that there is a deadline, but what I don't see in the document of who chooses that delegate to sit at the Chiefs Commission? Because not seeing or hearing of any meeting happening after this, and the deadline is November 29th. Very curious as to how that delegate is chosen, either by the BC AFN or the Chiefs of British Columbia. Cookstem.
Thank you, Cookbee. Regional Chief has joined the panel. Regional Chief?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the process before at the BCFN and appointments was really troubling to me. So it was merely the regional chief would appoint positions or chiefs to certain positions. So the way I saw it necessary was that either at a BC AFN meeting or at any other sanction like FNLC meeting that, like this one, that we should get names forward. So I'm really, one of the things I'm soliciting to you chiefs and to the leadership to put your names forward if you're interested in this position. As we've sent out this letter, and we have this letter from the AFNQL, Yukon, BCFN, FSIN, Dene Nation, Southern Chiefs Organization, and also New Brunswick, there is the letter to follow explicitly on the two resolutions, and we're compelling the national chief and also to Minister Haidu to follow through with this resolution. So as a part of it, by December, we're hoping that we can get a terms of reference, a new terms of reference on this committee. And certainly that we need to work with the AFN, also other, I suppose, regions on the terms of reference for this commission. Now, as this is a resolution, you know, it's very, maybe I'll just speak to the resolution. Or actually, I'll just answer your question, Cookbee. I think right now we need to come up with a list of potential candidates and review the candidates to see, I think at the FNLC, I think this would be a function of the FNLC to decide on who would be best suited as a candidate. And we've done this before with other types of committees and commissions, if you will, with other, I suppose, other organizations and councils in this province. I would say that would be the best way forward to find a candidate. And, you know, that's really the function we've been utilizing over the last, I don't know, years in terms of finding a candidate for this type of commission.
Thank you, Regional Chief. But before we go to what you would like to speak to, the resolution, did someone else need to speak? Mary, did you need to speak?
You could go first, and then I could speak after my brother.
Thank you. Regional
Okay.
Chief?
Okay, so what we really need right now is from our region, a perspective on what this terms of reference will look like. So we need information in terms of, we have a brief one in the expression of interest, but we really need to review a fulsome terms of reference for this commission. So as a part of the Secretariat at the Assembly of First Nations, there is a resolution implementation committee. And as soon as they provide a briefing note of our recent meeting last week, I can share with you, like I did yesterday, of what we heard from the resolution committee is that if we're not using in-house legal at the AFN, then which legal, who's going to represent us legally, and how do we decide upon who's the legal entity if we're going outside of the AFN was one of the questions that was asked by the resolution committee. And also, as a part of this, and I think the answer to this question is probably the federal government, is where do we access the resources and funds for said legal and also the work that needs to be done, and the hoping that we get a new mandate for renegotiations on this FSA. And if that doesn't work, do we just access the funding from regional offices? And the fact of the matter is, you know, I'm one of the most fortunate regional offices that I do have a lot of resources, but other regions don't. And also looking at the mandate of the negotiations to include on and off reserve, because if you look at the court ruling, it's just specific to the children on reserve. So we're of the same mindset as the Child Caring Society, that it should be addressing all children, not just on reserve. And also further to that, you know, the expectation, well, what we can hear back, hopefully very soon, is what the CHRT ruling is from several weeks ago in regards to has the government, or I suppose the FSA, fulfilled the ruling at the CHRT. So as soon as I get that briefing note from the AFN, I'll certainly share with the leadership. But Kilsalem is right. My view too is that there is a lot of, I suppose, delay, which is very concerning, and a lot of And this is the problem with some of the resolution process at the AFN, is that there's a lot of excuses of how not to implement the resolution rather than trying to find a solution to implement the resolution. And that is an ongoing issue at the AFN. So it has been duly noted by other executives and other regional chiefs about the resolution process. And I know that's another matter, but certainly that issue is popping up here as we try to implement Resolution 16 and 61. Thank you.
Thank you. I see two more questions.
I'll just kind of respond to, again, to add on to what Terry's saying. The one thing AFN can't use is waiting for resources for Canada as an excuse for failing to act on those two resolutions. There are orders in place for Canada to cover the legal costs for negotiations. That is not that, you know, they may or they may not. They have to. They're ordered to pay for those negotiations. They are ordered to come to long-term reform to end discrimination, make sure it doesn't happen again. It's an order. It's not something that Canada or the AFN legal can say, we may or may not. They have to be very clear. In the resolution, it talks about the Charles Chief, the Commission. There will be a terms of reference to be provided to First Nations in Assembly for approval in December. Though that work has been undertaken, so we looked at across the country. As we said, we've been doing this sort of off the side of our desk voluntarily. There's many things that we had to consider. You know, be of good character and standing, committed to conduct themselves with respect, dignity, committed to you know, accountability. There's certain criteria that we developed overarching for these Chiefs Commission, because they're the ones that's going to be keeper of the process, if you will, to ensure that those principles are upheld. And so there is a national group that's doing the national criteria and a national draft terms of reference for the Child Commission, which will then be brought forward at the Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa in December.
Thank you. We're going to take...
The terms of reference will be ready on Friday, the draft.
Thank you. We're going to take these last two questions, go for response, and then we'll wrap up and take your break before our final panel of the day. So I'll go first to Cookby Robbins, please. Oh, he's deferring to Cheryl. Chief Cheryl, Triple C.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I don't necessarily have a question, but just a couple of comments. I think that there's a bit of apprehension on this matter from all sides, because when we went to Calgary, there was no consensus amongst us as a BC region as to whether we were going to reject or approve that FSA. And it was quite clear in the Assembly that there was a division amongst all First Nations across the country on it. The fact of the matter, though, is that the FSA has been rejected. And so we need to regroup, and we need to try to work as hard as we can within a tight timeline to be able to incorporate those changes that we had been asking for from the outset about representation, about the mandate for on and off reserve, OSR. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And what's concerning me is I'm hearing a lot of I hopes, I thinks, you know, because we don't know. It's really uncertain in terms of what's going to happen next. But given that level of uncertainty, I think we need to poise ourselves to be in a position where we can hit the ground running when Canada says they're coming back to the table, or when they're forced to come back to the table, because as has been mentioned, there's orders that are in place that are directing them that they have to. Just because the FSA no longer exists as it was presented doesn't mean that they just get to walk away. Those orders continue. So we know they're going to have to come back to the table. And within that period of time, we need to organize ourselves in the manner that we can be the leads of those conversations and negotiations that are going to take place, because it will take place. When it's going to take place, we don't know. But we have a December Assembly that's quickly approaching. I'm not sure how many BC delegates are proposing to be there or preparing to be there. I recognize that the October Special Chiefs Assembly, that there was actually your travel and everything had been covered, which was really odd because they don't typically do that. But Anyway, the December one, there's no cost covered. We're back to covering our own costs. And I know that sometimes that, places a financial burden on us. But I think that it's going to be really important that if you cannot make it, that you at least pass on your proxy to somebody who can be represented there. Because these are going to be some important conversations in terms of next steps. And I know that we're trying to do our best here, and I think that we just all need to get on board and we say, hey, we've got to rebuild, we've got to regroup, and let's do this important work to make sure this time this agreement captures everything that we want it to have, and it captures and reflects the interest of British Columbia. So I really don't want to be going into December with what ifs and hopes and those kinds of things, because we need to go there knowing exactly where we stand as British Columbia. We weren't able to do that in October, but I think we have a really good chance of being able to regroup again here, as we usually do as British Columbians, to do that in December. Dacha.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Can I take Cookbee first, and then everyone can respond, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you. Cookbee, please.
I never introduced myself. I always allowed you to do it. My English name is Fred Robbins. I'm the elected chief of the people of the White Earth in the northwest corner of the Secwepemc Nation. First of all, I was just kind of curious, because I know we have friends in the room, but when it comes to free, prior, and informed consent, that door has to swing both ways. It shouldn't be something that the national chief and their executive are working behind closed doors. I just get a sense that that's what's happening. The free, prior, and informed consent is exactly what Cookbee Helen Henderson was talking about. Who has the authority to speak on behalf of our nations? Is the only one that's going to be accountable by the end of the day is the chief. And if my head's on a chopping block, so be it. But the free, prior, and informed consent, that's a door that has to swing both ways. And when we appoint a leadership council to do the work on our behalf, we vote for them as leadership. We say, you know what, Cheryl, you're going to go and you're going to work on behalf of these communities. Terry, you're going to represent these communities. And I know it must be difficult when we talk about free, prior, and informed consent with other nations, because then all of a sudden the wall goes up. Hey, that's my territory. You have no authority here. You know what? We're not talking about title. We're talking about our children. On and off reserve. Separating them that way is exactly the same tactic that they utilized in the residential school process. So we need to keep that in mind, and when we start to see this vision. By the way, I think I'm saying March 31st because usually that's year end for First Nations communities. So if we can have something in place by March 31st, that leadership can all, we can sit down and just focus on child reform and give us 3 days as BC. And then I really think that you can have census here, because I look around the room and I think we're all in hiatus. We don't know where we're going. We don't know what's happening. We don't fully understand just exactly what's going on. Yeah, there's the terms of reference being developed. There is a plan being developed. We have 2 resolutions on the table. But where are we actually going to go with this? What is the next steps? What is the plan going to look like? Is what I'm hearing. Do I see some nods in the room? Because I really think that if we get to that point where we're all on the same boat and we're all paddling the same way, we'll get somewhere. But right now, the boat's not even in the water. We're all wanting to push it in, but we don't know whether we should. Should we? I think just moving forward from this, the free, prior, and informed consent is a must for First Nations people. We need to be informed so that we can start to make the decisions on behalf of our community. and we're talking about here leadership, and I'm looking around the room here again, this is about our children. It's about the future of our communities. It's not about staging, and I'm not trying to replace Terry Teegee by doing this, but it's about our children, and we have to make really good decisions for them. So I want to thank the panel for their time up there, and I'm not trying to grill you. It's not my intention. I just want to make sure that I'm informed on behalf of my future. Kuksham.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
that's
you,
really.
I'm sorry, Mary. I got two more people standing up, and these are going to be the absolute last two. So if you could be quick, I would appreciate it, as would the panel. Chief Don, and then Crystal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chief Don Tom, Heartland First Nation. Thank you to the panel. I think a lot of the frustrations that we've witnessed are the processes of which exist. And when BC, we've been consistent in saying that, we need representation in those negotiations. We need to have our voices there. And that has been rejected at every moment. We've had the national chief. There's no way that we would have a legal counsel here in BC representing our negotiations, leading the negotiations, and forgetting about the title and rights holders. And so we need to be pushing, and I see the work through the resolutions that the first one that has been passed and the one that needs to go to the Executive Council. First one rejecting the final settlement agreement as it is, and the second one, most important, is the processes, is ensuring that we garner the consent from we didn't give up that jurisdiction to speak for our children and families, and that belongs to us. And so the processes need to be clear that they require our support, and they can't just come in, do a nice presentation, and then go back and say, we spoke to BC. That just isn't acceptable in today's standards when we're talking about children. So I just want to say that for me is about the process. We need to, I support having the commission because we didn't have a BC voice there. This is one way of that we can have a BC voice being represented there. Not a real question, Madam Chair, but just in support of the panel.
Thank you. Crystal, if I could ask you to be brief.
Chinkormantomia Pathsatsatsap to Manman A Sequoito, Sigams. I'm just wondering, as a former youth and care myself who would love to submit some resolutions, I'd like to know who I can submit these resolutions to, if that would be to you, CM Kilsalem, or Terry Teegee. But also I'm wondering if there's a way, and this is just an idea, I know there's probably like lack of capacity to do this, but if we could possibly ask to extend the time frame to submit resolutions by, if there's a way to have maybe like youth submit the resolutions to a direct chief that can bring those resolutions forward, and that you can have the resolutions in writing as proof to bring to, whomever. It's just an idea, but, I'm sure there's better ideas out there, but just something to consider as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. I'd like to start with Mary.
Thank you for all of that. And I'll just go through some of the points. Chief Cheryl talking about, that we're having to regroup. I just wanted to make clear to everybody that we haven't stopped the work regardless of what has been going on. So we've done many presentations over the last year on the Caring Society, the draft long-term reform approach. So that is where we have been collecting the information from across the country, including the National Advisory Committee. Even though we weren't funded and we never convened a meeting, we still met regardless, because we knew the work was so important. And so as BC's representative at the NAC, that's where we provided the information into what that draft long-term reform approach is. So we're not starting from scratch. We already have that work that's already been done, and we are ready, are ready to go. So when you look at, we have Canada says, that they're coming, they have to negotiate. That's in their best interest because they're ordered to. We are getting all these documents by Friday so that it could go out to the chiefs for any input. And then when we get back to Ottawa, BC, that we can have that consensus. You've already had time to review all of the documents. We would not be in this situation if, as Kasalem said, had the AFN followed the resolution 41 from December last year that was very clear, that was supported by the UBCIC, the Summit, and the BCAFN Assembly on free, prior, and informed consent, that anything that was going to happen to our children, that we had to have say in it. Had they followed that, we wouldn't be in this situation. So we know what needs to happen when it comes to how we uphold the FPIC. I wanted to talk to just reference Chief Robbins, the timeline and everything that we're doing. And we understand that it seems like, there is that rush, and absolutely there is a rush to get this done by December. And that's why all the documents are going to be sent out possibly on Friday or Monday, which talks about the timeline and sets the stage so that you know what are the next steps. What is it that we need to take? The first step is getting that Chiefs Child Commission up and running. And so that's why there is that push at the BCAFN, at the First Nations Leadership Council, to get those persons identified. I think the other piece too, that the importance that, Chief Don Tom, that you're talking about, how we, getting the support from the First Nations, all of these pieces. One of the things that was very, very disconcerting to me being at the table early on is that the direction was not coming from the chiefs. I did not know how AFN Legal was getting direction, and you're absolutely right, they were leading the negotiations. I've never seen anything like that in all my years. And so I would ask, okay, did you just phone 600 and whatever chiefs to get your direction on this matter? It didn't make sense to us. So we know, that's why when you look in the resolution, we talked about the processes and the principles that we want to operate under for the negotiations. Basic negotiations 101. Don't accept the first offer, have a negotiations protocol. That's what we're following. And so I think the other piece that was really disconcerting to us is that within the agreement, AFN and Canada were to go out to procure support from First Nations leadership on this agreement that many hadn't even seen. So we're making sure things like that aren't embedded in any agreement. So those are some of my points. Kasalem?
Just to respond to the question from my relative, yes, if anyone wants to suggest a resolution, happy to look it over and advise and bring it forward. In the BCFN or UBCIC or AFN, the chief or a proxy has to bring it forward to moved and seconded, but just happy to support that.
We also have embedded within the resolution, sorry, just to add to the young woman, that it does talk about having youth and youth formally in care as part of the accountability and part of the governance structures moving forward.
Thank you. RC?
Yeah, in terms of resolutions, I think certainly getting a chief to support your resolutions, or if it does come from the committee, from the council, from the youth council, that's the best way to go in terms of bringing forward a resolution. I think, what we're seeing here is a process that is obviously flawed. One of the things that I did make appointments, and we did make an appointment from the BCAFN, was a Chiefs Committee on Child Welfare. They haven't met in 3 years. My previous appointment was Chief Wayne Christian. I want to thank him. And also alternate was Cookbee Judy Wilson at that time. BC, I commend all of you. We're very fortunate to have a number of chiefs that volunteer and sit on these committees. And this is a bit of a problem, including Kilsalem here, that brought this up at the AFN and was trying to make changes to the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. And one of the things was trying to get quorum for some of these committees. We, as BC, usually show up. It's making sure that other regions show up so you can make some decisions and you can really have a direction. And this would be certainly one of those areas that should have had really quorum and talking about this final settlement agreement, and also bringing forward our perspective, not only from the Chiefs Committee on Child Welfare, but from the NAC and from the other expert committees that the AFN do solicit. So that's a bit of an issue in terms of process. And one of the things going through this is the National Chief's Office having this in isolation and working and not really informing overall, what exactly is going to happen in the future in the FSA. So now that we have this, there's a reset right now, I would say. We need to really push and compel Minister Hajdu to get a new mandate, and perhaps move it on up to the Prime Minister's office. That we need to reset this, and I don't think we throw everything out. This is my, I suppose, opinion, because I mean, I know this agreement is certainly centric to Ontario. They're the biggest region in this country. We're the second biggest, and obviously we're at odds in a way on these matters. But nevertheless, I think it provides, I suppose, maybe a foundation right now, and there's a way. I really believe, I'm hopeful that there's a way forward to get this across the finish line. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. So just, I know we've shared a lot of information and it's a lot of updating everybody, but I like action. I like taking action, getting things done. So I do want to leave on this last note. My one suggestion to chiefs is, I agree with Terry. I think, I don't know if this will work or not, but I feel like it's something we could do. If chiefs could send a letter to Minister Hajdu calling on her to get back to the negotiation table to fund the negotiations. I reached out to Minister Hajdu and I got a response back saying, I'm in contact with the national chief and I'll be following up with her. I asked for a meeting with the minister back in August, never received a response. I sent another letter in October, haven't received a response. And I finally texted her because I had her phone number and I had lunch with her a year ago. And the response was, I'm in contact with the national chief and I'll be following up with her. That was that response I got. So I think if more chiefs were to speak out and call on her to engage honorably in this, it might help, because we need to pressure Canada to start moving forward on this.
Thank you. And since Sunday was Grand Chief's 75th birthday.
Yes, thank you.
We'll let
this question is about 2 hours old. But listening to all of the discussion and debate, I thought maybe we should go back to Tsawwassen and start over. How's that? Yeah. No? Yeah. Okay. My question was going to be, what's going to happen when we get to the Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa less than 2 weeks from now, December 3rd to 5th in Ottawa? And if this is all hands on deck for the BC region, then we need to get a notice out so that we have a very full turnout from British Columbia. And it might be an idea to attach the letter that was signed off by a number of regional groups that supports the reasonable consensus to the situation that we're dealing with, and begin that promotional work right away. 2 weeks are going to go by really quick. I would imagine it's a busy time of year to make flight arrangements and accommodations and things like that. So obviously this discussion will continue on December 3rd to the 5th, but it would be nice to go into that meeting with a BC region position that's given expression to by a very, very large contingent of BC chiefs. It's time our voices were heard over there. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, please, let's have a round of applause for the panel, for all of the good questions. And unfortunately, because we took everybody's questions, you don't have a break.
So just to be clear, so that's all the techies that we have. We have our Children Our Way, we have the UBCIC techie, we have the Summit technician. So I think that's a really good, to get the notice out so we could start drafting that tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you. Please.
The SCA in Ottawa is a hybrid meeting too. So.
Thank you. Just so you know, the SCA in Ottawa is a hybrid meeting as well. Also, further clarification to the earlier clarification, ISK was invited and they declined. National Chief was invited, she accepted and then withdrew. So there you have it. And now I would like to call the panel Addressing Challenges in Chairing. Oh no, sorry. Addressing Challenges and Advancing Reform, Reflecting on the Implementation of Jordan's Principle. I'd like to invite Warner Adam, Raymond Cauchi, Jen Helditch, and invite Maya O'Neill Simpson, who will be on the Zoom. If you could make your way to the extracurricular conversations going on, if you could take them outside. If you could take the conversations outside so our panel can carry on, I would appreciate it, as I'm sure they would. All right. So that was an interesting panel, and now we have an additionally interesting panel, Addressing Challenges and Advancing Reform. Allow me to introduce our panelists. We have Warner Adam, who was invited here by the BCAFN. We have Raymond Cauchi from the BC Access.
Aboriginal Child Care Society.
Aboriginal Child Care Society. There's so many acronyms in our world. I apologize. Jen Helditch, Okanagan Nation Alliance. And online we have Maya O'Neill Simpson, Treaty 8 Tribal Association. Warner and Raymond have both prepared presentations for us, and we will give them each 10 minutes. And at 8 minutes, I'm going to show you this.
Okay.
All right. So we'll turn it over to Warner.
Thank you, Leah. And
do you want to come up here?
No, I'm here. Okay. Good afternoon, Chiefs. And thank you to the Musqueam for allowing us to meet and conduct business on their territory on this important matter, our children. We've heard a lot of presentations with respect to making sure that we build a space for children so that they could thrive. And that's our job. And I think in British Columbia, who better can do it but us? We did develop a process to devolve health services from Health Canada. We can learn from that processes, look at the different areas of improvements and consulting with different regions and community. We've done it before, we could do it again. So you've heard, again, many presentations with respect to Jordan's Principle. Again, it's a CHRT legal order, so it's not a program. Many people think that it's a program, but it's not, so we'll always have to keep that in mind. We also have to remind government that this is not a program and it's an order, and that they must ensure that proper processes and claims are submitted in a timely manner. So again, I sit at the national level around Jordan's Principle. We Zoom meet usually once a month to look at some concerns and challenges, best practices and key messages. And we did hear from a lawyer this afternoon and Helena Gaspard as well, during the opening, and many of the issues that were presented are issues that, I observed. So again, I think number one is the national standards and consistent data management. You heard Helena say that we can't really measure the success of the program because there's inappropriate data collection and data management processes. So again, we don't know. Anecdotally, we know that the Jordan's Principle funding is helping many of our people, and we need some processes to ensure that it's meeting its objectives. You heard that in British Columbia, we have a backlog of 2,000 emails in the queue asking for some assistance for Jordan's Principle. And to me, that is unacceptable. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's the lack of manpower at ISK, or maybe it's their simple process of being the Indian agent. Some people are of the opinion that requests are being ignored. There's also issues between the roles and responsibilities of British Columbia ISK and that of headquarters. We're going back to the old ways of Vancouver office blaming Ottawa office for not getting things done. And that's quite apparent here in British Columbia. It's also interesting to note that in Quebec, there's only like 200 backlog as opposed to 2,000. Also, there are many different delivery mechanisms. In Yukon is an example, Alberta, and also Quebec. They have some type of fiscal arrangement with ISK, enabling these regions to administer the Jordan's Principle program themselves. However, there is issues related to liability and insurance. And I think we need some more legal minds to really examine what type of liabilities do we assume if we deliver Jordan's Principle like the other regions. I guess the risk, from what I understand, and I'm not a lawyer, that's why I think we need some legal beagles to look at the liability if nations choose to administer Jordan's Principle. Also, there is a need for an oversight body, chief's oversight body, to ensure that ISK, the backlog is dealt with and that the needs are met. I do believe the Leadership Council is in support of exploring some type of an oversight body. In order to see if I could. Oops. Anyways, in terms of the standard of care, principles that was identified at the national table or areas that organization could follow is ensure that there is no negligence. Was there reasonable care taken in terms of administering Jordan's Principle? Duty or a standard of care needs to be developed that looks at the agency ensuring that it's acting for the children. I guess one of the areas that we're cautioned about that if First Nations administer Jordan's Principle and deny certain rights or services to children, they can become liable and sued. Also, ensuring that the fiduciary responsibilities remain and maintained by Canada is an issue. What we were advised is that if we take it over, because it's a CHRT order, Canada must remain the delivery of services. And again, human rights is an issue. We can't forget the fact that this Jordan's Principle was designed so that children do not fall through the cracks. And in administering Jordan's Principle, we need to remember that. Again, privacy of data must be maintained so that all of these are different 6 principles that agencies need to follow when administering Jordan's Principle. Recommendations for First Nations to practice due diligence. Make sure Canada remains the service provider. Again, I think we need to examine how the other regions were able to co-manage this program with ISK. It's also important that your organizations have proper insurance coverage, just in case some decisions don't really meet the needs of the child. Ensure that you have the client's consent on file. Have good policies and procedures in place. Have checklists complete them for every client. So again, doing a checklist for clients and making sure that the client's need is met. And just proper record keeping, phone call logs, digital or paper, and keep emails. Yeah, and keep up to date on the laws. These were recommendations made by Caring Society lawyers. I forget his name. So I think, again, the oversight body is important. I just heard about some kind of a children's commission. Again, I think in British Columbia, we do need a proper structure for all matters related to children and family issues so that strategies can be presented in advance for Chief's consideration. And again, I point to the consultative process that the health sector employed when designing the First Nations Health Authority. And we could learn from that process and the challenges and try, as people were saying, some of the chiefs, that they want to ensure that proper mandates are provided. But again, I think time is of the essence in moving forward because we're at a critical time. And that's my presentation. The other best practice was to ensure that there's wraparound services provided from a multidisciplinary approach, whether it be from doctors, nurses, social workers, all come together to make sure that they meet the client's need. Building relationships with Northern Health or your health authorities, the First Nations Health Authority, and other child-minding agencies so that proper supports and wraparound supports are provided to the families. So key messages: Jordan's Principle is a legal order, not a program. Develop national standards for Jordan's Principle so that it's equally rolled out across this country. And improve transparency on intake guidelines and tools for managing Jordan's Principle. Jordan's Principle cannot function under the presumptions of non-insurance benefits. Need recourse to address apparent gaps, i.e. the 2 years of wait list is not acceptable. And those are particularly important for specialized services for children with autism. And assessments, there's a huge backlog on child assessments. So by the time that they identify a need for an assessment, the child would be 8 years old. So that again is unacceptable. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Warner. We'd like to go on to Ray. I'll give you this, sir. Thank you. If you have problems, I will help, but if you don't.
Hello. Okay, so hello. My name is Raymond Kauke. I have the honor and the humble duty of being this thing called the manager for the Jordan's Principle Enhanced Service Coordination Hub of BC. And I'm never going to say that again. It's going to be the hub, because that's far too long. So I'm going to begin with talking about the hub, and that will lead us into some recommendations that the team at the hub has made. And I want to thank Warner for doing a lot of the heavy lifting, because much of what he has said, the hub would also like to say. All right. So the hub is a small team of people. We're like 8 people, and we're hosted by BCACS, BC Aboriginal Child Care Society. And we work with ISK, right? We're partners with them, and specifically ISK BC region, because as Warner pointed out, there's a difference between ISK national and ISK BC region. It's weird, And my comment on that is that should a request ever go to the national level, you lose track of it completely, right? You don't know where it goes, okay? And our job is to kind of nurture, guide, empower, help a group of a group of service coordinators placed in the communities of BC through contracts with Indigenous Services Canada. All right, and when you look at the terms of reference for these individuals, they read more like social work responsibilities. Okay? So this is our goal, right? To kind of help deliver Jordan's Principle into BC. I've been with this team since the beginning in April of 2021. I remember the first kind of training we ever had, and they brought in Alberta to kind of give us a lowdown on how to do the job. And here's the terrible irony, we don't do it at all like Alberta does it. And even more ironic is we don't do it like anyone else does it. BC has been given somehow this model of over 44 individuals managed by over 30 organizations to do one job in some way. Okay. So these are the values of the Hub. We are very child first. Our team is deeply dedicated to making sure that children get the services they need when they need them. And so we really, really are honored to do this job. And a lot of what we do is help families or help service coordinators navigate the ever-changing dynamic policy, recommendation, direction, lack of direction that comes from Indigenous Service Canada, right? I've spent a lot of time talking to various organizations and communities sometimes, and I have a kind of a disclaimer statement at the beginning of every presentation. If you guys want to talk to me again in 6 months, I'm pretty certain I'll have something different to say. Okay. Oops, let's back that up, sorry. And we have a respect for autonomy in the sense that the Hub doesn't tell people what they do or should do. We invite people to attempt to do things a certain way, right? We make recommendations, right? So again, for liability, we have recommendations for that, right? For how to engage with families or how to communicate with other organizations, we can make recommendations of that. How to submit a request, we can make a recommendation there. And capacity building. So we also have a goal of training people, right? So a lot of times, as you'll see in the next couple slides, we spend a lot of time just helping people do their job, understand how to just approach their job. So people really enjoy data. I'm a big data fan, so here's some data. This first infographic shows the kind of percentage of children that the Hub has supported directly. So the Hub has 2 service coordinators, and these young women are genius as far as I'm concerned, right? They work remotely, they have a regional mandate, but because of the way the CHRT orders are arranged, you can't really pay attention to regions. So when a family contacts us, we just work with them no matter where they are. We try to connect them locally because that's best, but sometimes they don't have that capacity, right? I can't really read that, but that graphic is interesting because that represents 228 children. So you would like to think that that's a graphic that represents all of BC's children, but it does not. It represents exactly 228 of them, because that's the children that the Hub has worked with directly. On the other hand, we have 44 service coordinators that we work with, and we've dedicated over 1,000 mentorship individual hours. So that's the Hub team speaking one-on-one with these 44 individuals. Sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's 5, whatever they need, right? We're basically on call for them during regular business hours. They have a problem or they have a concern or they have a thought, we'll have a conversation about it. And sometimes those concerns are actually about burnout, where I don't know if I can keep doing this job. I really need more support. How do I do this, right? And then of course we have this idea of how to help communities engage with Jordan's Principle. And data. I cannot emphasize that point, data management and sovereignty. And then this idea of group requests. So I'm going to stop this part of my conversation with you because I would gladly go on for hours about this. And if you want to talk to me or the Hub about that, please do so. So these are the barriers that the Hub kind of wants to point out for our region. Jordan's Principle is really good at identifying systemic gaps. When you look at the amount of funding that has gone out through Jordan's Principle in the Since 2020 to now, just on the 3 official sectors that Jordan's principle addresses, education has gone up by a factor of ×3. Health has gone up by a factor of ×5. Social, gone after 24 times more money has been approved this year than when we started. I don't even know how that works, except Jordan's principle is clearly identifying systemic gaps. Right. Going back to Helena Gaspar and the Caring Society, how do we know Jordan's principle is working? Well, it's identifying gaps. And so my question is always, why isn't the data for Jordan's principle being used to inform nations about these gaps, to inform other stakeholders, provincial leaders about these gaps, and the federal government about these gaps, so they know where to spend money or where we can do stuff with? That gets to the data silos a bit. The other barrier that's up here is this idea of service coordinator attrition. All right, I guarantee you that if you talk to your local service coordinator, they will be at or over capacity, 100%. All right, some service coordinators have a caseload of over 300 children. That is amazing to me. Like, it boggles my mind. As a social worker, right, my college would require me to have a caseload of 44. That's it. 300 just causes my brain to explode, right? My team, they have a caseload of 112. And that's me saying to them, slow down, please. I know that you desperately want to help all these children, but you're one person. Okay? Capacity, workload. It's extreme, right? I know many service coordinators who literally have conversations with my team like this. I don't know if I can keep going. But if I don't keep going, who's going to do this job? Okay? And then the last barrier is this data silos. Oh my gosh, I'm at 2 minutes already. I thought it'd be fast. Okay, so Indigenous Services Canada has every piece of data about Jordan's principle, but they will not give it back to you, right? There's reasons. I don't know what they are. I have asked, my team has asked, you know, I'm certain other people have asked. The only data they give us is regional large number data. They don't tell us where in BC these gaps are. We would like to know that. We really would. And more importantly, nations don't have the structure to manage the data. When you talk to service coordinators, I'm willing to bet that over 80% of them are using Excel spreadsheets to manage their case load. That's crazy, right? For the 3 years that the Hub has been in business, we have been pushing for a shared data network just on Jordan's principle, just so that we could have a picture of what Jordan's principle in BC looks like. Every other region is doing the same thing. They have something they're trying to do, right? As Helena pointed out, we don't know whether we're even meeting base needs, how we're going to evaluate this, what's going on. We don't have the data. We would love it. All right, and lastly, our recommendations. So please continue to get ISK to commit to community support, long-term, very, very long-term. Long-term in community support. Regional standardization. As Warner pointed out, we would like an accountability or accountability body. And more importantly, as service coordinators, as people doing this job, we want to do it the same way and we want to do it the best way we can, the wisest way we can. And please consider supporting some organization in BC to get a regional data strategy happening. Whatever that is, the Hub will jump on board with it, 100%. That's it.
Thank you to Warner and Raymond for your presentations. I'd like to ask, we'd like to go to Jen and Maya if you have any questions or would like to make any comment on what you just heard.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Jen Hilditch, and I work for the Okanagan Nation Alliance, and I am based out of Penticton. I grew up in Penticton. I moved to Alberta to go to school. I stayed in Alberta for 12 years until COVID came about, and I realized I don't love cities as much as I thought I did when they shut down. So I was lucky enough to come home, and that opened a new world for me. I was always Treaty 6. My adoptive grandma was Cree from Saddle Lake, so I was able to come home to the Syilx Nation, which I'm really lucky that that's a place where the ways of being and knowing is if you are on the land, you are taken care of by the Syilx people, and I have felt that in my return home. So, we say the land remembers, and when I came home, I felt a little out of place, and then I started working with the people, and I was like, yeah, this is where I am meant to be. So that's how I got into Jordan's Principle. I was lucky enough to do Jordan's Principle in Alberta with the First Nations Health Consortium for a year and a half, and then I came to BC to do it with the ONA under the BC region, and I struggled. Like both these gentlemen have mentioned, it's different across the country of how they roll out Jordan's Principle. And so when you've worked in one province doing it, to come and see that we were like 4 or 5 years behind, it was really, really frustrating and hard to communicate that, right? Like, why are we doing it this way? And when I say communicate that, that's to our partners with ISK. We're given very short time periods to meet with them and talk about our challenges. And that is often the challenge that I bring up, is why are we doing it 4 years behind when we know other provinces are already moving on these things and showing that it is successful. So we were kind of asked just to bring up like the challenges on the front line. I am obviously a service coordinator, and I also am a team lead, so I supervise a team of service coordinators. And that is not an exaggeration. The burnout is real, and systems are designed to burn us out, right? So every time we go into these meetings, it's the same conversations, and I've kind of heard that as a theme over the last 2 days of people, encouraging myself to not repeat the same conversations. I can get stuck on that when I think I'm not being heard, right? So with Indigenous Services Canada, they want to sit down and ask us how they can support, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, you haven't addressed any of the things I brought up 6 months ago or 2 months before that. So that partnership, I think, is lacking. The communication, we're all doing kind of the same work, but in different areas. So I find on the front line that we get information last. That's a problem because we're the ones working directly with the children and families. So when I go in to meet with families, or a lot of what I do is the capacity building, going to schools, hospitals, anywhere that a child has needs, right? They ask us to come and present because they want to know, we've heard things about Jordan's Principle, we've heard it's a difficult process. How do we get ahead of that? So a big part of my job is to go there and educate. And unfortunately, every time, like these gentlemen have mentioned, it's a different message, right? So I'll go in, train a whole team. We'll feel really, really good, a good system. Unfortunately, that team will have turnover. I'll go back in. There's a couple that are still the same. They go, wait, you said something different last time. I'm like, yeah, I did. And none of this comes with wording. None of this comes as a memo from ISK, right? I always say to families and to the people we present to, like, our team is just anticipating what's coming. We look at what we see, and then we anticipate outcomes, or we anticipate changes that are coming, because they will not give us a direct response to a question. We sit in meetings and I'll ask a question and they'll go, oh my goodness, Jen, thanks for bringing that up. You're so smart. And then they move on. I'm like, yeah, okay. And that's not unique to me. I've heard that as a theme throughout the 2 days, that, they hear, or maybe they don't. They put it on a list. People are mentioning action. We don't see a ton of action within Jordan's Principle. We see a lot of really quick decisions being made and then throwing it out as a new policy or whatever we're doing for the front line to go, wait, but what about this situation? They go, oh, well, we didn't think of that. I'm like, what? That's the first thing I thought about as a frontline worker. How is that going to work? So that collaboration, right? That communication of what's actually going on. What are the kids needing? Where are those gaps? We've been having these same meetings for 4 years. Every time we ask for that data, where are the Silks children asking for services so that we can address those needs, right? We know what we submit at the ONA, but we service the entire interior health region. So that's 54 communities, the ONA is 7. So I have direct communication with 7 communities. I don't with the other 54. So where does that leave us to fill those gaps, right? If a family is looking for me, but they live, 8 hours away from me, how do they find me? And I'm one person, and my team is 3, right? So the requests themselves, that's kind of, that's the easiest part of this job, is filling in the requests. I want to point out, I don't know if very many people are familiar with service coordination, but to submit to Jordan's Principle, I've heard numerous people in other areas present on Jordan's Principle, and they talk about back to basics. Back to basics was, the Caring Society resulted in that, right? Back to basics. Let's remove barriers. Let's get families accessing Jordan's Principle. So that's their messaging. However, it's not reality. Back to basics is meant to be one support letter that identifies a need for a child, and that is meant to be the application. We send in one support letter. About 7 months later, we get an email saying, hey, we need more. Hey, that letter's not by a licensed professional. That's an elder. We need a licensed professional. However, they have told us elders are licensed professionals to speak to the needs of children. So we have to go back to that focal point and explain their own policy to them and say, unfortunately, I'm not going to go get another letter because you've told us that this is who should write these letters. But that becomes a struggle as a frontline worker because I want to keep them accountable, right? I want to say, no, you said that this is what you wanted. I got that. This child's need has been shown. I'm not going to go back and get another letter, but then I sit in the ethical dilemma of now I know that's not going to be looked at. When they say they want more, they put it to the bottom of the pile. And Warren mentioned the 2,000 in the backlog. I had a meeting last week where they told me it was 9,000 in the backlog. So the messaging that we are given is different based on who you talk to and what mood I'm in, what mood they're in. So true. You can't. I don't know. I don't want to say I can't believe any of it, but I'm in my 5th year, and I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't really making sense. So we call this Jordan's Principle service coordination a sacred responsibility. I used to do frontline with protection and children's services. I was asked to remove children, and it broke me. It destroyed me, right? So I take this sacred responsibility seriously, and I am an advocate, but that messaging gets confused out in the world. Because families they want us to advocate for them, and we try our best, but we don't have a direct phone number to ISK. So people see me as their service coordinator for Jordan's Principle, but I can't just call someone up and say, hey, where's this request at? Hey, this child's really, really struggling. I had a youth in the psych unit. She was in there for 9 months. She had cuts to 90% of her body because she was misdiagnosed, and she was actually autistic, and those were stimming behaviors that she was cutting herself. And she went through years of no one understanding what she was going through. So she's in the APU unit, and Jordan's Principle comes back to me and says, that letter's 10 months old, I need a new one. I'm like, she's been in an inpatient care. And the letter was for tutoring for math because she was 2 grade levels behind, and she had a learning disability diagnosed specific to math. And so these are the things that we face regularly, right? This should be common sense. I don't know why this has to be a fight for every single thing that a child needs. There should be someone at ISK that knows child development that says, yes, this can go through. I was at the disability conference in Victoria 2 years ago where, I learned that people with disabilities are the least funded. They're the least opportunities available, but Indigenous people with disabilities are over the top underfunded. And so we're getting kids with, diagnosed autism, complex medical needs like Jordan, that they're asking for support letters. I'm like, but there's nothing that exists for these kids. Why do I need a licensed professional to say a non-speaking child should have an ability to communicate, right? Assistive technology is the way the world's going for children who are non-speaking. Why do I have to get 4 or 5 letters to say a child deserves to learn to speak? That should just be approved, and that's kind of the recommendations I wanted to give. I got given the 2-minute here. So those recommendations is just, if a file is denied, a child is denied, it goes through an appeals committee, which is child professionals. They call those experts, right? So if it's denied, then professionals who know children look at that denial. However, people are sitting for 12 months in that backlog. So why be reactive, right? In the Interior Health region, I know that we could get an appeals committee together of licensed professionals who know children that can look at a request beforehand and say, hey, ISC, don't worry about this. Us professionals have looked and we believe this child has a need and is deserving of that need being filled. So that's what we see on the front line, just a lot of inconsistency, a lot of people who do not know children and development or what their needs are. And then instead of just saying no or we need more, they make you wait for 12 months and then they give you a denial or say we need more information. And that's just a disservice to everyone. So thank you for letting us frontline share our challenges. That's, I am in burnout and, you know, hearing people, I'm like, wait, it's not just me feeling these things or recognizing these things or seeing these gaps. You know, we don't work directly together. So it's nice to see reports where I'm like, it's not unique to us. You know, people are looking at this and they are trying to find solutions. So that does make me hopeful and continue the work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. I'd like to go to Maya online. Maya, I'd like to note that you have 10 minutes, and if you look at me and I go like this, that means you only have 2 left. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Try not to speak fast. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So my name is Maya O'Neill Simpson. I am a Bigstone member from Wabasca, Alberta, but I live and play on the traditional territory of the Denisovan people, and I am actually in one of my communities today.
Excuse me, Maya. It's kind of muddled up. So wondering, what does IT suggest? Maybe take your headphones off, or disconnect, or something. I think that works. Oh, keep going. Let me hear you. Yes.
Okay, it's better? Okay, perfect. There's just people in here. I'm working in community today, so I wanted to throw on headphones. But sorry, so I am actually in Halfway River First Nation today, so I'm sorry I cannot be there in person with you guys. I totally agree with everything that Warren, Ray, and Jen has said. Burnout is very real for service coordinators. I have been in this role since, I think I got hired in March 2020, and then it started to roll out in April. So I have been with Jordan's Principle since the very beginning in BC, and I have seen some changes over the years. I think with Jen mentioning back to basics, they give us an inch and then they take it away because it was good for a few months, and then they start to go back to, no, we need this. It is not, the support letter isn't good enough. It's not coming from a registered professional, which we have told ISC many times that licensed or registered professionals is not always an option, especially in remote communities. Access is limited. So support workers that work with the children every day or every couple of days should be enough to write a support letter because they are in the child's circle of care. So definitely with the support letters, it is getting more challenging and they are becoming way more, and there's no consistency in the file reviewers, I believe, as Jen mentioned. We hear one thing from someone and then another person will say something, and we're just as confused as the parents, because like Jen said, we as service coordinators don't even have a phone number. We don't have a different phone number. When families ask us to call the Jordan's Principle, we have the same number. And we know the difficulty of trying to get a hold of someone. Headquarters, I have no idea who's in headquarters. There's no positions that we've ever got told, or names or emails. When we get an email from, say, the appeal committee or headquarters, if file got sent there, the email will come back, but there is no person's name on that email. So we don't know who we're talking to. We don't know who made that decision. And another thing with the file reviewers in the BC region as well as headquarters is they will phone us if a file is denied before time, and then they won't send the denial for weeks. So we are sitting waiting for this file to actually get the decision so we can appeal it. But we have no denial decision to carry forward in the appeal process. With the backlog of requests, we have asked their process. We have never got an answer of how they determine or scan through requests and make a decision. With before the requests actually started getting backlogged, it was the payment department that was backlogged like 6 months to 9 months. And with that, they implemented, it's called ARC admins, and some organizations have it, not all, but they distribute payments once we get approval for our families. So we were trying to take a load off the payment department for them not to be so backlogged. And so now some organizations have ARC admins. And then with the requests being backlogged, some organizations were offered life essential funding. And with those life essential funding, us as service coordinators need specific information from the children, just like a request and a letter of support, but we are able to make decisions on more urgent requests because of the backlog is a year. So that was beds, clothing, groceries, rent, and that was great. And then 2 weeks later, after I received that funding, they came back and took away beds and clothing and something else off of that. So it's like they give us something, but then they take it back. So that is really frustrating. And then, urgent requests. Urgent requests, they have a duty to make a decision within 24 hours. I have gone, and I know I'm not the only service coordinator that has waited a month, month and a half for even an email back. And that's with follow-up emails and everything that we can do as a service coordinator. But unfortunately, that's out of our hands. And those urgent requests are typically food and housing. So if we don't hear back, that child is going to be homeless. And then
1 minute.
Oh, okay. I can stop there. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, I do have to go. So I'm so sorry to leave you, Jen, to answer the questions. Hopefully Ray can help. But we had a snowfall yesterday in Fort St. John, and we are an hour ahead of you guys, and it is getting dark. So I want to travel in as much light as I can.
Thank you. We really appreciate you taking the time to being with us, Maya, and safe drive to you. We appreciate it. Let's give Maya and the rest of the panel a round of applause.
Just a shout out to the service coordinators. Thank you very much for your job. I know it's a hard job. Many of us at the community level are familiar with patient transportation, and that's not an easy job. This is equivalent to that program in terms of how it's administered. And I think that Indigenous Services Canada, when it was collapsed with Health Canada, they're using the patient transportation policies to administer Jordan's principle. That's my assumption.
Thank you.
Raymond's having a heart attack.
Thank you.
The amount of times I've asked is...
No. Come on now. We only have 10 minutes, and we want to hear from the chiefs. And if I have anyone online. All right, then Ray, if you want to make your comment, please do.
Okay, so I'm going to carry on with Warner's comment about lack of transparency. The amount, okay, So when we first started as the hub, one of the questions the team said was, can we not talk to other regions to figure out some of their wise practices? And ISK literally said, no, don't talk to anybody, sort it out on your own. And as a social worker, and hopefully a good ally, I don't know anymore, to me, that boggles my mind, right? I mean, like, people need to collaborate, they need to talk and be in discussion with each other so we understand what's going on. And so, again, you ask a question, hey, Indigenous Services Canada, you're supposed to be our partner. How are your staff trained? Are they experts in anything? No, you're not going to let us know? Okay. And yet you know everything about my team. You set the terms and conditions for how my team kind of operates in some sense through our TORs and stuff. And so, you know, if I'm going to throw in another recommendation, transparency, right? Like, I just would like to be able to help ISK do their job better, maybe? I don't know, right?
Improve the wages.
Yeah, something, right? Oh yes, thank you, a question.
Cookbee Helen, microphone 1.
The Cooksjam for the presentation. It's certainly frustrating to hear some of the experiences faced, and certainly TFN hasn't been exempt from those types of conversations every time we sit across the table from ministry or governments. My mantra is the same. That's our data. It belongs to the nation at the end of the day. However, we have had some experiences in accessing some information along the way. You know, they freely, I shouldn't say freely, I shouldn't use that kind of language when I'm talking about their processes. But as an example, let's take a care plan that's made available to every nation from the ministry as an example. The only way we'd be able to see what's written about our children is through those documents. And they're very harmful. They're very harmful how they describe our children. It's descriptions that we would never, ever, ever use on our children and our families. So what we're finding is, and we suspect that there's a lot of redaction because there's a lot of opinion-based opinions on our children that have impacted service modeling, delivery, etc., based on their data collection. So there's a huge lift coming to every nation. And I see it for ourselves in that we don't want to recreate, you know, a harmful system when we're standing up our own data sovereignty, that there's a lot of information in those files that have to be unpacked and have to be fixed. I don't know what the terminology is proper for what I'm trying to describe, but they've basically allowed the rest of the citizens, the public, to believe this narrative about our children. And it reinforces discrimination. And as I think about solutions, you know, we're taking that one step at a time approach for sure, holding them to account at every turn. That when we have our files back, that's part of the exercise, is to deconstruct the harm that are in those files. For sure, data across the board impact all of us. The reason they hold onto it so tight, in my belief, is they don't want to answer the off-reserve discriminatory practices. And certainly it's something that's near and dear to all of us for sure, but you know, that's a lift that's still on all of our plates, is to force that conversation, that in their conversation between the federal government and the province through those transfer agreements, there's something missing, there's something there that we need to address in those transfer payments so that we can ensure that all of our our children, youth, and families are looked after no matter where they reside. Whether we're dealing with, applications under Jordan's Principle or other child and family service delivery models, they sit on that data because they don't want to reveal everything that they've described us as Cooksjam.
Thank you. Thank you, Cookbee Helen. I see two more questions. Cookbee Robbins and Councillor Deb Foxcroft. We're going to take these two, then we're going to come back to the panel. And I'm asking you if you could be as succinct and brief as possible. It's been a long day and we're losing a number of delegates. Cookbee Robbins is deferring to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Deb Foxcroft, Sechot First Nation. I'm feeling a lot of sadness about this work for children. I have a special needs granddaughter, and I know how long it took my daughter to be able to advocate for her own daughter to get services. And I think she went to the ministry to apply for supports for special needs. They said, we have a 1-year waiting list, but to get on there, it's going to be 3 years. And anyways, luckily, our agency for child and family went through Jordan's Principle, and my daughter got support services, not only for my youngest granddaughter, but the older ones, because they are ADHD and even in my daughter, and they got supports and counseling services. And but now she's going into the high school, the youngest one, and I really have a lot of concerns about that, because she barely, she might be able to read and write grade 2 or 3, and I'm just concerned about what supports we'll be able to get for her in the school system. She's been homeschooled, and anyways, I just feel that the leadership, the chiefs, really need to be advocating for these children and asking these questions to the federal government and getting information about these services or the gaps in services and all these waiting lists. And our children are too important, and they can't wait another year or even another month to be able to get these supports. So I really would like to see the chiefs lobby the federal government about Jordan's Principle and get again, this is discrimination, and I just really feel strongly about it. Chew, Clicko.
Thank you, Councillor Foxcroft. Cookbee Robbins, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Fred Robbins, Eskedam, previously known as Alkali Lake. I just want to say thank you for the work you're doing. You sound like the nurses during COVID. It must be a lot of work, which then tells me you need more staff, which then tells me as First Nations people we need more support, which then tells me, and this is what I've told ISK, who do you work for? What is the name of your Indigenous services? Provide a damn service. So that would be my suggestion to your superiors. If I'm working for you, who do you work for? And remind them it's Indigenous services, because that's what it's intended to be. And we shouldn't be waiting a month to get a reply, especially during an emergency situation with our children. So thank you again for the work that you do.
Thank you, Cookbee. All right, we'll start from here and we'll go all the way down.
Certainly, data is important, data governance, because it not only tells us what the current state is, but also gives us information to build a predictable future. So without data, we don't know what the future would look like. in terms of service delivery. So definitely we will work with IFSD and Helena's group to see how far we can push the data issue. I think, again, in terms of best practices, I will keep pushing AFN's national, because sometimes they're the problem as well, around AFN national, not provincial, Terry. We'll keep you. Around ensuring that best practices are provided to the frontline staff right across this country. And they finally listened. I think we had one in Montreal 3 months ago.
Yep, we had a.
So hopefully that those sessions would keep be supported so that we could share best practices nationally. Otherwise, we would not know that Quebec only have 200 and BC has 2,000 to 9,000 in a queue. I think also really important to have some structure in British Columbia for children and families so that we could design and manage our own, particularly in dealing with complex needs. When I hear that there's a wait list of 2 years, 3 years, that's not good enough for our children. I think if we look at some kind of agency that would look at providing complex care, we could be coordinated and deploy some of the services right across the province, because it is difficult, for example, in the north to hire professional people to work with children. Most of them like to live in the cities, so we usually have to deploy them. So anyways, I think there is an extreme need and it's critical that we do structure ourselves in British Columbia for all sorts of child and family services, including promoting Jordan's principle.
So I guess it's, my turn. So I have two kind of points I want to kind of come back to, and one is data. And to kind of support Warner in the national dialogue around data, BC is an interesting place because there are about 30 organizations in BC that are either Indigenous nations directly or Indigenous organizations that host service coordinators. And that means that we get the data first. Before ISK knows about the request, we know about the request. So if we all acted to set up a kind of a shared data framework for BC, we would know exactly what ISK knows before ISK could touch it. So that would be amazing, personally, if I saw that happen. It would make me happy, because that would empower BC in a significant way, both regionally and nationally. And I just want to kind of speak to the service coordination in general. The team of people who do service coordination BC are amazingly creative individuals. They have worked the system, so to speak, in some fantastically amazing creative ways to get the needs of Indigenous children in BC met. I could, but I won't. I will not go on for hours about the many creative solutions that the Hub team has been a part of, has seen, has kind of been made aware of to help Indigenous children in BC meet their needs, get their needs met. I'm hoping that someone next to me might share one.
Yes, thank you. Kupi Helen, the narrative that you were talking about of how they're painting your children is real. When I first started, I've really encouraged the team privacy, like only share what you need to share to get the need met, right? So that looks like if an assessment is coming to us, only share the last page with the recommendations. They don't need to know the background, the history, all the ways the systems have failed this child. As we heard in the Don't Look Away report, we see that every day. Our team opens about 30 files a month, and that's files, but that's a family, right? And usually a sibling is part of the need, right? So we're not just opening, 30 needs for 30 kids. We're opening 30 families with complex needs, and ISK would like to know all the details, right? And I've shown the need. I've shown you. Why do you need to know more, right? So when I shared about that young girl in the psych unit, that was one of the situations where they wanted to know more. Like, why? She can't get in there without a need being presented and a professional looking at her and saying, yes, She needs to be in our program, you know, so that narrative, that is very real, and I don't know what they do with that. You know, we're talking about data, but we're also talking about stories, and we're talking about discrimination, right? We have that in plain sight report. You know, if a First Nations mom goes into a medical facility and then is told you need to take your kid here to get this looked at or whatever, if she goes, oh crap, if I do that right now, you know, I don't have enough bank, you know, I don't have any money in my bank account to pay for the letter or to take the bus there, what's that going to look like? Am I going to look like I'm not meeting my kid's needs? So then they show up and then there's a bill, right? So to wait, again, a year to get that reimbursed, you know, Jordan's principal, I think, looks at it like, well, it's $30, you know, they can go ask someone for that. I'm like, no, that's not the point. They went into a health facility and was told to meet their child's need, and they met that need. However, they had to do that by asking someone whatever, but that's not a story that they need to hear. They don't need to know why that is a need right now for that child. We've shown that it's a need, right? So it's a sad story that happens, but that is the narrative. And I am trying to find a way to link these needs to the calls to action, right? So sure, here's a letter that shares some pretty unfortunate things, but here's also the call to action that you have said you will make sure doesn't happen again. So yeah, they have a right to education. So why are we fighting about a tutor? You know, what is the worry about approving $2,000 for a tutor for the year? What are we worried about, right? So we're meant to be working towards approvals together, right? However, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like, well, show me more, you know? What's the worry if this doesn't happen? So on the front line, that does feel gross. You know, I'm not First Nations. It's not a unique experience to me, but I'm writing about substantive equality through my lens. That's unfair. That shouldn't be me doing that, but I am the service coordinator and I am the advocate. So I am speaking on behalf of a child's experience that is not my experience. But if I don't, who does, right? So that becomes a really huge barrier to families, because to access this program that is not a program, you have to share with me kind of the things going on in your life, and who am I? You know, I'm a person on the phone or in the email. People don't really come into our office. We're all over the place. So that relational part of what a child needs is really lacking, because it is a government system with, you know, funding that is First Nations funding. Like, why are we holding it back like they are? And then to speak to Deb, when you're talking about the children with, you know, disabilities or special needs, what's happening right now, and again, I don't want to be like a downer about all the discrimination, but this is really what we see every single day, is we now have kids being pulled off the ICAN, the publicly funded autism assessments, because they're pulling them off and saying, go to Jordan's principal. You know, there's a 2-year wait for ICAN, so go to Jordan's principal instead. Well, there's a 2-year wait for Jordan's principal, so now we have non-First Nations kids getting their needs met quicker because they're being referred to Jordan's principal, which is meant to meet needs immediately, to not argue about who's going to pay for the service. Here's a need, let's meet it. So we're just taking this discrimination and we're just going in circles. We have all these reports, we have all these things that say, nope, we're going to fill these gaps, we're going to meet these needs, we're not going to do this anymore until, I don't know, someone gets bored and decides, no, we need all these things to go around. So it is real. These children are being pulled off lists to be added to a better list. The list is not better. It might be a little bit better because I believe in our team, and like how we've mentioned, like the service coordinators are a wraparound support, but that doesn't, you know, me being nice is not better than getting your assessment quickly. And that needs to stop, right? It's not a privilege to come to Jordan's principal, you know, and that's, I think, how Jordan's principal views it. Like, how lucky for the family to go to Jordan's principal. No, Jordan's principal is here because of the discrimination of Canada. Like, that's not a lucky situation that Jordan's principal exists, and it is the right of a child to have access to it. So the way that they are rolling it out is creating more barriers for families. And Fred, with the employees, like, we need more. Yeah, absolutely, and we need adequate training and support and being able to share those stories, right? So yeah, these are kids, these are data, but it's also stories that families are still sitting in. I have probably 500 requests pending that those kids are still real kids. They're no longer, you know, at the front of my mind because they're pending. I'm waiting for a response. All the rest of the families are coming, but those are still kids with needs that if Jordan's principal does say, yeah, that's a need, well, guess what? You just didn't meet it for 9 months. So how, you know, make it make sense. So yeah, those are very real things. And I do think that there is something happening with Jordan's principal right now, obviously with the long form, the reform and all this stuff. So I think this is a really important time that we've seen the cracks, we see the boat kind of rocking, and you know, if we're going to paddle together, I think this is the time for people to say, hey, wait, we're on to you. We need to change the discussion. So thank you. And I hope that your grandchildren did get their needs met.
Thank you. Join me in giving a warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, sir. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoyed your presentations. We also enjoyed the questions that were presented to the panel. Thanking them. And this wraps up our formal presentations for our meeting. So I would like to welcome the FNLC, Chief Cheryl Casimir, Triple C. I'd like to welcome GC, Stuart Phillip, to come join us on the stage, as well as UBCIC Youth Rep Katisha Paul. We'd like to hear your closing remarks, please. So we'll go Katisha, Cheryl, JC. Works for me. Thought you were getting out of this, did you?
I think Musqueam turned the heat on.
Okay, you'll be last, GC. All right, we'd like to start with our youth rep who did a fine job moderating a couple of panels this last 2 days. Katisha.
Hajka Enti. Ait scoil, antipades up yapawit, a cook's sauce, tintin at thartlip. Stout imaswin mission silk. That was 2 full days of intense conversations. And I just want to start off by saying that when you're all gone and step away from your chairs and these tables, we will pick up the paddle and continue pulling forward together as youth. They say that our ancestors sit in the empty chairs. And right now, I wish that all of these empty chairs were filled with my peers, my brothers and sisters, to help guide you and all of us in the conversations that were had, making decisions on our lives moving forward, not for us, but by us. 68% of children in care are Indigenous, even though Indigenous peoples only make up 8% of our population here in BC. Indigenous youth are 5 times more likely to be in care. And the interest of the child has been so distorted by the colonial views. We heard about the transition of jurisdiction and how as we continue on forward in these negotiations, our own processes are starting to reflect like a mirror that colonial mindset of what it means to take care of our children. And I urge each and every one of you to go back home and think about that. How are we going to move forward with our own Snow Wyeth and our own teachings? Our inherent jurisdiction has never been surrendered, and we will never surrender it. That was made very clear in our conversations today and yesterday. We have heard about the continued miscommunication, lack of transparency, denial of accountability, and limitations to our data sovereignty. What we really haven't been able to talk about, and I understand that with the timing, is the proactive steps that we could be taking moving forward to ensure that something like Jordan's Principle is not just a theory, but in practice it works to protect the well-being of our children. How are we encouraging more of our youth to go to school, to take those extra classes, to pick up an instrument, to go outside and explore what we have to offer in terms of the water? How are we encouraging them to go out and be more self-determining and self-governing, learning from that land on how to survive on our own merits? When we think about these programs, when we think about the principles that guide us, please remember who we are and here as Chomoch Mistimoch, as people of this land. We hear distinctions based all of the time. We hear of FPIC, we hear of consultation and cooperation. Consultation is not consent. And I haven't seen a single child consulted here today or yesterday, and all of the processes moving forward. That's what I expect to see. The meetings in December, the meetings in March, and the meetings every single time after that. Consult with the youth when you are talking about the youth, because you will not be living when we are thriving, because we're thriving now and we will thrive forever, because you are teaching us how to walk and how to talk. In closing, I want to offer my time and my continued efforts and my continued energy as the youth representative of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs to distribute any information that you have shared on the LTR, the FSA, and the Jordan's Principle. I want to continue being the voice to share with everybody and not be selfish with the rest of our youth, to let them know what you're doing, because I'm proud of the work that everybody is doing. And they would be proud too if they were here in the room. In closing, go back home, talk to your grandchildren, your children, your nieces and nephews, and tell them about the conversations that you had here in these past 2 days. Thank you. Heitzapkat.
Thank you, Katisha. Well said. I'd like to move on to Chief Cheryl Casimir, please. Oh, please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gisuk yukiat, gisuk gwelquiet, gapiniskil, who sukal kutnina sumietki. Good evening or good afternoon. I'm not sure what it is because it's so dark in here. I think that in itself kind of sets the tone when we're having these kind of discussions, because we don't have any windows and we don't have any fresh air coming in here. So something to keep in mind the next time we plan. But I'm not going to take up too much time. I just wanted to start off by, first of all, thanking and acknowledging all of our staff and the organizers for putting together this forum for the past couple of days. And we know how much effort and time it takes into planning something like this and for it to be successful. And I think by the fact that a lot of you still remain here today, to me is an indicator that it has been a success, because it is so important to us. Our children are our most vulnerable population, our most vulnerable people in our nations and communities, and we want to make sure that we can come together and do the best possible for them. So I thank the organizers, and I thank, most importantly, all of you for participating with us over these past 2 days. I also want to acknowledge Leah and Ray for the amazing job they did chairing the session. It's not an easy job, and I'm most importantly impressed with this young lady. I think she's an amazing role model as a youth mentor, and also moderating those panels. I know that wasn't easy, but you did an outstanding job, so thank you for that. And to our presenters, I mean, we wouldn't have had anything to really focus our attention on if we didn't have the amazing presentations that were shared with us from nations across this province who took the time to share their jurisdictional journey with us. And so for that, I appreciate that and I'm grateful. And as I stated earlier, we know that the FSA has been rejected, and it's just now time for us to be prepared for how we move forward when Canada comes back to the table. And I think that that is a big issue that we need to be focusing our minds on. And as I said, to be better poised to lead those discussions, not only coming in Ottawa in December, but from here on in. And we heard from Mary and her team that that work is ongoing and it's continuing to happen as we speak. So we just need to make sure that that information is being disseminated across the province so that leadership are in the know of everything that is happening and it's being discussed and prepared, and that you have the information to be able to provide your input and your feedback. One of the concerns that I had is that if Ontario was already at Canada's door saying that they want to negotiate a unilateral agreement, I don't know how long it's going to take for other regions to start thinking about that as well. And I think that if Canada does in fact entertain that it's going to be detrimental to the entire process. And so I've been told that Minister Hadjou had said Canada is not going to be interested in any one-off agreements. But I really personally would like to see that in writing if it already hasn't been done. Minister Hadjou has already said a couple of things. For example, if you were going to enter into a coordination agreement at your nation level to start talking about jurisdiction on child welfare under C-92, that you were not going to be penalized for drawing down resourcing from CHRT. That's not what we're hearing. She actually said that to us at a Leadership Council meeting. But on the ground, nations are being told totally different and are in fact being penalized for trying to draw down CHRT dollars. So I would prefer that we have this in writing, that they're not going to entertain any one-offs. And so I will definitely follow up with my Leadership Council counterparts to make sure that we at least put a letter forward seeking that kind of commitment. And it wouldn't hurt if leadership across the province did the same thing. The other thing that is concerning is the legal fees that have been identified. Those legal fees could easily be chewed up by regions, and particularly if Ontario is already at the door wanting to have bilateral discussions with Canada. So as it was already suggested, I think that leadership from across the province also need to prepare correspondence similar to the letter that was shared with you at each of your tables from the regional chiefs from all of those regions that highlights what our issues and concerns are, what our priorities are, and what we want to see moving forward. I think that that letter could easily be used as a template, but I think the more correspondence that comes into AFN and Minister Hadjou, the better, so that they're at least on notice about what British Columbia wants and that we're in fact preparing for those detailed conversations. We all know that child welfare system's flawed. We heard about the burnout, the caseload, overload that our frontline technicians and workers are facing. And it is sad to hear that, because we have people in those positions to support our children, our most vulnerable. And as it was stated, Jordan's Principle is there because of Canada's discrimination. And so the children and families who are actually applying for that money are doing it because of that very fact of discrimination. And there shouldn't be any barriers in place in front of them from being able to access those dollars or those supports. And so my hands go up to you, all of you that are working under Jordan's Principle and in that front, because it sounds to me like it's a nightmare. And I think as political leadership in this province, we need to call on Canada to do better. We have to all do better when it comes to our kids. And I understand as well, just really quickly, I'm a member of the BC First Nations Regional Data Working Group, and we are working on creating a model for data governance that can be used by First Nations across the province. And there are a number of demonstration, we call them demonstration projects that are currently underway, and we see those as a stepping stone to data sovereignty at some time in the future. So hopefully you can keep your eyes open for those updates. They happen on a regular basis. They're sent out to communities and sent out to leadership. So I just wanted to hopefully alleviate a little bit of what you're going through to let you know that we are in fact working on data sovereignty and a data model for First Nations. And my last comment, of course, is safe travels to each and every one of you. It was really good to see you. Some of you I haven't seen in a long time, and so it was good to get together and chat. And safe travels to you if you're heading home. And to everyone else, I hope that you stay safe from this looming weather bomb, which is apparently coming close, because according to my colleague Hugh Breaker, who's not here, he's already posted on Facebook that the electricity and things are already out on parts of the island. And I had a friend who was making plans to head over here for another function from the island, and she said everything has been canceled. So ferries and helijet and that sort of thing. So hopefully none of you will be impacted by that. Stay safe, hunker in, and stay warm. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Grand Chief.
Hope nobody heard that.
Why, Pisnaxil, Isquis, Asiut. What you may or may not have heard was old man sounds when I was getting out of my chair there. It's like, ooh, ooh, ooh. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Musqueam for the wonderful hospitality that they always offer us when we come into their community. And the meals are always absolutely wonderful. So I want to express my gratitude. And it's always so wonderful to be in the company of Elder Larry Grant. He's such a wonderful person, and I always look forward to seeing him. I would like to thank everyone in the room that's here that has persevered and stayed and engaged in this very important discussion that we've been involved with now for a very, very long time. My marker is Tsawwassen, and that was 22 years ago. And that's the first time that all of our organizations came together before the Leadership Council, because we were called together in response to a crisis of babies and young toddlers dying while they were in care. And so we had this provincial-wide meeting. Grand Chief Ed John, who was here earlier, was the Minister of Children and Family Development. And we had a very, very intense discussion in Tsawwassen, and we actually came forward with a document called the Tsawwassen Accord. And it's a reflection of everything that we've been doing ever since. It establishes the principles of why we do this work, why jurisdiction is so critical for us to succeed. And I was just reading the declaration we put together a few weeks ago with Canada and British Columbia and ourselves. And in many ways, it's a reiteration of Tsawwassen, but it has more substance. And as we continue down this path, we'll continue to repeat that pattern, because we continue to come to terms with this, this very, very critical issue of of finding a way forward in regard to properly looking after our children and keeping them out of care. Many of you know Joan, my wife, or as she looks at it, I'm her husband. The Premier actually called me Mr. Joan Phillip about a year ago when Joan first was elected. And at any rate, I keep coming home from these meetings, all emotional, charged, and whatnot. And Joan asked me a question. She said, why is there so much focus on the provision of service delivery and the issues of children in care? Why is there such an effort on preserving the status quo or improving the status quo? She said, why don't we just bring our children home and provide those services at the community level? And you know, I thought, wow, yeah, that makes sense. Everything would be, you know, a lot more authentic and family rooted and so on and so forth and whatnot. And that always brings me to an issue that you've heard me speak about, and that's housing. You cannot hope to deal with family dysfunction if you don't have proper homes. And we are so far behind in providing adequate housing in our communities, and youth centers and recreation centers and places where our youth can, you know, have a better life, a better social life. And we need to provide those supports. It's all part of the work that we're doing. But I've been to dozens of these conferences and I never hear housing. You know, and it's like it's under the table somewhere here. And I think governments don't want to talk about housing and capital projects because there's such a huge cost attached. But it's a big part of the puzzle. I'd like to thank all the people that are involved and working very, very hard to change the reality of our young people, our children. I want to thank the people that planned and organized this important conference. We all need to go to Ottawa and continue this discussion. 22 years ago, there were different people in this room. And sadly, some of them have passed on. Some of the people that we worked with in government are no longer there. But we keep passing the torch. And we're very fortunate to have Minister Lohr here. And I'm very proud of you that you stayed for the entire session. Most ministers scoot out the door before 10 in the morning. And, you know, that's the last we see of them. So I'm really impressed that you stayed with us. We have amazing leaders. We have amazing leadership in this matter in British Columbia. And I'm really proud of that leadership that has spoken so strongly on these matters. I'm so proud of being from British Columbia and you know, part of this work as we move forward. So I want to thank Katisha. Katisha gives me hope. I want to also acknowledge the fact there were so many young voices this time out. They weren't here 22 years ago. And many of them weren't even born 22 years ago. But, you know, they talk, they're so assertive and outspoken and they're not apologetic. And that bodes well. And they're part of you know, the group that we're working to change the lives of that generation. So I'm very, very encouraged. I always leave these sessions feeling uplifted and, you know, have more faith in the world. And so with that, I was glad Joan was able to come here. I'd like everyone to know the fact that Joan didn't find out Prince Harry was going to be here. And I was in a dilemma. I thought, what am I going to do? If I go home and tell her Prince Harry was here, she's going to say, why didn't you let me know? And so as it turned out, she almost made it. She was outside driving around while he was here, but I was still in trouble. So I asked our regional chief if he could get Prince Harry's autograph on our little notebooks that were handed out. And it said, congratulations, Joan, best regard, Prince Harry. So that saved me. So I want to thank Regional Chief Terry for, you know, for accomplishing that while they were standing over here and whatnot with all that security. So this has been a good session. I heard yesterday was equally a great session. And once again, thank you all. Wish you a safe journey home. Apparently there's a big storm rolling in and whatnot. So with that, why lim lim.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank all of you for being here. Thank all the people who did the work. If you're coming to the First Nations Summit tomorrow, please note that Minister Laura will be there for part of the day, and also Minister Christine Boyle from MIR will be here as well. Safe travels. Heyowa.